World War II was reaching its dramatic climax.
Rocket ships firing, aircraft flying overhead.
As the Allies waged total war to liberate occupied Europe.
This was a war in which all sides were learning as they went.
From the beaches of Normandy...
The water was full of blood. The water was bright red.
...to the forests of Germany.
Ich sehe dort heute noch die ganzen Toten liegen.
Both sides deployed weapons of ever greater power and sophistication.
And this tank suddenly gives the American a real big advantage. It's a very effective beast.
This is the story of the Western Allies' final campaign, told by the men on both sides who were there.
You did what you did. You fire and you maneuver.
He was my brother.
On the 6th of June 1944, Allied sea, ground and air forces came together to launch the largest amphibious assault in military history, codenamed Operation Neptune. It took 18 months of massive planning efforts, but what's known as the longest day came at a cost, with thousands of casualties on both sides. This is the story of D-Day, the beginning of the end of the war in Europe. By 1944, Nazi Germany had dominated most of Europe for over 4 years. But now, World War II was starting to swing in the Allies' favor. In the Mediterranean, German forces had been chased out of North Africa and were dug in across Italy. And on the Eastern Front in Russia, they'd suffered disastrous defeats at Stalingrad and Kursk, and now struggled to hold back Stalin's Red Army. While the defeat of Germany's feared U-boats allowed US troops and supplies to pour into Britain, ahead of a much-anticipated Allied invasion of Europe. The question now was how to win the war.
To win the war, Stalin had argued very strongly for the opening of a second front. Since 1941 and the invasion of the German forces into the Soviet Union, the Soviets had actually taken the brunt of the fighting. About 80% of the German army were fighting in the east. And this is why Stalin urged the Western Allies to open a second front, to basically relieve some pressure of the Eastern Front and give the Soviets some breathing space, so to speak.
Churchill and Roosevelt agreed that the Second Front would be launched in summer 1944. And the person they wanted in charge to coordinate the Allied nations was American General Dwight D. Eisenhower. General Eisenhower was appointed Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force in Europe. He had never seen frontline combat, but Eisenhower was an exceptional military planner with an instinctive grasp of modern warfare. Eisenhower's abilities would be tested to the full as he took on responsibility for the single most important Allied operation of the war. The first dilemma: where to land? The obvious choice was Pas de Calais, just 20 miles from England and the most direct route to Germany, which was why the Germans had concentrated their beach defenses and troops here. So they turned instead to Normandy. If the Allies could establish a foothold in Normandy, they could then build up their forces and launch a breakout operation, liberating Paris and beginning the advance on Germany itself. The invasion would hinge on the success of the first 24 hours, known as D-Day. Ground troops would be drawn from the 21st Army Group, commanded by British General Bernard Montgomery. 7 British, US and Canadian infantry divisions, 3 armoured brigades and 3 airborne divisions were earmarked to spearhead the operation.
The divisions with which the Allies were to fight the Battle of Normandy and the rest of the 1944-45 campaign were a mixture of veteran formations which had fought in some cases from Egypt and North Africa, and then through Italy. And with them, there were divisions going into action for the first time.
18-year-old Frank Rosier was a private serving with 2nd Battalion, the Gloucestershire Regiment. A London boy that had survived the Blitz, he lost his eye after 3 months in battle.
This is my first time in action, and there is a period of, we're not playing cowboys and Indians in the woods, this is the real thing.
Wally Harris was a craftsman and one of the founding members of the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers.
We felt privileged to think, well, we've been chosen to lead the assault, and everybody was chuffed.
While Edward Shames had just been promoted to Staff Sergeant of the 101st Airborne ahead of the landings.
If you weren't scared, you were crazy. Of course, there were a lot of crazy guys, including me, but we were still frightened, I'm sure.
By 1944, the Allies had won the battle for air and naval supremacy. Now, US 8th and 9th Air Forces and Britain's 2nd Tactical Air Force stood by to support the landings, nearly 6,000 aircraft in total. From the sea, 5 battleships, 23 cruisers and 105 destroyers would bombard German defences before the assault craft landed. By spring 1944, there were 3 million Allied troops in Britain preparing for the invasion. Each division was given a designated staging area in southern England as vehicles, weapons and supplies poured in. Units earmarked for the invasion trained relentlessly, but details about the landings, codenamed Operation Neptune, remained top secret.
We never had any information at all. Where we were going, we didn't have any pictures of an L where we were going to land or anything at all. No information at all. All right, they might have given it to the officers, but we, other ranks, we never knew a damn thing.
While their own soldiers were kept in the dark, the Allies launched what's been called the greatest deception plan in history, to fool the Germans about the landing sites.
To deceive the Germans, the Allies set up Operation Fortitude. They created an entire fake army in England aimed at the French port of Calais. Calais was the closest deep water port in France to England, and it was a natural spot to invade. The Germans thought the Allies were coming to Calais, and Operation Fortitude convinced them of it.
Ken Sturdy, a veteran of Dunkirk, found himself at the heart of the ruse to deceive the Germans.
When we arrived there were dummy tanks made of rubber. There were dummy landing craft made of canvas and wood. All along the seafront at Dover were tents with big red cross painted on them to look like hospital tents. There were army signallers, RAF signallers. We deliberately aimed our antenna across the channel to Calais, and all the traffic, and it went on for about 2 weeks or so, we knew was phony, but it gave the impression that there was a very large contingent gathering ready for the invasion.
Eisenhower knew the Allied deception plan was crucial, because if the Germans were ready and waiting, D-Day could turn into a costly disaster, with tragic consequences for millions. On the evening of the 5th of June 1944, hundreds of Allied aircraft took off, bound for the Normandy coast. Operation Neptune, the Western Allies' invasion of Europe, was underway. In the first phase, 24,000 men, arriving by parachute and glider, would be dropped on both flanks of the invasion zone. The US 82nd and 101st and the British 6th Airborne Divisions were to seize key bridges, road junctions, and hold off German counterattacks. While shortly after dawn, US, British and Canadian infantry divisions would land at 5 beaches along 50 miles of coast, codenamed Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno and Sword. When the beaches were secure, tanks and infantry would push inland, relieve the airborne troops, and prepare to resist the expected German counterattack. What paratroopers hadn't been told was that their units were expected to take 50% casualties. On the way in, they'd be highly vulnerable to German anti-aircraft fire. Carl Beck had lied about his age to join the army at 17. A year on, he was about to go into action for the first time.
We picked up 20mm fire as we came over the coast. You're at 800 feet above ground line, and that 20mm fire is vicious. If you're ever in an airplane that gets hit, and I hope you never are, it sounds like your head's in a bucket and somebody's pounding on the bucket.
As they neared their drop zones, heavily laden US paratroopers waited for the signal to jump.
We were ready for the green light, and we would get ready to shuffle out, and they had to shuffle because these guys, they could hardly walk getting out of that door because of the weight that they were carrying.
The airborne forces were to be dropped behind enemy lines, where they would be cut off from support, sometimes for several days. This meant they had to take everything with them.
Of course, the gear weighed about 150 pounds that I put on to get on that plane with the parachute. Everything we could possibly have, grenades, weapons, maps, the whole works. And some guys had mortars, 81mm mortar plates that they jumped with, machine guns, everything.
Taff Gillingham is an expert in the equipment of the ordinary soldier.
This is the uniform and equipment worn by the American airborne forces that jumped in Normandy in 1944. So they had a purpose-built jumpsuit designed specifically for the airborne forces. They carried gas masks with all the equipment that went with it. The chaps all carried these, which were anti-gas brassards. They were hooked on, this loop went through the shoulder strap, and they were painted with a special treatment so that in the event of poison gas being in the air, they'd turn red. So you would have an instant warning of poison gas. The equipment was the standard American fighting rig with ammunition pouches specifically depending on role. So in this case, these carried ammunition clips for the M1 Garand rifle. And this was actually a very good piece of kit because unlike most other armies who had bolt-action rifles, the M1 was semi-automatic. So what that meant was that you could fire 8 rounds straight off and then it would spit the clip out at the end while everybody else was still working their bolts. So the bayonet for the rifle, carried in a scabbard on the belt, was obviously for that moment when everything else was getting to the point when you'd run out of ammunition and you needed something just to finish the job.
The heavily encumbered airborne soldiers had now reached their jump points.
Our routine training called for us to get a 20-minute red light, but all we ever got was a bell. And a bell just means unass this airplane. So the jump master threw the bundle out, and out we went.
Have you ever been to one of these places where they have fireworks at night? Well, that's what we jumped in. As a matter of fact, you could hear the stuff and see the stuff going through your parachute because there were tracers all around.
We were going very fast, very low, 1.5 oscillations and slam into the water. So that was an exhilarating experience there to get us going.
John Marr was one of many who landed in fields flooded by the Germans. Dozens drowned under the weight of their equipment. Others dropped straight into German-held villages, where one American, according to an eyewitness, had a remarkable escape.
Dann ist der eine ja hängen geblieben am Kirchturm. Und hat sich dort gestellt und deswegen haben sie den nicht bemerkt. Ne?
Many who survived the jump landed miles from where they were supposed to be. John Marr made landfall around 2 a.m.
The first objective was to find my platoon and the equipment bundles and get organized and go fight as a platoon. That didn't happen. We were the worst scattered regiment in the entire drop of 2 divisions.
Things had gone better for the British 6th Airborne. On the invasion's east flank, in an extraordinary feat of glider piloting, a small detachment landed alongside 2 vital canal bridges and quickly captured them. Reinforcements then flew in to help defend these crossings against German counterattack. Glider pilot Bill Higgs made a dangerous approach into his landing zone.
The Germans weren't daft. They put posts in to stop us landing. And I hit one of them halfway through and the wing and knocked my right-hand starboard wing right off. But I was down all right, yeah.
Although the bridges were taken in a lightning assault, airborne troops were soon under pressure, defending against determined counterattacks. It was crucial they held out until the troops arriving by sea could reach them. Men now preparing to take on a formidable chain of beach defences, commanded by one of Germany's most brilliant generals. In the early hours of the 6th of June 1944, a furious aerial bombardment hammered the coast of northern France.
5 Kilometer von Boulogne weg, da war dann inzwischen hell geworden und da sagte ich auf einmal, ach, guck mal da oben, was ist das dann? Da sahen wir Himmel und Flugzeuge kommen. Und auf einmal war an den Flugzeugen alles so kleine Stäbchen fielen da runter. Und da sag ich, was ist das dann? Ja, sagt einer, das ist eine Bombenteppich. Und dann haben wir das beobachten können, wie das ganze Boulogne da zusammengehauen wurde.
Meanwhile, a vast Allied armada of more than 6,000 ships of all sizes was approaching the Normandy coast.
You could see the outline of the French coast, and I'm saying, my God, there's France. Wow, we're gonna be there, we're gonna go in.
It was pretty damned exciting, I say. I felt pretty good about the whole thing.
Hitler knew an Allied invasion was coming that summer, and that northern France was its most likely destination. Therefore, he'd entrusted its defence to one of his most brilliant and charismatic commanders. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel won a reputation as one of Germany's most gifted generals during the defeat of France in 1940. While in North Africa, his cunning against the British won him the nickname the Desert Fox.
Erwin Rommel's one of the most famous German generals of World War II, and he was a spectacularly effective general in North Africa. His great strength was the ability to maneuver, to manipulate, and to move quickly before the enemy could react to what he was doing.
Rommel war für uns wie ein, ich möchte mal sagen, wie ein Vater. Der hatte ein Gefühl für seine Soldaten. Ne? Der war wirklich, also der war sehr, sehr jovial, ne? Sehr.
Rommel was famed for bold, aggressive action, but now he faced a very different challenge. With 2/3 of Germany's army on the Eastern Front, Rommel had to hold the Channel coast with 35 divisions, just 6 of which were in the vicinity of the Allied landing zone, 5 infantry divisions and the 21st Panzer Division. But many units were undermanned or considered unreliable.
They were either static divisions made up of old men or young men or Soviet deserters or other troops the Germans didn't quite trust, or units that had come from the Eastern Front, worn down by the fighting. Normandy was their rest and recuperation.
These units had one advantage, the so-called Atlantic Wall, a chain of coastal defences stretching in theory 2,000 miles from Norway to Spain. Hitler personally appointed Rommel to improve the Atlantic Wall defences in preparation for an invasion. Rommel believed that the only way to stop the Allied invasion was to hit it when it was most vulnerable, the moment of coming ashore. So he made strengthening beach defences his top priority. Under his watch, 3 times as many mines were laid, and 500,000 beach obstacles put in place. The number of heavy guns protected by covered concrete emplacements was also greatly increased. But in most places, the wall was far from the impregnable fortress of Nazi newsreels. As soldiers such as Hans Heinze found out.
Und vor der Küstenstraße war ein sogenannter Schützengraben. So nach der Manier angelegt, wie vielleicht zu Zeiten des alten Fritzen. So zack, zack, zack. 3/4 Meter tief allerhöchstens. Und so alle 20 Meter war irgendeine Stahl- oder Blechkuppel. Und dann sind wir da rein und da haben wir gesehen, in dem einen war ein belgisches MG, in dem anderen war ein tschechisches MG. Wir haben uns nicht die Zeit genommen, überhaupt festzustellen, ob da auch die nötige Munition dazu da war. Und vor diesem Schützengraben war ein Drahthindernis. Und aus irgendeinem Grund hatte mein Kommandeur damals lange Hosen an. Wir sind darüber, da hat sich die Hosen nicht zerrissen. Das war der Atlantikwall, den wir da kennengelernt hatten.
The most powerful German units in France were the armoured or Panzer divisions. Rommel wanted these stationed on the coast, but he was only given 3. The rest were held back as part of a strategic reserve, which could only be used with Hitler's approval.
The 2 most important generals in the Western Theater, von Schweppenberg and von Rundstedt, were reluctant to release the Panzers and wanted to keep them as a mobile reserve near Paris. But Erwin Rommel had experienced Allied air power in North Africa, and he knew that keeping the reinforcements so far away from Normandy would mean that they would get cut to pieces when they did eventually try to move up to the front.
Allied soldiers tasked with breaching Rommel's new defences began transferring to landing craft. Rough weather, which had already forced Eisenhower to delay the invasion by 24 hours, made it a hazardous operation.
The boats were going up and down, you know, the big boat and the landing craft. So you had to watch yourself or you get your feet caught between the 2 boats and you get injured. And actually, some people fell in the water and drowned.
When we were lowered over the sides of the ship with davits and ropes, when the little boats hit the water, they were thrown around like matchsticks. The English Channel happened to be 15-foot waves on D-Day. So we were all soaked with the icy cold English Channel. And being that the LCAs had very low sides, the water was coming in, the bilge pumps could not get rid of the water. So we had to take off our steel helmets and bail out the water in order to stay afloat.
As dawn broke, Allied soldiers in the landing craft witnessed an awesome display of firepower to soften up the enemy.
The battleship started bombing, and I'm saying, my God, what is going on? This is incredible, guys. You know, I hope to God I live long enough to remember it so I can tell somebody about it.
Franz Goerkel, a soldier with 716th Infantry Division on Omaha Beach, had hoped this moment would never come.
Kam der Kamerad, der Wache hatte, und rief in den Bunker rein, Alarm, Alarm. Und dann haben wir uns umgedreht, haben den ausgeschimpft und haben gesagt, lass uns in Ruhe, wir wollen mal schlafen. Und dann dauert es nicht lange, kommt ein Unteroffizier von uns in den Bunker rein und brüllt dann richtig rein und schreit, Kerls, sagt er, jetzt wird's aber ernst.
The big guns were shooting the targets way far in, and all we could hear was a
Due to local tides, US landings began at 6:30 a.m., 1 hour ahead of the British and Canadians. At Utah, landing craft carrying troops of the US 4th Division landed in a weakly defended stretch of coastline and were soon advancing inland with just 197 casualties. But off Omaha, things quickly began to go wrong. Here, the beaches were held by experienced German troops from the 352nd Infantry Division, and the preparatory bombardments had failed to dislodge them. US bombers, nervous about hitting their own ships, dropped their bombs far inland and missed the beach entirely, while thousands of rockets fired from landing craft fell harmlessly into the sea.
Not one rocket shell fell among the dam or hit the beach line. They all dropped off into the water.
As the landing craft, carrying 1,450 men of the assault wave, neared the beach, they started taking heavy fire. The eastern half of the beach was assaulted by the battle-hardened 1st Division, the Big Red One.
When we came off of that boat, I lost one man alongside of him. My radio man was hit. I believe killed, because the radio itself, which was on his back, was hit, which means that the bullets would have had to come through him to get to the radio. I can remember looking at him, and as I stepped over him, and at that point, I didn't hesitate. I had already told the men, when the ramp went down, I turned around and yelled at my 2 squad leaders that were behind me, go straight in.
You could hit a machine gun bullets going off the ramp, you know, because the Germans were traversing like this, hitting all the boats coming in.
I didn't get but about 20 or 30 yards when the bullets were hitting around me on my feet, and there was an obstacle there that I made for, and I went down on one knee behind the obstacle for a short time, but just for seconds, because one bullet in one instance actually hit the steel.
The western half of the beach was assaulted by men of the untested 29th Division.
I was the 5th man on the left side of our little craft, behind Clarice Riggs of Pennsylvania, and he was gunned down on the ramp and went face down into the water. And I dove in behind him, and I was neck deep in bloody red water with my rifle over my head.
The Jerry's just opened up. They knew we were going to be there. They were waiting for us. And in effect, A Company and part of B Company were massacred right on the beach. There was nothing left of them.
Das waren ganz arme Kerls da unten, die Ersten. Die Ersten sind noch fast gar nicht, da ist fast gar keiner von durchgekommen. Überhaupt nicht, möchte man sagen. Da waren unsere Waffen, die waren ja noch alle in Ordnung, ne?
Don McCarthy's landing craft was swamped before it made the beach. He and his comrades had to swim for it.
When I went in the water, I went down head first in the water, but the air that was in the helmet pulled me back up top. I got my CO belt, I got rid of everything. All I've got on is my little 29th Division jacket, that's it. The combat jacket is gone, the rifle is gone, my camera's gone. I'm saying, son of a gun, my dad will kill me because I lost the camera. And I said, God, please, 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 get me off this beach and I'll do anything you want in my whole life if you just do this for me now. And the smoke came over. That was the miracle.
As GIs struggled to survive the first moments of the assault on Omaha Beach, they were desperately counting on tank support, in the form of specially modified Sherman tanks.
This amazing object is actually a DD Sherman tank. It's a tank that floated. The whole problem was, for the Allies to invade the German beaches, we were going to need tanks very, very quickly to support the infantry. If you put all your tanks in one landing craft and they go ashore and that landing craft is hit, they all get sunk. If you can spread the tanks out, let them float ashore, then you're spreading your risk. And so they developed the Sherman, and they call it the Sherman DD, duplex drive using something called displacement. You put a canvas screen, like we've got on this model here, around the outside of the vehicle, and it actually displaces enough water that you can float a 30-ton Sherman tank. The idea being the tracks can take you across the land, but in the water, they actually add propellers to the back of the vehicle to take it through the water and get onto the beach. For the Germans, there's accounts of them thinking these tanks, as they're coming to shore, are just canvas boats. And suddenly that screen drops and there's a 75mm gun of a Sherman tank pointing at them. And so that fear factor and the shock factor as well of those tanks coming ashore has an impact on the German defenders.
On Omaha, American commanders insisted on launching the DD tanks 3 miles out, into rougher seas than anything they'd trained for. The consequences were disastrous.
The water would come up to roughly where that black line is, and it's got about a 3-foot freeboard. It was considered safe to go in waves of up to a foot high, but nothing much higher.
27 out of 29 tanks sank in 6-foot waves. And with only 2 of the tanks making it to shore, whole squads of infantry were mown down as they tried to cross 80 yards of open beach. With US troops at Omaha pinned down and taking heavy casualties, at 0730 hours, British and Canadian landings began at Gold, Juno and Sword. Royal Marine Commando Vincent Horton, who had already dodged bombs and bullets in Italy and Africa, knew only too well the dangers that lay ahead.
You never expect to survive. You always take the assumption that the first in are going to take the casualties.
As the landing craft began their approach, the success of Operation Neptune hung in the balance. Another disaster like Omaha, and the entire invasion could be headed towards catastrophe.
I see a boat get a direct hit, and you can see all the bodies going up in the air, and I don't think anyone lived out of that lot.
As the first wave of British and Canadian soldiers approached the shores of Normandy, they ran a gauntlet of artillery fire, beach obstacles, and anti-tank mines.
My craft hit an obstacle out in the water, and it blew the whole front of the landing craft up in the air, and I was towards the back, thank God. There was nothing but water pouring in, and guys up in the front, they were all done for. That was it for them. They were game over.
British and Canadian troops thrown into the sea were encumbered not just by kit, but by their uniforms.
The soldiers all had this rough, hairy serge battle dress uniform, very hard-wearing wool. It was virtually waterproof in a rainstorm. Obviously, if you waded ashore, you'd be soaking wet, but the whole thing was great because it dried off as you moved around. You heated it up from the inside out. For D-Day itself, some of the troops were issued with what was called the 1942 battle jerkin. The intention of the designer was to have a one-piece garment that the soldiers could literally carry everything in one piece of kit. Every soldier was wearing this very, very simple life belt, which was worn around the neck and tied around the waist, and they would then have the thing half inflated so that it already had a bit of air in, and if when you came off the landing craft you're in deep water and you got in trouble, you could then eject your fighting equipment and inflate this to actually keep you afloat until you managed to get ashore.
But many men made a basic error with fatal consequences.
Their life-saving apparatus, which they had round them, was quite often round their waist instead of being under their armpits. And because of the weight of their packs and ammunition and things they carried, sometimes they got in deep water and they would just turn over and drown.
Troops that made it to the beach were under strict orders to keep moving.
If you join, particularly an infantry unit, 30, 40 of you in a platoon, you're brothers. You are friends, you are brothers, and if one of you gets hit, your instinct is to help, but your orders were to run on and leave him. It's quite a tough thing to do, to leave your friend laying there.
The scenes on Omaha are synonymous with the Normandy landings. But in contrast, many British and Canadian units faced much lighter defences and were able to get ashore relatively unscathed. Crucially, unlike at Omaha, many DD tanks made it to shore.
We launched into shallow-ish water. When we went off the ramp, the screen was fully up, you see. And so we were going through, avoiding the hedgehogs, which were these iron stanchions with a 75mm German shell on the top, or a mine. And so we had to weave our way through those, motoring along on the bottom.
Like the DD, other specialised tanks were used to bust through German beach defences. Amongst them, the Crab.
This is the Sherman Crab, and the idea here is on the front of a standard Sherman tank, these boom arms have been led forward with a drum on. The drum rotates at about 142 revolutions a minute, and it spins metal chains. There's 43 of them here, and they beat the ground and blow up mines ahead of the vehicle as it goes forward.
When they landed, everybody was doing their own thing. The beach master was trying to set up his post to control the beach. The flail tank was getting on with getting rid of the mines, and the stretcher bearers were picking up the dead. Everybody had a little job to do, and that was the marvellous thing.
Meanwhile, at Omaha, survivors of the first two waves were still pinned down on the beach. One problem was that most of their equipment was at the bottom of the sea.
They lost guns, they lost equipment, they lost Bangalore torpedoes, which was one of the biggest losses. Because without Bangalore torpedoes, we couldn't get through the barbed wire.
A Bangalore torpedo was a 5-foot section of pipe filled with TNT that could be screwed to another section to create a pole. This could then be pushed under barbed wire to blow a path through. Sergeant Reynolds found himself alongside one of the few men on the beach still carrying his torpedo.
He gets to the top of the shingle bank, and he slides it across the top of the shingle bank where the barbed wire was. The man took the second section of the Bangalore, clipped the two of them together, stuck a fuse into the end of the Bangalore, pulled the cord, which was the igniter, and got back away from the torpedo. And after 5 seconds, it didn't go off. So anyway, he crawls right back up without any hesitation, takes the bad fuse ladder out, puts another one in, look back to see if he can back up, pulled the fuse ladder and started backward, and only made just one little shove backwards. But he was killed by either machine gun or rifle fire before the Bangalore went off. My face is this close to his, and he's looking right into my eye when he died. And he died by just, he had a look in his face that, to me, at the time, was pretty much like surprise. And he just closed his eyes and dropped his head. Now, this all happened in about 5 seconds' time, and then the Bangalore torpedo went off. Of course, it blew a hole, and I was up immediately and through that barbed wire.
Harley Reynolds was the first man in his sector to make it through the wire and up the bluffs. Along the beach, small groups of men fought their way out of the killing zone and onto the ridge that overlooked the beach. One inspirational figure that morning was the 29th Division's Assistant Commander, Brigadier General Dutch Cotter. Norman Dutch Cotter was a career soldier and West Point graduate who preferred to be in the field with his men than sat behind a desk. On D-Day, he came ashore at Omaha with the second wave, and at 51 may well have been the oldest man on the beach. As an amphibious warfare expert, he'd warned that Omaha would be tough. Seeing the chaos that had engulfed the first wave, Cotter rallied survivors and personally led a charge through the wire to restore momentum. In some sectors, Navy destroyers came to the rescue, blasting German positions from close range.
The only thing that saved us was this U.S. Navy destroyer, the USS Frankfurt, came in real close without running aground and started banging away at the hill. The skipper saw puffs of smoke. He figured it was machine guns firing, so he suppressed the fire up on the top of the hill. And that's what allowed us to get through the exit and get on up the hill.
US troops were in no mood for mercy. Although grievously wounded, Hal Baumgarten had fought his way into the German defenses.
We got to a machine gun nest with about 5 Germans in it, and they were holding our advance off. These guys wanted to surrender, but we had one Ranger with us, and he had his submachine gun, and he emptied his submachine gun into these Germans. I wouldn't fire at anybody like that, but this Ranger was so, he had lost so much men on the beach, he just went wild.
On each landing beach, Navy officers were tasked with keeping the invasion moving.
The way that man was acting, he was cool as a cucumber, just standing there, shit. Come on, get off the beach, get off. And chasing him off the beach as though he was in the middle of the road or school crossing.
As units did start moving inland, German strongpoints, snipers and minefields slowed the advance to a crawl. On the invasion's western flank, American units advancing from Utah made contact with airborne forces. For Lieutenant Frank Gregg and his platoon of paratroopers, it was just in time to lend much-needed assistance.
I heard tank coming up behind me. I looked back and it was one of our tanks that had gotten coming over the beach. So the lieutenant rolled his tank up there and he yelled down at me, "Hey, Lieutenant, I got 30 minutes of fuel left in this thing. What can I do to help you?" I said, "You see that road junction right up there where that firing is coming from?" He said, "Yes." I said, "That is my colonel wants me to capture that road junction and hold it. So if you could help us out, sure appreciate it." He says, "Okay." He says, "I'll throw a 75 millimeter shell in there and should quiet them down." So I said, "Good." He cut loose a 75, it went bang right into the position.
With each hour that passed, the Allied foothold in France became more secure as reinforcements poured ashore from landing craft and ships. The feared German counterattack had yet to materialize. But German panzers were finally on the move, their orders to drive the Allies back into the sea. Rommel had insisted that the Allies had to be defeated on the beaches in the first 24 hours. But no major German counterattack had yet been launched. Disastrously, Rommel himself was on leave in Germany, having been assured by weather experts that an invasion was impossible that week. As he raced back to France by car, the German Panzer Reserve sat idle all morning, because the only man who could authorize its use, the Führer, remained wary of Allied intentions.
The main reason that people always hear, and that you can find in every literature and in a lot of films, is the fact that Hitler slept through the attack and no one dared wake him up because he was a man who liked to sleep very long. There is some truth to that. However, there are also pure military reasons as to why the counterattack hadn't launched. The main reason for that is that the Germans were actually still expecting a second bigger and major invasion somewhere in the Pas-de-Calais area. So because of that, they kept back their strategic reserve because they regarded in the early hours of the D-Day landings, the D-Day landings only as a diversionary attack.
At the high command level, at Rommel's level and farther up, the Germans spent the whole day dithering about what to do and let go a prime opportunity to drive the Allies back into the sea.
It was left to General Marx, commanding the 84th Infantry Corps in Normandy, to take charge of the situation. General Erich Marx was a highly skilled staff officer who'd taken part in the German invasions of Poland and France. and helped plan Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. As a division commander on the Eastern Front, he'd lost a leg in combat, but remained in the army, winning promotion to General of Artillery, and in 1943 being given command of the 84th Infantry Corps in Normandy. D-Day, the 6th of June, happened to be his 53rd birthday. Marx ordered his strongest available reserve, the 21st Panzer Division, to make a counterattack. His final words to its officers: "If you don't succeed in throwing the British back into the sea, we shall have lost the war."
In this situation, General Marx unleashed 21st Panzer Division. The 21st Panzer Division was his iron fist that he had in the Normandy area. The other German divisions were all of particularly low quality, one or two exceptions perhaps, but the other reserves were about 120 kilometers behind the beaches, and it would take some time to bring these up to engage in the fighting, not least because of attacks by French partisans, also by attacks by the Allied Air Force, so they understood these things would take time.
At 4 p.m, lead units of the British 3rd Division advancing from Sword Beach through woods and hedgerows reported German tanks on the move. At this stage, the greatest threat came from the workhorse of the German armoured divisions, the Panzer IV.
The Panzer IV is a hugely effective tank, and they make over 8,500 of them during the course of the war. It starts its life as being an infantry support vehicle designed with a short-barreled 75mm gun, but Hitler insists it has a long-barreled, high-velocity 75mm gun fitted to it. Very effective for knocking out enemy tanks, and the other great thing about the Panzer IV is they were able to upgrade it when it was in service. One of the reasons the Panzer IV was considered such a successful and well-designed tank was about the crew ergonomics. If we look inside, the commander's position is actually right in the middle of the turret. And he's actually got an eye line on one side to his loader, who's loading that 75mm gun, and on the other side to the gunner, who's actually doing the aiming and firing of the gun. He can actually just about see through to the front of the tank, where we've got the driver and the radio operator. And why that's important, in the stress of battle, if you talk to veterans, that idea of a wink, a smile, a firm order at the right time, a calming voice, that can be just as important as the technology that you've got around you.
The 21st Panzer Division launched its attack, but quickly ran into heavy fire from British tanks and anti-tank guns. By 9 p.m, a handful of Germans had fought their way to the Channel coast, just in time for an awesome spectacle. A vast air armada approaching from the sea, 250 Dakotas, towing as many gliders. This was Operation Mallard, the arrival of the British 6th Air Landing Brigade to reinforce the earlier airborne landings.
Out to sea, the sky was black with aircraft, as they say, and you could see there would look like hundreds of planes coming in towing gliders. And as we set off, the gliders started coming down. A couple of them would burst through this hedge at the side of the right-hand side of the road.
As gliders began landing behind them, the German units retreated back towards Caen to avoid being cut off. As D-Day came to an end, exhausted frontline troops slept where they could, in scraped trenches or alongside their vehicles.
It was a strange first night on D-Day because we didn't attack anybody and nobody attacked us, at least in my case.
I say to myself, son of a gun, we actually made it. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, Mom and Dad, I'm really in France. I'm here. I made it.
We finished flailing in that field, and we just rolled up in our blankets and went to sleep.
By the end of D-Day, the Allies had gained a vital foothold on the French coast, though they had failed to reach several key objectives, including the city of Caen. But crucially, 160,000 British, Canadian and US troops were safely ashore, and in the days to come, that figure doubled. Over 5 days, more than 54,000 vehicles and 100,000 tons of supplies were also landed. But the human cost was high. It's been estimated that on that first day, there were around 3,000 British and Canadian casualties, and 6,500 American, about half of them at Omaha Beach. The number of German losses is unknown, but it's estimated that there were between 4,000 and 9,000 German casualties on that fateful day. Though the Allies were short of their objectives, it was clear that Operation Neptune had been an overwhelming success. In crossing the Channel and breaching the Atlantic Wall in a single day, the Allies had overcome the greatest obstacle standing between them and Nazi Germany. But for all the horror and heroism, D-Day was the first day in a bloody 3-month battle for Normandy, and only the beginning of a long and grueling road to victory in Europe. Following the enormous success of D-Day, Allied forces faced a bitter struggle for the French city of Caen.
When the 3rd British tried to capture Caen in Operation Mitten, they were slaughtered.
I knew it was me already. And when you're like that, you don't think the bullets actually were whipping past my euro, I can tell you.
A battle that would descend into weeks of bloody, attritional fighting. A living hell for soldiers on the front line.
Da ging ein Kampf, ich glaube, über 14 Tage mit fast täglichem Wechsel des Besitzers dieser Höhe 112.
One of the toughest battles in France. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget the experience.
June 1944, and Hitler's Germany was on the back foot. In Russia, it had suffered disastrous defeats at Stalingrad and Kursk, and now struggled to hold back Stalin's Red Army. In Italy, the Germans had abandoned Rome and were retreating north. While in northern France, on D-Day, the 6th of June, Allied forces had opened the long-awaited Second Front, fighting their way ashore at Normandy in the largest operation in military history. Now, the region's capital, Caen, became the focus of a gigantic slugging match between Allied and German forces. For the Allies, Caen was the key to breaking out of Normandy, but was proving a hard nut to crack.
Taking of Caen was a very important part of the operation, because by holding the town, you held the main routes in and out of Normandy, rail and road.
Edwin Bramall was a 20-year-old infantry officer during the Battle of Normandy, who went on to become the head of British armed forces.
All our fighting, to begin with, was in sight of Caen, really, and which we'd hoped to get the first day, but it didn't work out like that.
Bruce Melanson from Nova Scotia had lied about his age so he could be sent overseas with his unit in 1940.
Montgomery and Churchill and then our own generals at that particular time, they informed us that we were to take Caen in 2 weeks. It took us almost 2 months.
The killing fields of Normandy were the first experience of combat for thousands of Allied soldiers, often pitched against elite German units in a costly struggle to break their resistance. As a young officer, Patrick Delaforce commanded a troop of 4 self-propelled artillery guns in Normandy.
Everybody put a brave face on it because we knew it was a war of attrition, that with a bit of luck, if one of our chaps were being killed, with a bit of luck, maybe one of the Germans was being killed.
With the Germans rapidly sending reinforcements to Normandy, The Allies now had to quickly build up their own forces, fight off the expected German counterattack, and launch their assault on Caen. The task fell to commander of Allied land forces in Normandy, General Bernard Montgomery. Popularly known as Monty, Britain's foremost general of the Second World War was a supremely professional and precise commander, who distinguished himself early in the war by getting his division out of Dunkirk almost unscathed. Rapid promotion followed, and in 1942, Monty was given command of British and Commonwealth forces in North Africa, where he decisively defeated Rommel's Afrika Korps. A prickly character who many found unbearably arrogant, he was nonetheless popular with his men.
Montgomery was an extremely capable commander with a massive ego who had the habit, particularly after the war, of saying that he could pre-plan all his battles perfectly and the enemy never had any say in it. He just carried out his master plan. The way the Battle of Normandy was fought, once the initial landings were over, Montgomery focused entirely on the British and Canadian side, and he left the Americans, good alliance politics, to fight their own battle.
While US First Army under General Omar Bradley slowly fought its way through Normandy hedgerows on the Allied right flank, Monty began planning the capture of Caen. For the Battle of Caen, Montgomery would rely on Lieutenant General Dempsey's British Second Army. Initially, it had just the divisions that landed on D-Day. But more troops were landing in Normandy every day, including Monty's North Africa veterans, the 51st Highland and the famous 7th Armoured Division, the Desert Rats. Monty's men could also count on fire support from Royal Navy warships in the Channel, including the heavy guns of HMS Rodney and HMS Roberts. And thanks to the Allies' complete air superiority over Normandy, there would be close air support from bombers and fighter bombers. The Allies were currently stalled 4 miles short of Caen. Canadian attempts to take the city by frontal attack had been repelled by the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend. So Montgomery ordered a pincer attack to squeeze Caen from the east with an attack by the 51st Highland Division towards Ranville, and the west with an attack spearheaded by 7th Armoured towards Tilly-sur-Seulles. He had high hopes his North Africa veterans would soon secure Caen for the Allies. But 7th Armoured's advance soon ran into the difficult Normandy countryside, known as Bocage, a labyrinth of sunken lanes and hedgerows. The Desert Rats were one of the few units equipped with the new British Cromwell tank.
There is a little tendency to judge tanks as if they're always fighting other tanks. And the Cromwell is never compared to something like a Panther as if it's an equal match. But it's fast, it's got the Meteor engine in the back. It's got Christie suspension, which means it's a very smooth ride. And it's actually got the relatively powerful 75mm gun on it. Now, one of the issues of the Cromwell is we could call a design fault. As you look at the vehicle, the driver has a hatch above his head, but if the turret is turned, firing, it can close over that hatch. And if the gun or the vehicle is hit, that means that the driver can't get out.
As 7th Armoured approached Tilly-sur-Seulles, they ran into units of the Panzer Lehr Division, an elite unit drawn from armoured warfare instructors that had just arrived in Normandy.
It's as if, if you look at the map afterwards, I have done it, as if you drew a line across the map and said, you've got this far, if you go any further, you're going to fight. And by golly, did we fight. And we went into Tilly-sur-Seulles and we did fight, and that was our first real combat situation. I think they had 25 goes at that before they eventually took Tilly-sur-Seulles. It was a hell of a fight. 12th Panzer Lehr were there.
They were not easy to deal with. They would put sticky bombs on tanks and things like that if they had half a chance. But I was troop leader for regimental headquarters. So I was further back, and the C Squadron was in front of us, and one of their troops turned sideways down a hedge at right angles, and every tank was knocked out. I saw them a week or two later, and they still had bits of people inside.
The point I've often made to my friends who were there on D-Day, when you got there was no Germans there. They didn't expect you, but they was expecting us, and they had tanks and God knows what else, you see.
I hit the deck, and the bloke walking near me must have taken a direct hit because his hands landed in front of me. As I hit the deck, a hand landed with me. The whole arm like that landed with me, and I screamed my head off.
Experienced German troops fought the British to a standstill. But the situation changed on the 12th of June. Attacks by the US 1st and 2nd Infantry Divisions on the British right flank found a gap in the German line. 7th Armoured Division advanced through the hole, making for Villers-Bocage, in an attempt to encircle Caen from the southwest. As British tanks arrived in the village of Villers-Bocage, French civilians came out to welcome them and celebrate the end of 4 years of occupation.
And we came in, beautiful day. People came out on the streets with flowers and cider and Calvados. And we thought, this is great, no sign of any Germans.
I wasn't particularly worried myself because the French people said, no, there's no German tanks actually in Villers-Bocage, it's all in Tracy-Bocage and the other villages around. So we went through the town quite quickly, and they told us, close up, close up. And so I was only about 20, 30 yards behind the colonel's tank.
But the French villagers were wrong, and their celebrations were premature.
We'd been told to expect 30% casualties at D-Day, but we didn't get them till Villers-Bocage.
Unbeknownst to John Cloudsley Thompson and his squadron, they decided to pause the advance right next door to a company of the 101st SS Heavy Tank Battalion, which was now approaching rapidly from the east.
I was rather busy looking at the map and trying to work out what was happening. And then, very suddenly, the tank in front of me burst into flames with a big explosion.
Their column had been ambushed by one of Germany's feared Tiger heavy tanks.
I saw this tank coming. It moved the 88mm just like that, then wham! And the shot came, and I was standing up in the turret looking through the periscope. I ducked down, and I felt a tingling between my legs. I thought, well, lucky my legs were apart, because I knew that the shot must have gone between.
In command of the 55-ton steel monster was a Waffen-SS legend, Obersturmführer Michael Wittmann.
He earns his reputation on the Eastern Front, and he's an absolute gift to the German propaganda machine. Wittmann's Tigers are in France in the summer of 1944, and after the D-Day landings, they are moved up to try and block British advances around Caen. As part of the advance, the British 7th Armoured Division races forward to capture high ground around the village of Villers-Bocage. Now, Wittmann's Tigers have just been offloaded, and they're resting very near that village. As soon as Wittmann hears that the British 7th Armoured are parked up on the side of the road, he attacks, and he knocks out many British vehicles.
Wittmann's 15-minute rampage through the town of Villers-Bocage knocked out 13 British tanks, 2 anti-tank guns, and 13 other armoured vehicles.
And that was actually pretty horrifying because you could see tanks being blown up, and then you think, well, it could be me next time, but then you have to dismiss that from your mind because that's the way life goes.
Wittmann's Tiger was eventually disabled by an anti-tank gun, but by then, the damage was done.
We'd lost half the regiment in that one day in Villers-Bocage, which was really disastrous.
German news services quickly leapt on Wittmann's success.
Now, the German propaganda machine immediately inflates this victory. He's interviewed on German radio that very evening. This inflates the reputation of Michael Wittmann and, of course, the Tiger tank. In actual fact, that battle was much more of a draw, and Wittmann had lost precious German assets, Tiger tanks, that could not easily be replaced.
The following night, the British returned to Villers-Bocage, when 300 heavy bombers unleashed devastation on the village and strategic crossroads.
We saw a lot of bombers coming over and clouds of smoke in the distance and masses of these British bombers coming over to bomb Villers-Bocage. And that's when it became the most heavily bombed town in Normandy, or anyway in the British sector during the war ever. It was very, very badly smashed.
The Allies could take some comfort from the fact they'd not had to face these powerful German armoured forces on D-Day itself. Army Group B commander Erwin Rommel had wanted these elite units stationed on the coast, ready to smash the Allied invasion on the beaches. But he'd been overruled by Adolf Hitler, who insisted the prized panzer divisions be held back as a reserve and used only with his explicit authority. Under the Third Reich, Hitler wielded complete power over the military as both Armed Forces Supreme Commander and Army Commander-in-Chief. He had no formal training as a tactical commander or officer and never rose beyond the rank of corporal during the Great War, but from 1940 onwards began to interfere more and more in military affairs.
By 1944, Hitler had certainly gotten very untrusting of the German high command, and he wanted to make sure that they were doing what he wanted them to do. That meant things like giving out stand-fast orders where he refused to allow German forces to retreat, telling cities to hold at all costs no matter what the Allies did, and generally getting down to a much lower level than the leader of Germany should have been getting.
Hitler only allowed Rommel 3 panzer divisions to place along the coast. The rest were held back for a decisive counterattack once it was clear where the main Allied invasion was heading. But on D-Day, Hitler's order came too late for the Panzer Reserve to reach the Normandy beaches. So on D-Day itself, the Caen sector was defended by just one weak infantry division of 7th Army, with 21st Panzer Division as a local reserve. But within 24 hours, reinforcements began to arrive from the 1st SS Panzer Corps, and 3 weeks later, from the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. These powerful formations were well equipped and highly motivated.
The showcase divisions included a number of divisions of the Waffen-SS. This was the Nazi Party's private army, independent, at least in structure and organization, of the German army. The Waffen-SS formed from originally what had been the SS, the people who stood as guards for Hitler when he was speaking in the 1930s, and they had grown up by 1944 into a force of about 30 divisions around the world. Fighting in Normandy were 2 of the most remarkable of the German divisions. The 1st SS Panzer, the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler's bodyguard. These were men who were highly committed Nazis and very effective troops indeed. And the division that was spun off from the 1st SS Panzer Division, the Hitler Youth Division, the 12th SS Division Hitler Jugend.
When the Hitler Youth Division was formed in late 1943, they were looking for experienced officers and non-commissioned officers to build the cadre around which they would build this particular division. The ranks and files would then be filled by very young men, and that's why it's called the Hitler Youth Division. So a lot of people were, well, around the age of 18, some of them even younger. And most of these experienced cadres came from the 1st SS Panzer Division. So there was a bit of a relationship between the 2 divisions.
They were Führertreu, they were true to the Führer, and their commitment to Hitler and their fighting abilities were second to none. At the same time, that same commitment made them much more likely to shoot prisoners, or kill civilians.
Now facing the cream of Hitler's army, it was more vital than ever that the Allies move reinforcements and supplies rapidly from ships to beaches and then to the front line. To achieve this, they'd set up a hugely sophisticated operation involving thousands of ships, landing craft and amphibious vehicles, as well as 2 giant artificial harbours, codenamed Mulberry A and B. A week after D-Day, the Allies were landing 30,000 troops and 7,000 vehicles every day. But freak weather was about to throw Allied plans into chaos. On the 19th of June, the worst storm to hit Normandy in 40 years tore through the Channel.
June was selected as being the perfect month for the Normandy invasion. It turned out to be almost disastrous. The American harbour on the other side of Ardennes broke up, so that was of no use. These massive concrete blocks that the harbour was made of were just tossed around by the seas.
The storm wrecked 800 ships and landing craft, 5 times as many as were lost during the actual D-Day assault.
You have to realise that a 3,500-ton flat-bottomed landing craft, it's a bit like a shoebox. You put it on the water and you blow at it and it will go anywhere. And an LSC of that size, it got blown, and we got well blown.
The beaches were strewn with wreckage and took days to clear.
The consequence of this particular storm was that Allied logistics was thrown into disarray. The logistical resupply of the Allied forces after the storm is down by 50%. And this, of course, gives the Germans, you might argue, a bit of a breathing space. Of course, the Allies still have sheer superiority in man and material, but if they had had both of these Mulberry harbours, things would have been even worse for the Germans.
The storm forced Montgomery to postpone a new offensive against Caen by 5 days. He knew it could prove a costly delay, since according to top-secret intelligence, the enemy were about to receive major reinforcements.
The Germans had what they believed was an unbreakable code that they could use to communicate. They used something called the Enigma machine, which looked like an oversized typewriter. But one of those Enigma machines had actually fallen into the hands of Polish intelligence during the German invasion of Poland in 1939, and the Poles got it to the British. Once they got the machine, the British code-breaking unit at Bletchley Park worked 24/7 to break the German codes and make sure that they could read German messages. For General Montgomery, what Ultra allowed him to do in the battle for Caen was understand what German units were arriving in the defensive lines and how he should respond to them.
Monty was determined to press ahead with his new offensive before German reinforcements entered the battle. The attack, codenamed Operation Epsom, began with a monstrous barrage by 700 guns, including the heavy guns of 4 Royal Navy warships firing at a range of more than 10 miles.
I've seen one Tiger tank that was hit by one of the shells from the Warspite. It was turned over rather like a dinky toy, but that was very rare.
Bombardments by both sides were steadily laying waste to the Norman countryside. Hundreds of farm animals were caught in the crossfire, their carcasses left to fester in the summer heat.
That's one of the worst things I can remember, really. And it was really disgusting. But, you couldn't help yourself. You didn't move. You had to keep under cover. But you might have 4 or 5 dead cows in the field. There's nothing to gosh, is the smell of death.
In the wake of the massive bombardment, 2 fresh divisions from British 8th Corps, supported by nearly 600 tanks, would attack south, cross the Ardennes River, and swing round to encircle Caen. Supporting attacks would be made by the Canadian 3rd Division at Carpiquet Airfield and 49th West Riding Division towards Roré. But the Germans had organized a skillful defense in depth, and casualties were high.
We had to go through countryside there was open fields. So the snipers were having a ball. You know, they was knocking mainly officers, because then, when they first landed, they had their pips up and their revolver, and, you know, it was obvious officers, so we came running, get the officer. And they were shooting them. We had to finish out with one officer.
So there was a lot of fire about, tremendous lot of fire, anti-tank fire, artillery fire. The 15th Scottish Division had a very difficult battle. They lost 250 men in the first hour. We ourselves got shelled a lot, and we also first met this awful weapon, the naval Vith, which is a smoke thrower, and it's called the Moaning Mini, and that produced this awful humming sound. And then all these mortar bombs covered an area about the size of a football field. Luckily, you had this warning. So as soon as you heard this awful moaning noise, you took what cover you could in a ditch or in a trench or something like that.
The supporting attack at Rhine also ran into fierce opposition.
And we took a couple of villages and we did 3 attacks, and each one of them was large casualties, as all the attacks in Normandy were. And we were pushed back just as soon as we went forward. If you made a gain of 100 yards, that was a major victory, because fighting was beginning to become so terribly intense. And our first 3 attacks, we lost a lot of people.
It took 2 days of grueling combat to get across the Ardennes River. Then, on the far bank, they faced a battle for a long, low ridge that soon became infamous. Hill 112.
It was the highest point on a series of rolling downland, and it was called 112 simply because it was 112 feet above sea level. It was in a commanding position overlooking the city of Caen, which you could see quite clearly.
Rommel himself said that whoever held Hill 112 held Normandy. We was in the 15th Scottish Division, which was at the side of the hill, and that was known as the Scottish Corridor. Before it was named Death Valley. We was losing there 150 men a day.
Time and again, British soldiers were ordered to advance across open wheat fields, just waiting for dug-in German machine gun crews to open up with one of their most feared weapons.
Because the Germans had been there much, much longer than we'd been there, they had proper positions that were mainly guarded properly with sandbags and what have you, so they were difficult to get rid of. And their machine guns was knocking our blokes out right, left and centre.
The British were up against the devastating MG42, nicknamed Hitler's Zipper.
The German MG42 light machine gun was typical of the German design. Heavily over-engineered, beautifully made, and used an enormous amount of bullets. It was a very feared weapon, there's no doubt about that. Allied soldiers remembered the sound of it. It was just like the sound of tearing paper.
There's no machine gun that fires like an MG42. It's a brip, brip, brip.
Like a string of Chinese firecrackers going off next to your ear. That's at once, and and they're very rapid.
You know, have no options. Once it starts, you've got it. You either get hit or you don't get hit, one or the other.
But the MG42's extraordinary rate of fire had its drawbacks.
It fired 1,200 rounds a minute, twice the rate of anything that the British used. And the problem with that is that the more bullets you fire, the more bullets you need to make, the more you need to supply, the more you need to transport, the more you need to carry into action.
War ein luftgekühltes Maschinengewehr, das theoretisch in der Minute 3000 Schuss schießen konnte. Das war aber technisch nicht möglich, weil niemand in der Lage war, diese 3000 Schuss in einer Minute vorzuhalten. Es gab 3 MG-Schützen, der das MG hatte, und dann 2, die nur die Munition trugen. Die hatten in so Kästen, und da waren vielleicht 200 drin in jedem Kasten, und jeder konnte 2 Kästen schleppen. Und Sie können sich vorstellen, bis da 200 Schuss raus waren, da braucht man schon ein bisschen Zeit. Also das mit der Minute war Theorie.
In 4 bloody days of attack and counterattack, British 8th Corps suffered 4,000 casualties. British Sherman tanks occupied the forward slopes of Hill 112, but then, astoundingly, they were pulled back.
And they got up to the top, which was a brilliant operation. And then, like the Duke of York's army, they were told to come down again, and nobody ever knew why. And the answer was that Bletchley Park's Ultra had told Montgomery that 2 powerful SS armoured divisions, panzer divisions, were coming up from the south, and that if we'd stayed up there, the whole division, 11th, would have been cut off. And Monty didn't dare risk us at that early stage, so we came down again.
Montgomery therefore took the decision to pull back slightly from the upper slopes of Hill 112 to the next safe position. When the attack up what is called the Roré Spur occurred, the British were waiting for it, and they halted it with heavy German casualties. Montgomery was ready for them. That's the difference Ultra made.
The SS Panzer Division's counterattack was shattered by overwhelming Allied firepower, anti-tank and artillery guns, and strafing attacks by fighter bombers. But despite this, the Allies' swift advance through Normandy had hit an impasse, and Monty couldn't afford to lose momentum. What happened next was to be one of the most controversial episodes of the Normandy campaign. Caen was still in German hands. Montgomery's first 2 attempts to take the city by envelopment had failed. In July, he decided to send British 1st Corps straight up the middle. Ahead of the assault, codenamed Operation Charnwood, 467 bombers pulverized the northern approaches to the city.
I watched the terrific aerial bombardment of Caen, but very close. I mean, I could feel the whole ground. I saw the bombers coming over and feel the whole ground shake. And we were very close to the bombing.
1 or 2 got hit by anti-aircraft fire, I suppose, and 1 was damaged, but at least he got down. And we all rushed up the hill to see if we could help. But he said, keep away, we've still got bombs on board. So we all ran back down the hill again.
It was blown to bits, Caen was. We always wondered why we'd bombed it so heavy, because when you bomb a place, it makes terrific hiding for infantry, and it makes your job worse and worse.
German positions were then blasted by the 16-inch guns of HMS Rodney, as well as the 6-inch guns of cruisers HMS Belfast and Emerald. Then strafed by RAF Typhoons.
And we had a real view of the Typhoons going into action. And what we saw from where we were on the plains overlooking it. And we could see the Typhoons going in with their rockets, firing on the Tigers from behind. Mind, the fire they were receiving, anti-aircraft fire, was terrific. You know, as Morrow said, they ever got through it.
They did such a wonderful job, those Typhoons. Used to watch them coming, zoom, holy mackerel. Really made you shiver a little bit because of the fact they knew that the enemy was down there, accepting all this, you know.
British and Canadians slowly fought their way through German-held villages into the outskirts of Caen.
Between the coast and Caen, there were about 7 or 8 fortified villages where the Germans had fortified everything and based large numbers of artillery guns, field guns, anti-tank guns. And Galmanche was one of these fortified villages. And we fought twice at Galmanche, and we had one day where we were without infantry, where our infantry had lost so heavily, the colonel pulled the rest of them, or their colonel pulled them out from there. And B Squadron, my squadron of tanks, was in there one day, and we were static. The Germans were on the high ground in the village looking down on us and could see everything that was happening. And every time we moved, they were shelling us, and they were shelling us continuously for a period of about 4 or 5 hours when we were without infantry. And we had orders to hold it and not to pull back. So we had to literally sit there and be shot at.
A mortar come over, the most devastating blast I ever heard in my life. It landed right between Alec Duncan's legs. He was the one in the middle. I don't remember anything that happened, except for a few minutes later, Harold Burden, which was on the left of Alec Duncan, said, "How you doing, Hook?" I said, "I don't know. I don't know how I'm doing." I said, "How's Alec doing?" He says, "Alec is dead. He'd lost both his legs. Both his legs."
On the right of the advance, in house-to-house fighting through the ruins of Caen, the Canadians were again facing die-hard fanatics of the Hitler Youth Division. And rumours were circulating of a massacre of Canadian prisoners.
In this Battle of Caen, we were up against Hitler's toughest troops, the SS troops, under General Kurt Meyer. And he's the jerk that killed 24 of our Canadians in the Abbey. He murdered them.
Kurt Meyer, seen here, was convicted after the war by a Canadian court for his part in the murder of Canadian prisoners during the battle.
Well, I'm still mad about it. I still feel that they didn't fight fair. I mean, there's a right and a wrong way to fight a war, and sure, get killed in action or shoot somebody, and not necessarily after he's taken prisoner. That's wrong. That is very wrong. Well, I don't forgive and forget. I just put it in the back of my mind and say, that's the way they were, and they'll. we're not going to change history now.
Fighting around Caen assumed new levels of brutality, with accusations of the shooting of prisoners by both sides.
One of the things that started happening in Normandy was the regular execution of Allied soldiers by German divisions. Some of this was from German units that had been brutalized on the Eastern Front and were extremely violent on the Western Front. Some of this was from units that were more deeply Nazified and patriotic, like the Hitler Jugend. But the result was, as around in the Battle of Caen, where a number of Canadian soldiers were executed, was that Allied soldiers were getting shot after they had surrendered. The response on the part of the Allied soldiers was often to execute German prisoners in revenge.
After a day of heavy fighting, the pressure from the Allies was so great that Rommel decided to abandon northern Caen and withdraw his forces across the River Orne. On the 9th of July, the northern half of Caen fell to the Allies. Not much of it was left.
Well, it's just pile of rubble. You know, the Air Force done a really good job in it, because I don't think there's a stone left standing there, to be quite honest. They'd more or less wiped it out altogether.
So the combination of the two armies meeting and firing into a town in the centre, plus the fact that a 1,000-bomber raid was put on it, meant that the town was a massive ruin and rubble.
When we got through past the cobbles, we saw the cathedral was standing, and there was a hospital place beside it with Red Cross marked on it, and that had missed, the bombing had missed that. And that's where most of the French people who were in the town had gathered in this hospital. And so they escaped. There were a lot of people killed, but not as many as would have been if it hadn't been for the sheltering in the hospital, which our bombers had been avoiding.
There was no let-up for the Germans. The next day, Montgomery launched Operation Jupiter. This time, the 43rd Wessex Division would attempt to capture the strategic Hill 112.
We were asked to gain the summit, hold it and keep it, but the Germans were quite equally determined that we were not going to do so. So it was a battle of attrition, mostly between armour and armour, but the infantry were expected to advance over open fields.
Da ging ein Kampf, ich glaube, über 14 Tage mit fast täglichem Wechsel des Besitzers dieser Höhe 112. Mal waren wir da oben, mal waren die Engländer bzw. Kanadier, die dort auch im Einsatz waren, oben. Sehr verlustreich, ein kleines Wäldchen, das nachher gar nicht mehr zu erkennen war.
The fight around Hill 112 was an incredibly violent and intensive fight. The Germans had built up a substantial defense in depth, centered around machine guns, anti-tank weapons, high-velocity anti-aircraft and anti-tank guns, tanks, armored personnel carriers, and the Allied soldiers had to fight all their way through it. They knew if they popped their head up, even from a mile away, a German tank or gun might shoot it off. And so they had to slog their way through it, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, taking enormous casualties as they went.
The inexperienced Wessex Division were up against Waffen-SS troops supported by Tiger tanks of the 102nd SS Heavy Tank Battalion.
And it became almost a mantra that if you don't know what to do next, go down, dig down, and get your head under the ground level.
The struggle for Hill 112 decimated the Wessex Division. And still they couldn't take its summit, left a no-man's land strewn with dead men and destroyed vehicles.
We took around about 4,000 casualties on that period, on that battleground, which was the villages as well as the hill.
As the fighting raged, the Allies struck a lucky blow with potentially huge consequences. Rommel's staff car was strafed by a Canadian Spitfire and driven off the road. The driver was killed, and Rommel was left unconscious for a week.
The consequences of that are severe, because Rommel had been the driving force in the defense of northwestern France, behind the establishment of defensive positions, and of course he had a very clear view of how he wanted to fight the Allies, because he'd fought them before. The moment he's wounded, the German command structure is not really thrown into disarray, but one of the big problems is that the commander, von Kluge, basically now has to double hat. And not only is he now responsible for the conduct of all the force in northwestern France, but he also takes over Rommel's position as well. He becomes an extremely busy man, you might say. And his way of fighting differed quite severely from the way that Rommel wanted to fight.
With German high command in confusion, cautious, methodical Montgomery planned a final push on Caen, one which he declared would lead to the long-awaited breakthrough. But for Allied infantry and tank crews, the fighting would be as brutal as anything they'd faced yet. The offensive began on the 18th of July, 1944. Codenamed Operation Goodwood, the first phase would be an attack west of Caen to suck in German reserves. Then the main assault would be launched east of Caen, spearheaded by 750 tanks of the British 7th, 11th and Guards Armoured Divisions. Meanwhile, in Operation Atlantic, Canadian 2nd Corps would take the southern half of Caen. Allied bombers rained thousands of tons of high explosives onto German positions. The raid was followed by a gigantic artillery barrage. Then Allied infantry and armor began their advance.
Was für die deutschen Soldaten die wesentlichen Verwundungen brachten, waren die Materialüberlegenheit der Artillerieschläge erst einmal, bevor die Infanterie dann, die gegnerische, in diesem Fall die gegnerische Infanterie vorgegangen ist.
At first, there was rapid progress through shattered villages and cratered fields, as German soldiers, dazed by the bombardment, gave themselves up. But then, from camouflaged positions, the feared German 88s opened up, picking off British tanks one by one.
Facing the British armour attack at Goodwood is a very strong German defence in depth. Not only have they got fortified farmhouses, they've got assault guns hidden, they've got weapons like the famous PaK-43 anti-tank gun. That's one of these ones here behind me. It's an 88mm gun, and it can fire a solid shot armour-piercing round that would penetrate one of the British Sherman tanks out to about 2.5 kilometres away. So you have the situation that British tanks are being knocked out and they can't even see the enemy that is firing at them.
This exceptionally powerful anti-tank gun had been designed to take on Allied bombers.
They were the ones that we always feared, the 88s. They could be used, the 88s, even at anti-aircraft guns. They were an all dual-purpose gun. They could fire tanks against tanks and aircraft. They were a marvellous weapon, they were.
The Germans first used the 88mm gun as a flat gun, in other words, an anti-aircraft gun. And the idea there is they're firing rounds, such as this one here, to an enormous height to try and knock down a bomber, something up to about 20,000 feet. Now, when in the 1940 campaign, Rommel says to some flat gunners, aim your guns not in the air, but down at some approaching British tanks, and then the gun becomes a really effective anti-tank gun.
The 88, you would not hear it till it would explode, and then you'd hear the sound of it coming. That's how fast it was. That's the one I told you was unbelievable, that 88. The ones that knocked our tanks out just like heck.
By the end of the day, the British had advanced 3 miles, while the Canadian 2nd and 3rd Divisions encircled Caen and completed its capture the following morning. At long last, Caen was in Allied hands. But Montgomery also wanted the heavily defended ridgelines south of the city as a springboard for his breakout from Normandy. For 2 days, British and Canadian tanks and infantry struggled to advance in the face of heavy machine gun and anti-tank fire. Neither envied the other's situation.
I never wanted to be in the tanks, and the guy in the tank never wanted to be the infantryman either, because he looked and saw us with no protection. It's the same with every guy's job, even the guys in the fighter planes will look at us and think, God, thank God I'm not down there. And I think, thank God I'm not up there. At least I could dig a hole in the ground. You can't do anything. You got to stay there and take it.
The British and Canadian onslaught was relentless, giving battered German divisions no time to recover or regroup. German units were at breaking point. Divisions moved to the rear for much-needed rest suddenly found themselves thrown back into the front line to fend off the latest Allied attack.
They had very little support in terms of reserves coming up. They had more or less exhausted their reserves for Normandy, and simply they were under orders to hold to the last man, and in many cases they did. This was a combination of extreme bravery and just the nature of young men put in a situation in which if you retreat, your own side will shoot you, and if you don't, the other side will shoot you. It's an appalling situation, and it was due to Hitler's order to halt in place and face the firepower that the Allies could bring to bear against them.
The 6-week Battle of Caen was won at a high price. Operation Goodwood alone cost 5,500 British and Canadian casualties and more than 300 tanks. The German army also suffered heavy losses, but incomplete records mean the true number will never be known.
The bodies would be picked up by the medical people, you know, afterwards. The smell, the stench, that was the Battle of Caen. That's what you experienced, that's what you seen, that's what you looked at. German bodies, Canadian bodies, British bodies, everything was right there to look at.
amongst the pigs and the horses and the cows and everything else. That's war. That's war. That's what Caen was like.
As many as 20,000 French civilians also lost their lives during the Normandy campaign, most in Allied bombing raids.
Their villages, awful, they were totally destroyed. And there's no reason really why the people who live in Normandy should be particularly grateful. And we destroyed their countryside. Caen, their big city, Vith, Breakout, we destroyed them all. The RAF smashed Caen, which really wasn't strictly necessary, and we could see it happening.
The capture of Caen did not lead to the dramatic breakout Montgomery had promised. The British and Canadians were still penned in by the heavily defended ridges south of the city, and Operation Overlord, the Allied invasion of Europe, was way behind schedule. But what the Battle of Caen had achieved was to force German commanders to commit their reserves and their most powerful panzer units to the eastern sector of the battlefield, just to hold the line. Now, 30 miles to the west, General Omar Bradley's US First Army was about to reap the reward.
By pouring in all their reinforcements toward Caen, the Germans substantially weakened their defensive lines facing the American First Army farther south. And what that meant as Bradley readied his offensive around St. Lo was there weren't that many Germans facing him on the defensive.
On the 25th of July, 1944, General Bradley and the US Army launched Operation Cobra. They would achieve the great breakout that had eluded the British and Canadians at Caen, and prove their sacrifices had not been in vain. The D-Day landings had taken Hitler by surprise. But 7 weeks on, the Germans had reinforced their defences and successfully contained the Allied beachhead. The Allies were bogged down in heavy fighting across Normandy and needed to get inland to begin the liberation of France. It would be a fierce and bloody journey against a tenacious enemy in a challenging landscape.
You felt as though it was like a continuous death sentence, that if you went to sleep at night, you wouldn't. Next day would be the last day.
This is the story of the Normandy breakout. By 1944, after 4.5 years of war, Nazi Germany was under pressure from all sides. On the Eastern Front, Stalin's Red Army had launched a gigantic offensive in Byelorussia. In Italy, the Germans had abandoned Rome and were retreating north. While in Normandy, in northern France, following the hard-fought success of D-Day, the Allies had landed almost 1 million troops. The war might be moving in the Allies' favor, but 7 weeks on from D-Day, their forces were still bottled up in Normandy. They had to find a way to break out and get the so-called Second Front moving, or risk becoming a sideshow to the Red Army's great offensive in the east. But any advance inland was going to be difficult for the Allies.
Once the Germans had realized that D-Day was the main landing and there would not be a second landing, the Germans had moved reinforcements into that particular part of France. And on paper, the German forces look particularly strong. So they have 7 tank divisions. They have a very large concentration of Waffen-SS divisions, which by that stage, most of them can be seen as elite forces with very heavy equipment. So on paper, a very, very strong force.
By mid-July, British and Canadians were locked in a brutal slugging match around the city of Caen. and it would fall to US First Army under General Bradley to attempt the desperately needed breakout. The 51-year-old Omar Bradley was a former head of the US Army Infantry School at Fort Bragg, who'd overseen the creation of America's 1st Airborne Division, the 82nd. Having commanded a division and then an army corps during the Allied landings in North Africa and Sicily, he was given command of US First Army for the invasion of Europe. He was accustomed to working closely with Supreme Commander General Dwight Eisenhower, his former West Point classmate.
Omar Bradley was a pretty solid general. He was tough, smart, and experienced. But he was methodical and perhaps a little bit slow. And as commander of the 1st American Army, he was also subordinate to General Bernard Montgomery, and their relationship wasn't the best. Montgomery often felt like he was getting blamed for Bradley's slowness.
Allied attacks by British Second Army around Caen had drawn the bulk of German forces off in that direction. The German line opposite US First Army was therefore relatively weakly held. Bradley planned to launch a powerful attack on a narrow front near the town of Saint-Lô, using heavy bombers and artillery to blast a hole in the German line. American infantry and tanks would then pour through the gap, capture Avranches, and secure a route out of Normandy. The British and Canadians would simultaneously launch another major attack around Caen, pinning down German divisions so they couldn't be moved to face Bradley's attack. The Allies had total control of the skies over Normandy, allowing their aircraft to bomb, strafe, and rocket German ground forces at will, with almost zero risk of interference from the once mighty Luftwaffe. Josef Schröder was a German machine gunner who had fought on Omaha Beach.
Ich werde das nicht vergessen, wie deprimierend das für uns war. Wir konnten nichts dagegen machen. Es war nicht ein einziger deutscher Jäger am Himmel oder dass die Flak geschossen hätte. Nichts.
A rather grim joke told by the Germans at the time was aircraft recognition. You look up, and if the underside of the aircraft above you is painted silver, it's American. If it's painted black, it's British. And if it doesn't show up at all, it's German.
The Allies might have complete control of the skies, but on the ground, the terrain favoured the Germans, who were now entrenched in Normandy's bocage landscape. Bocage country was made up of small fields, about 100 or 200 metres square, bounded by earth banks with hedges on top. Cecil Newton was a tank gunner who came ashore on D-Day.
The terrain of the bocage, no one knew about it beforehand. No one knew about the deep lanes, the high hedges. Hadn't got a clue, and it came as a great shock.
Die Straßen sind ja von beiden Seiten mit hohen Büschen, waren die ja überdeckt, also diese Straßenrinnen, ne? Die waren überdeckt und die Straßenrinnen waren ziemlich tief. Die waren 1,20 Meter, waren manchmal noch mehr. Also die waren schon ein guter Schutz für uns. Wir haben uns dann immer da reinfallen lassen, aber wenn er dann treffen sollte, dann sind sie auch schon mal quer drüber geflogen. Oder die Hohlwege zum Beispiel, da sind ja unheimlich viele Hohlwege. Und die waren von oben ja nicht einzusehen, weil die Bäume alle oben zugewachsen waren. Da war man wie in einem Tunnel.
American troops also struggled in the giant hedgerows.
Some of them were up 4, 5, 6 feet high, and each field was completely surrounded. So in effect, what you had to do, you had to fight your way from one hedgerow to the next.
What the Germans have got is a naturally occurring trench system. They can use the hedgerows to move men down, and they can use the churches, the farmhouses, and so on as strong points. And this ground has to be fought over very much like the trench systems of the First World War. And for some Americans who had served in the Pacific, it reminded them of fighting through the jungle.
But some Allied units also learned to take advantage of the terrain.
Hedgerows worked both ways. It was very difficult pushing forward in the hedgerows, but by the same token, you had about as much cover as the enemy did, and so you were protected, well, I'd say a good bit of the time you were protected.
Invasion planners thought Allied troops would push through the hedgerows and into open country within a few days of landing. The US 29th and 35th Infantry Divisions faced some of the worst terrain around Saint-Lô, which had to be captured before General Bradley could launch his attack, codenamed Operation Cobra. On D-Day, the 29th had received a bloody baptism of fire on Omaha Beach. Now, they faced a different kind of hell. Any road or pathway could be mined, or covered by concealed enemy positions.
In the bocage, you had to be careful where you walked. You had to be very cautious, you had to stay spread apart. As an infantryman, you had to use great judgment.
The Americans would have to improvise ways to break through the dense hedgerows. But it wouldn't be easy.
We had Bangalore torpedoes for barbed wire. You don't blow hedgerows with a thing. You're talking about a mini mountain that's been growing for a couple of centuries of land that the Normans have been using.
So, in US Armored Division workshops, engineers began using the thousands of leftover German beach obstacles to weld crude steel tusks to their tanks. The Americans nicknamed them Rhinos.
It kind of looked like a long rake, upside down. Of course, it weighed probably a ton.
With their modified tanks leading the charge, American troops began fighting their way through the hedgerows towards Saint-Lô. But constant German ambushes inflicted a huge toll on frontline units.
We lay on June the 6th. On June the 9th, we were supposed to take Saint-Lô. It took 6 weeks to take Saint-Lô, fighting through all those hedgerows.
Und wir haben versucht, so viel als möglich, ich will mal sagen, Krach zu machen, mit unseren Möglichkeiten, mit unseren Waffen. Wenn wir dann genug geschossen hatten, dann haben wir uns an dieser Stelle 50 oder 100 Meter zur nächsten Hecke, die ja immer lebensrettend waren für uns, die Hecken, sonst hätten wir dort überhaupt nicht überstanden. Dann haben wir uns wieder 50, 100 Meter zurückversetzt und die Amerikaner haben nun alles erstmal auf diesen Punkt gerichtet, wo wir vorher uns verteidigt haben. Und wir saßen dann 200, 300 Meter zurück.
During July, in a 2-week struggle to reach Saint-Lô, US 19th Corps suffered 11,000 casualties and advanced just 5 miles.
And we went into another field that the Germans had been dropping mortar shells in. That's when I saw my colonel, Colonel Terry. He just kept on walking, and then he was hit by a sniper, and he hit the ground. His helmet flew off, and he was dead. And about 20 minutes later, a half hour, I guess, I was hit by a piece of shrapnel from a mortar shell, and I was on my way back to England, too.
On the same day, Major Howe, commanding a battalion of the US 116th Infantry Regiment, assured his commander that his men would take Saint-Lô. Major Howe was killed moments later by an artillery shell. The following day, when his men finally captured the city, they laid his body, draped in the American flag, on the rubble of its cathedral. Lessons were learned from Saint-Lô, and Bradley decided to employ overwhelming firepower to give Operation Cobra every chance of success. Crucially, his attack would have the full support of the US 9th Tactical Air Command, around 400 aircraft. Operation Cobra would be led by 7th Corps of the US 1st Army, with 9th and 30th Infantry Divisions making the initial assault, to be followed up by 2nd Armoured and 1st Infantry, as well as units of 8th Corps. Standing by was General George Patton and US 3rd Army, ready to exploit any breakthrough made by 1st Army. Bradley's US 1st Army would launch Cobra at the same time as British 2nd Army's latest offensive against Caen, Operation Goodwood. On the 18th of July, Goodwood went ahead as planned, but Cobra had to be delayed when heavy cloud ruled out air support. The operation began a week late, at 9:30 a.m. on the 25th of July. The first phase of the attack was to be a massive bombing raid on German positions, in a box 4 miles wide and 1.5 miles deep. 1,500 B-17 and B-24 bombers rained more than 4,000 tons of high explosive on the target area.
There were so many bombers there that it was like a conveyor belt. And as far as you could see from here, directly overhead, for as far as I could see with my binoculars, just bombers.
The elite Panzer Lehr division caught the brunt of the bombing, losing around 1,000 men, a third of its total strength.
The frontline troops who were really hit hard by these bombs, to use a First World War expression, they're completely shell-shocked and they're basically not able to function anymore. So it has a huge impact on the morale of these particular people.
Das ist eine Hölle. Das ist wie eine Hölle. Da bleiben sie still liegen und warten. Ergeben, sage ich jetzt mal in Anführungszeichen, auf das Ende oder darauf, dass es sie trifft. Sie merken das ja nicht. Ich meine, wenn sie in die Luft geschleudert werden, das sind sehr viele auch einfach in diesen Trichtern wieder nach unten gespült worden, sag ich mal, geworfen worden von der Wucht der Explosion.
It was one of the most devastating ground support missions of the war. But not all bombs hit the right target.
The winds had shifted. They were supposed to only drop their bombs into the markers that put off smoke in different colors, but they couldn't see them, and they were bombing their own men.
Quite a few of the bombs fell short. Indeed, 100 Americans were killed straight away. And one of these was General Leslie McNair, the most senior American ground commander to actually be killed during World War II.
Despite the friendly fire casualties, the bombers had done their job. The Air Force had blasted a 4-mile-wide hole in the German line. Now it was up to Bradley's US 1st Army to smash through it and begin the breakout before the Germans could recover. US infantry began their advance. They faced units commanded by a highly experienced German Field Marshal, Günther von Kluge. Von Kluge was a Prussian officer of the old school and a favorite of Hitler's for his performance during the invasions of France and the Soviet Union. In early July, he was appointed commander-in-chief in the West after Hitler sacked von Rundstedt, and he became commander of Army Group B as well when Field Marshal Rommel was injured in an Allied air attack. Hitler was counting on von Kluge for a miracle, but the veteran commander had bad news for the Führer.
He writes to Hitler almost immediately, saying exactly what von Rundstedt and Rommel had told Hitler a month before, that they're reaching the point at which they just can't hold the line. They're being worn out. They're running out of ammunition, they're running out of men.
Von Kluge was relying on 7th Army to deal with any American attack, but some of its units had been in almost constant combat since D-Day and were under strength and exhausted. all units were short of fuel and ammunition. Panzer Lehr Division, which had arrived in Normandy 6 weeks ago with more than 200 tanks, now had 31 left. But Panzer Lehr and the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, were elite units and dangerous opponents in any circumstances. To add to von Kluge's problems, the devastating US air raid, followed by an intense artillery bombardment, made it almost impossible for him to communicate with forward units, or to find out what was happening at the front. By comparison, US forces brought cutting-edge technology to the battlefield that made their command and control significantly more effective.
This piece of American technology revolutionized battlefield communications. Unlike other armies which were still using radio sets with big long aerials which pointed directly to the radio operators and gave positions away, American commanders could now carry their own radios and be in direct contact with other units. The Germans, on the other hand, were still using First War technology. They'd failed to come up with a decent wireless technology before the Second World War. They were pretty much using field telephone sets with cables run out to all their command posts and headquarters. And of course, when the American aerial barrage started and the artillery started blasting their positions, those telephone cables were very quickly cut, and very soon they were out of contact with each other and weren't able to command their troops in the field.
And what's more, Allied forces were able to use radio communications to coordinate between ground and air forces.
This all started at St. Lo, when the Air Force bombed us at St. Lo twice. They had no control with the aircraft. They finally come up with air-ground control. And they formed the 9th Air Force, and the P-47s were designated to support the infantry. The Thunderbolt, I think it had 8 50 caliber machine guns in the wings, 8 of them. Big sucker, I mean, a real heavy-duty thing. And that was assigned mainly to the infantry. And when we called in strafe missions out in front, they go right over us, and then open up when they get beyond. Or they'd come in parallel with the front line.
But the new system did have its teething problems.
The American tanks had their own radios, but they were on a different frequency than the fighter bombers flying overhead. Because of that, the Americans had to put Air Force radio men in the tanks with special radios that could actually talk to the P-47 and P-51 pilots.
On the first day of Operation Cobra, US 7th Corps' progress was disappointing, just 1.5 miles. But the next morning, General Bradley committed Sherman tanks of the 2nd and 3rd Armored Divisions to the attack. Reports began to come in that past the front line, American troops were encountering only sporadic resistance. On the morning of the 3rd day, commander of the 30th Infantry Division, General Hobbs, reported, "This thing has busted wide open." That same day, American troops had reached Coutances, Cerisy-la-Salle, and Villebaudon, and threatened to cut off half of German 7th Army in a pocket around Rancé. The trapped German units, including remnants of the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, tried to fight their way out under cover of darkness. They ran straight into US 2nd Armored, and after a night of furious, chaotic fighting, their columns were left decimated. Few managed to break through. In the face of the overwhelming US onslaught on the ground and from the air, German 7th Army began to collapse.
Erst als nach diesen Bombardements der Durchbruch gelang und die Alliierten dann bis auf Rhine vorstießen, haben wir geahnt, dass das also hier oben, dass wir hier nicht mehr lange bleiben würden. Ich habe an diesem Vorstoß gegen Avranches teilgenommen, der wurde abgebrochen.
Germans began to surrender in droves, 7,000 in a single day. German prisoners blocking the roads were now causing more delay to the American advance than enemy resistance. On the 30th of July, US 4th Armored Division took Avranches, and the next day captured the strategically crucial bridge at Pont-au-Beau, intact. The bridge was the gateway to Brittany and beyond. Now was the time to unleash General Patton and US Third Army.
From early in his career, Patton had the idea that movement and fire were the main duties of a soldier. And if you weren't moving and you weren't firing, you weren't much of a soldier. Now he was going to have the opportunity to lead his Third Army across the river into Brittany, the big right hook which would help to unhinge the German defence and outflank the enemy.
In just 3 days, 7 US divisions crossed the bridge at Pont-au-Beau, heading west into Brittany, south towards the Loire River, and southeast towards Le Mans. In Brittany, German forces didn't hang around to face the Americans in open country, but withdrew to the heavily fortified Atlantic ports. Their heavy coastal guns, so well protected they were virtually immune to artillery and air attack, kept US forces at bay for weeks. While US infantry encircled the ports, Patton's armoured divisions were free to resume their advance across the French countryside at astonishing speed. Key to the Americans' rapid advance was the use of mechanised forces.
This is one of the American half-tracks that were made in the Second World War. Just before the war began, the Americans had been experimenting, knowing that they were going to mechanise their army if a war came. And just before the war begins, they take the M2 front of a scout car and add it to a longer body with tracks on. Many different companies end up making variants of this half-track. And they get to the point that by the end of the war, the Americans have made 55,000 half-tracks like this. Propaganda from the Nazis make us believe that the Germans are the ones that have a fully mechanised force, when in actual fact, about 80% of their transport is actually managed by horses, not armoured vehicles or trucks. They have 11 million horses in service, and that's how they actually get an awful lot of their supplies and men around the battlefield. And that contrast just shows the ability of the Americans to turn on a tap with their car and automotive industry to produce so many of these amazingly reliable, simple and effective vehicles.
Operation Cobra had been a complete success. Finally, after nearly 2 months pinned down in the Normandy bocage, the Allies were on the move. Hitler was furious when he received news of the American breakout. 10 days before, on the 20th of July, he'd narrowly survived an assassination attempt when a bomb exploded at his headquarters in East Prussia. 4 soldiers had been killed, but the Führer escaped serious injury. Here he can be seen visiting some of the men seriously wounded by the blast. His would-be assassins turned out to be army officers.
By the Battle of Normandy, most German generals, including Rommel, knew that the war was lost, and they were looking desperately for some way to preserve Germany and their own militaristic life with the German army.
Hitler's fraught relationship with his generals sank to an all-time low.
A substantial number of them had been involved in the bomb plot, and so Hitler not only distrusted them, but began purging large swaths of the German high command.
Even Field Marshal Rommel, Hitler's favorite general, was implicated in the plot.
He receives a visit by 2 German generals who take him in a car and put it to him that now might be a good idea to commit suicide, because if he didn't do that, he'd be taken to Berlin, would be interrogated, and we all know what that means. So he decides to commit suicide in the car as he's driving along with these 2 generals.
One of the effects of the purge that Hitler carried out after the July bomb plot was that it substantially reduced the number of experienced and effective generals he had to use on the Western Front. And so not only was Hitler micromanaging the military operations, he was also finding it hard to find someone who could command them effectively.
For weeks, German commanders in France, first von Rundstedt and Rommel, now von Kluge, had pleaded with Hitler for permission to withdraw from Normandy to a new defensive line along the Seine River. Now it was the only realistic option left, but to Field Marshal von Kluge's horror, Hitler instead ordered a counterattack. Hitler told von Kluge to gather the last few panzer divisions in Normandy and attack from Mortain towards the coast at Avranches to cut off Patton's Third Army to the south. The counterattack was codenamed Lüttich. But the Allies knew it was coming, thanks to their ability to decode German military communications sent using their famous Enigma machine, a top-secret intelligence source known as Ultra. But this time, warning of the German counterattack, led by 150 tanks and elite units of the Waffen-SS, didn't reach American frontline units until the last minute. In desperate fighting around Mortain, a battalion of the US 30th Infantry Division, dug into Hill 314, was surrounded. Despite heavy losses, they held their ground, using their vantage point to call in artillery and airstrikes on the German armor. American and British fighter bombers made pass after pass. Within 24 hours, the German offensive had been stopped in its tracks. Worse, Hitler's intervention had left his forces vulnerable to an Allied counterstrike. The best German divisions were now concentrated at the western tip of an exposed salient. Montgomery saw the potential for a huge envelopment of German forces in Normandy. Patton, advancing rapidly towards Chartres and Orléans, was ordered to divert one corps north to Argenton, while the newly formed Canadian First Army would push south towards high ground overlooking the town of Falaise. The advance, codenamed Operation Totalize, was to be led by Major General Guy Simonds' Canadian Second Corps, made up of Canadian, British and Polish forces. Their first obstacle was the formidable Verrières Ridge, where two previous attempts to break through had already failed, at a cost of nearly 3,000 casualties. Simonds planned an aerial bombardment to prepare the way for a mechanized assault. But with a shortage of armored personnel carriers, the dilemma was how to protect the infantry.
One of the problems the Allies faced early in the Normandy campaign was when the tanks advanced, they sometimes lost contact with the infantry. So the Canadian commander came up with a brilliant suggestion. Let's take some redundant self-propelled artillery, basically artillery pieces on a tank chassis, take the guns out, plate over the front, and we'll make a heavily armoured personnel carrier. And they used that for the first time as part of Operation Totalize, having a section of infantry in a tracked armoured vehicle that can keep up with the tanks going forward. And that leads to the innovation of taking redundant tanks, such as this ram tank, the turret is taken off, and a section of 8 infantry could be carried in here with 2 crew members in the front as well. And that means they've got a level of protection as they go forward into battle that other soldiers just don't have.
Ian Hamilton from Kent was a tank commander and fought from D-Day to the end of the war.
Operation Totalize was pushed out to take place at night. There would be an RAF night bomber Lancaster bombing raid on the German lines first. That would be followed by all the Allied ground artillery following up with a huge barrage, and then we went in at night at around about 11 o'clock. It was pitch black. It was a pitch black night.
As the bombardment was lifted, the mechanized columns moved forward, feeling their way to their objectives through the darkness.
The attack was going to be all on tracks, tanks, and the infantry would come later. It was arranged for 4 lines of tanks, led by flails in case we came across minefields. And to help us on our way, a Bofors anti-aircraft gun would fire bursts of 5 rounds of tracer, so it gave him his direction.
Thanks to careful planning, the Canadian night attack was a success, and Verrières Ridge was in Allied hands by noon. Tanks were then sent forward to exploit the breakthrough. In the lead, the Canadian 4th Armoured and Polish 1st Armoured Divisions. As the battle became more confused, friendly fire once more became a serious hazard, as Allied aircraft hit friend and foe alike.
So I looked up, here they're coming, a whole gang of them. I said, boy, so I just took my helmet off, and I give them hell, boys. And then I clapped the helmet back on fast because the bomb door's open, and here's the bomb's whistle coming down. I looked over, there was a little German slit trace, and the German had dug, and I dove in there like a rabbit.
The largest number of casualties from this friendly fire was from the 1st Polish Armoured Division.
The coalition of forces under Eisenhower for the campaign in Northwest Europe didn't just consist of the British, the Americans, and the Canadians. There were other nationalities involved with their own ways of fighting and their own political ambitions. 2nd French Armoured Division played the leading part in liberating Paris for political reasons. There were also forces from Belgium, from the Netherlands, and from Norway. And perhaps the most extraordinary fighting division on the Allied side was 1st Polish Armoured Division, made up of Poles who had either escaped from the country in 1939 or later, or who had come from around the world to fight for Poland. They had been equipped by the British, and they fought as part of 1st Canadian Army.
The Germans were terrified of Polish troops out to settle scores.
He was a young Hitler Youth chap, and we caught him through the knee. We got as much out of him as we could, but he wasn't in a fit state, really. So I thought he needs some medical attention, and the Polish Armoured Division were just about to move through us for the next phase of the attack. So I walked to a half-track with a Red Cross on, spoke to the doctor and said, I've got a man here who needs attention. And he sent 2 of his men with a stretcher, and he plonked it down beside this boy, because he was 15. And they bent down to pick him up, to put him on it, and he saw their flash, Poland. He did not want to go with them. 9, said. But they picked him up anyway and dunked him on the stretcher and carried him off. I've often wondered what happened to him.
It was 12th SS Panzer, the infamous Hitler Youth Division, that now led the German counterattack against Operation Totalize. They were supported by 7 Tiger tanks, led by famous SS tank ace, Michael Wittmann. The Allies had once regarded these heavy German tanks as almost unstoppable, but now they had a weapon that was able to take them on.
One of the problems the British had was how to fit their new 17-pounder anti-tank gun into a tank. So as an improvisation, they got the 17-pounder, squeezed it into the Sherman. Now the 17-pounder gun, when it was firing, discarding sabot ammunition, that meant it had greater penetration on it than the Tiger's 88mm gun. With the British attack in Operation Totalize, they'd advanced overnight and they spread themselves out either side of the main Caen to Falaise road. Now the Germans, naturally, it's in their doctrine, they react to that attack very quickly and put in a counterattack. Wittmann, in his Tiger tanks, drives up the middle of the road between 2 sets of woods on either side. As Wittmann's Tigers head up the main Caen to Falaise road, he's taken on by the tanks of the Northants Yeomanry. A young gunner, Joe Eakins, is in one of these Fireflies, and he drives the tank out of the wood, takes on the rear German Tiger. He then works his way along the line of German vehicles, and at the same time, from the other side of the valley, fire is coming in from the Canadian tanks. Now, there seems a slight irony about this communal effort of the British and the Canadian forces taking out what is the German propaganda icon, Michael Wittmann, this famous SS tank ace.
The following day, the 9th of August, Canadian troops pushed on towards Falaise. The Germans were now in a desperate situation, but fought ferociously for Kenay Woods and Hill 195.
Well, we lost a bunch of guys as it was. We had about 20 killed. Our sergeant, he was at my side, or not too far away from me one minute, and the next minute he was gone. I didn't know what had happened to him.
Adair's unit was forced to pull back. In fact, despite its early successes, Total Eyes had ground to a halt all along the line. Allied commanders hoped to seal off German forces in a pocket by taking Falaise. So far, they'd not been able to close the trap. But Simmons wasn't done yet. By the 14th of August, British, Canadian and Polish troops were ready for a new push, an attack that Allied commanders hoped would seal the fate of German forces in Normandy. Hitler, meanwhile, seemed interested only in ordering more futile counterattacks. It wasn't until the last moment that he finally accepted the danger of encirclement and authorized a retreat. Nevertheless, he sacked the man who'd been urging this course of action for weeks, his commander in the west, Field Marshal von Kluge.
Convinced that Kluge had failed him, and also that the reason for Kluge's absence from his headquarters might have been that he was negotiating with the Allies, Hitler summoned him back to Berlin. Kluge knew he was doomed. He wrote a long, rambling letter explaining why this was not his fault and blaming everybody else he could think of, and he committed suicide.
On the 19th of August, the Polish 1st Armored Division made contact with the US 90th Infantry Division at Chambois, and the trap closed around 15 German divisions. For 2 days, elite German SS units and paratroopers fought to force open an escape corridor, all the while under relentless Allied bombardment.
It's terrible. You can't, there's no way of describing it, especially at Falaise there. That noise and that, all those gunfire, that steady roar all the time, and you're trying to, you couldn't hear commands. You just followed and hoped you were going in the right direction.
RAF Typhoons flew sortie after sortie, wreaking havoc on the cornered German forces. First tested in 1940, this powerful single-seater fighter-bomber was a challenge for even skilled pilots.
Just to give an example, a Hurricane motor was about 1,300 horsepower. This motor in the Typhoon was 2,400 horsepower. So it was a monster of a big fighter. And a Hurricane weighed about 2.5 tons. The Typhoon weighed 7 tons. It was a big aircraft.
The Typhoon packed a devastating punch of 4 20mm cannon and 8 unguided rockets, each with a 60-pound warhead.
We'd dive in at probably 50, 60 degrees, or get down around 2,000 feet or 3,000 feet. Fire your rockets, fire your cannon, and when you got too close to the ground, you started to pull out.
On the 21st of August, the Allies closed off the last escape route. And from all sides, the encircled German 7th Army was subjected to an unrelenting barrage of artillery fire and air attack. For German soldiers, the Falaise Pocket became hell on earth. Thousands were killed. The survivors, 50,000 of them, surrendered. Soldiers on both sides were sickened by the slaughter.
I want to go home. Home, he kept saying home, home. I knew what he was thinking, same thing I was thinking. Let's get this damn thing over and get back home. See?
We would give them cigarettes and water or wherever they wanted. We didn't have any animosity towards them. We did a little bit of looting, taking their watches and money or whatever they had. We thought that was all right. We didn't see anything wrong with that. But we respected those guys because they did what they had to do. When it was over, they were just as glad it was over, and we were glad that they were quitting too.
Those who surrendered left behind the bodies of 10,000 comrades, as well as hundreds of abandoned vehicles and guns, and thousands of horses used as transport by an army that had run out of fuel.
Awful chaos for all the Germans. I mean, they had numbers of equipment and dead people all over the place, vehicles wrecked.
If we felt any pity for the Germans, we felt it then, because they were it was like a slaughterhouse.
When you got to the Falaise Gap, you started to feel very sorry for them, because they'd been trapped by silly orders from Hitler, and you began to feel, I mean, the most terrible thing. But I mean, there were some very fanatical soldiers, and you knew they would show no mercy.
When Allied Supreme Commander General Dwight Eisenhower visited the battlefield, he described it as unquestionably one of the greatest killing fields of any of the war areas. It was possible to walk for hundreds of yards at a time, stepping on nothing but dead and decaying flesh. There was more bad news for Hitler. At the height of the Battle of Falaise, the Allies landed 150,000 troops in southern France in a huge amphibious operation codenamed Dragoon.
The strategic result of the breakout toward Falaise and then Paris, and the landing of American forces in southern France in Operation Dragoon, was to completely destroy any German hopes of holding on to France. As a result, what was really going on was a rout. German forces were simply trying to get eastward as fast as possible to a place where they could set up any kind of defensive line.
As the Falaise Pocket collapsed, Patton's units were already establishing bridgeheads across what German commanders hoped would be their next defensive line, the Seine River. Patton's main problem was no longer German resistance. It was keeping his forward units supplied with fuel. Across France, Allied troops were now advancing faster than the Germans had with their blitzkrieg invasion of 1940, liberating more villages and towns every day.
The French population were beside themselves with love, kindness, kisses, wine, booze, oranges. They had a nasty habit, didn't mean nasty, of throwing fruit at us. And there were a lot of tank crews with black eyes from apples and the all meant very well. And screaming, loving it, singing the Marseillaise, singing Hallelujah, God Save the King, anything that they could think of. We'd never come across it before.
But the terrible destruction and suffering caused by Allied bombing left some locals with mixed feelings towards their liberators.
People were so jubilant when you got there, except the French were a little bit, but we could understand that. They'd suffered heavily in the bombardment of Normandy, so I don't think they particularly liked us all that much at that stage. But then later on, they got very friendly.
The French capital posed a particular challenge for Allied commanders. While not a strategic target, Paris was a political prize, and its liberation had symbolic value.
Eisenhower decided to liberate Paris, but he made the critical mistake of not allowing the one French armored division under General Leclerc to lead the charge into the city. Leclerc decided to disobey orders, stole a march on the rest of his allies, and entered Paris as the leading unit of the Allied Liberation Force.
As shooting broke out on the streets between French resistance and the German garrison, the German governor of Paris, General Dietrich von Choltitz, had a decision to make.
Hitler had ordered him to hold Paris to the last man, and if necessary, burn the whole city down. But Choltitz didn't want to do that, and he defied Hitler and made the decision to surrender Paris rather than defending it to the death.
There was, to a degree, an admiration for French culture, French society, the French language. So he didn't really want to carry out this order. There's also another reason, of course, why he decided not to do that, is because just like anyone who was of open and clear mind, he did realize that Germany would no longer be able to win the war. And there was just a completely scorched earth policy for no absolutely military or any other reason whatsoever. And of course, he also did realize that if he did carry out that order and was then later captured by the Allies, that would not look particularly good and reflect particularly well on his performance. So he was trying to cover his own back to a degree as well.
On the 25th of August, after 4 years of Nazi occupation, Paris was liberated.
There were still many German snipers behind, but our movement was onto the Champs-Élysées, just beyond the Arc de Triomphe, and we would come on German snipers in apartment buildings and had to fire at them. But also, the French weren't worried about that. They were trying to greet us and greet their countrymen who had come with General Leclerc's army. And it was a joyous occasion. The French ladies were generous with their flowers and their kisses, and we fought it off the best we could.
2 months of attritional warfare in Normandy were behind the Allies. The long-awaited breakout, which began with Operation Cobra, had triggered a collapse in the German army in France. And within days, Eisenhower would be looking at plans to push on to Germany itself. But many more hard battles lay ahead. The German army remained a formidable enemy, experienced, well-led, and now fighting to defend its homeland from invasion. September 1944. The Western Allies were closing in on the German heartland. But now, the formidable defences of the Siegfried line stood in their path. So the Allies came up with a daring plan to bypass the German defences and cross the River Rhine in a single bound, with the largest deployment of airborne infantry ever seen.
We all knew that Monkey Garden was a very big deal from the moment we saw the airborne going overhead.
But the elite Allied soldiers sent into battle soon discovered the plan was badly flawed.
It was a disaster from beginning to end.
And that it was never wise to underestimate the German army.
You was in for a fight. No two ways about it.
There were an awful lot of Germans in the Netherlands, and we found them.
This is the story of Operation Market Garden. The D-Day landings of June 1944 had been followed by weeks of grueling fighting in Normandy. But finally, the Western Allies had forced the German army into headlong retreat. German losses were enormous. 400,000 men killed, wounded, or captured, as well as thousands of vehicles and heavy weapons destroyed. That September, the German army was still desperately trying to rebuild its forces in the West and preparing for a final battle to defend Germany itself. But just at the moment the Germans seemed beaten, the Allies were running into their own difficulties.
In September 1944, the Allies were suffering a severe supply shortage because their supplies still had to be brought to the front line from the Normandy beaches. The Germans knew about this, and they knew that the Allied advance had slowed down mainly because of a lack of supplies.
What the Allies needed to solve their supply crisis was a channel port, but they were either still in German hands or, like Cherbourg, had been comprehensively sabotaged by the Germans before their liberation. The Allied supply lines were now 300 miles long and could no longer deliver enough fuel and ammunition to frontline units to sustain the pace of the advance. But British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery had a bold plan, one which he believed would allow the Allies to sidestep the supply crisis and end the war by Christmas 1944. Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, or Monty, had commanded all Allied land forces during the D-Day landings and the Normandy campaign. But now US troops outnumbered British and Canadian. It was no longer politically acceptable for a British general to command them. So Churchill had promoted Monty to Field Marshal, while he was effectively demoted to command the mostly British and Canadian 21st Army Group. Allied intelligence reports indicated that the Germans' northern flank, opposite 21st Army Group, was lightly defended. So Monty proposed that his force attack north from Belgium into the Netherlands, bypassing Germany's strongest defences along the Siegfried line, to encircle Germany's industrial heartland in the Ruhr Valley and pave the way for a direct advance on Berlin. He named his plan Operation Market Garden. But Monty would have to sell the plan to the Supreme Allied Commander, American General Dwight Eisenhower, who had his own plan for the advance.
Eisenhower was content, for political reasons and for alliance reasons, to keep the advance more or less even across the front. This is the so-called broad front advance, that everybody would share the risks and share the achievements. This is very much Eisenhower's style, but there simply weren't enough resources for this. What Montgomery wanted was to divert the resources to a northern arm, the so-called narrow front attack. And he believed that if this was done, then he could get through to the Ruhr early enough to end the war in a matter of months.
But if Monty was going to get extra supplies for Operation Market Garden, someone else would have to lose out.
The personal politics of Market Garden are also quite fascinating. Montgomery lobbied Eisenhower ruthlessly and without end to carry out this operation. Montgomery knew that any resources given to him would be taken away from the Americans like Patton farther south, and he lobbied Eisenhower until Eisenhower finally gave in and gave Montgomery his pet airborne operation.
Montgomery got his supplies, as well as use of the 1st Allied Airborne Army, an elite force of 40,000 British, American and Polish soldiers, ready to be dropped behind enemy lines by parachute and glider. Montgomery made these troops the cornerstone of a bold, ambitious plan that required clockwork precision. British 30th Corps was to advance 64 miles along a single road from the Belgian border to the Dutch town of Arnhem, but their route crossed several rivers and canals, including 2 major branches of the lower Rhine. So 3 Allied airborne divisions would drop ahead of the ground forces to seize key bridges along the route, including 2 major bridges over the lower Rhine at Nijmegen and Arnhem, before the Germans could destroy them or organize their defense. The bridges were well defended by anti-aircraft guns to ward off Allied bombers, so the airborne troops were to land several miles from their targets and complete their approach on foot. The airborne assault was codenamed Market, the ground attack Garden. The spearhead of Lieutenant General Horrock's 30th Corps was the Guards Armoured Division, with 268 tanks, mostly Shermans. They'd be supported by the 43rd Wessex and 50th Northumbrian Infantry Divisions, tanks of the 8th Armoured Brigade and Royal Engineer bridging units. Airborne troops were under the command of Lieutenant General Browning's British 1st Airborne Corps, made up of British 1st Airborne Division, a Polish parachute brigade, and 2 US divisions attached for the operation, the 82nd and 101st Airborne. The Royal Air Force and US Army Air Force would provide 1,500 transport aircraft and 500 gliders to get troops to their targets. Lieutenant General Boy Browning, commanding the Allied airborne troops, was Britain's senior airborne officer married to the famous novelist Daphne du Maurier. Seen by some as difficult to work with, relations with his American boss, 1st Allied Airborne Army Commander Lieutenant General Brereton, were particularly strained. In the run-up to the operation, reports arrived that German SS Panzer units had been seen near Arnhem, the British airborne objective. A British intelligence officer took the reports to Browning.
The Corps intelligence officer, a chap called Rhine, he warned us that there were 2 SS Panzer divisions lined up from Arnhem to Zutphen, and that he had warned General Browning about this, and he said Browning's plan for the operation would fail unless he altered them to take account of these 2 divisions. And Browning had told him that he was not to tell any of us about it, and that he did not believe that the tanks really were operable because they'd just been fighting in the Normandy.
If there were German panzer units near Arnhem, the entire operation would probably be called off. And Browning and many others in the elite airborne corps were determined to press ahead. The Netherlands had fallen to German blitzkrieg in May 1940, but since then the country had remained relatively unscathed by global war.
Das war wie Friedenszeiten. In Holland schien die Welt für uns noch in Ordnung. Das lag einmal daran, dass die Wetterbedingungen hervorragend waren. Wir hatten sehr schöne Straßenverhältnisse mit Baumbewuchs, mit Alleen, sodass man sich auch am Tage bewegen konnte. Man war gegen Luftangriffe zumindest geschützt oder schien geschützt zu sein. Man konnte nicht so leicht entdeckt werden.
But on the night of the 16th of September, British and American bombers struck German airfields and anti-aircraft positions across the Netherlands. At 9:45 a.m. the next day, thousands of aircraft of the 1st Airborne Army took off from their bases in England and set course for their drop zones. The vast air armada formed up in 2 columns, 3 miles across and a staggering 94 miles long.
There were still planes still taking off in England while men were dropping in Holland. That's how vast it was. You could actually step over from one plane to another all the way across the channel to Holland from England.
Johnny Peters was in one of the leading British gliders, with clear views ahead.
Right, when we went over the North Sea, we could see the air sea rescue boats in there, our channelmen, so it was very reassuring to see these air sea rescue boats in case we ditched in the sea.
It was a beautiful flight. Blazing sun, a huge convoy, about 3 miles wide, all full of planes. Extraordinary sight, wonderful sight.
One of the largest gliders taking part in Market Garden was the Airspeed Horsa. A British design built mostly of spruce and plywood, its prefabricated sections were often put together by furniture makers. The Horsa carried 2 pilots and 25 troops, or loads such as a jeep or a small anti-tank gun. Allied gliders were towed towards the landing zone by transport aircraft or bombers, then released to glide silently down towards their target. Although they weren't guaranteed a smooth landing, gliders did an excellent job of dropping a unit onto its target without scattering them, as often happened in parachute drops. As the first wave of Operation Market reached the Netherlands, they discovered that plenty of German anti-aircraft guns had survived the previous night's raid by Allied bombers.
The ack gunners fired in the front of us. Shortly afterwards, a cry went up from the back of the glider, the tail's coming off.
Now, this was relayed from the back to the front. I was sitting in the front behind the pilots, and my sergeant was sitting opposite, and he relayed that back to the pilot. He sent Ralph Maltby to have a look. He came back, big grin on his face, say, "You're all right. The fabric's being hit. It's only flapping about, but the tail's not coming off." So he sat down. We were very reassured about that.
It was a narrow escape for everyone on board. But as Johnny Peters' glider approached the landing zone, they came under more fire, and the co-pilot was hit.
I knew he died by the look on Sergeant Watson's face. Then you think to yourself, well, what would happen if the pilot get killed? None of us could pilot the glider. The German machine gunners were firing their bullets, and they were coming through the glider, and only one bullet hit a bloke named Private Hughes in the leg, but he made a good landing.
In most landing zones, German air defences were light and caught off guard. Most gliders touched down safely in open farmland. The parachute drops went almost exactly according to plan. Of the 1,000 transport aircraft used on the first day, just 27 were destroyed.
We weren't under fire at all coming in. It was really nice. It was on a Sunday afternoon, about 1 o'clock. Sun was shining, and it was an ideal type of operation, I call it.
The British 1st Airborne Division landed 6 to 8 miles northwest of Arnhem with near total surprise.
It was a perfect summer's day. We landed with no opposition at all.
The US 82nd Airborne, landing near Nijmegen, were immediately welcomed by Dutch locals.
While we were picking up our equipment, all the Dutch civilians were coming out of the tree line, and they're all speaking perfect English. And I said to my buddy, "Are we still in England or is this Holland?" They spoke perfect English. They wanted to tell us where the Germans were, and we wanted to get them off the landing zone so they wouldn't get hit.
Meanwhile, the US 101st Airborne landed further south, near Eindhoven. Second Lieutenant Frank Gregg received a less friendly reception.
I landed and right on the drop zone, and it was filled with big Holstein cows, milk cows. And they panicked, of course, when all these parachutes started coming down. And I'm thinking, oh man, I'd hate to have to write home from the hospital that I was severely wounded by a big Holstein cow or something like that, or even killed by one, because they were really running around in the pasture.
The US airborne troops quickly took control of the road between Eindhoven and Nijmegen. The Netherlands had been under Nazi occupation for 4 years, but the arrival of the Allied forces came as a huge delight for its citizens, especially for members of one of the best organized resistance groups in Europe.
I got all my troops to the bridge, and about the time I got my foot on one end of the bridge, a Dutchman and a very pretty girl stepped on the other end. They were in black leather coats like the Germans wore, and both carrying submachine guns slung over their shoulders. And I said, I'm not sure these people are friendly. So anyway, the girl came bursting over toward me and said, "We are from the Dutch underground, and we are here to help you in any way you need help." I thanked her and so forth. She gave me a briefing on that there were no enemy in town. It was clear of Germans.
The airborne part of the operation had started well. Most troops had landed on or close to their intended drop zone. Now they needed to secure the vital bridges along 30th Corps' route to the Rhine. But the Allies didn't have it all their own way. A dash to the Arnhem Bridge by British paratroopers in jeeps hit a German roadblock. Most were killed or captured. The Paras would have to reach the bridge on foot, but it would be a hard slog.
One of the first mistakes that Browning made, he dropped us 7 miles from the bridge, and we were all carrying about 80 pounds worth of equipment and weapons. You can't run all the way. Merely walking take about 4 hours.
Problems were developing elsewhere too. North of Eindhoven, German engineers and Luftwaffe trainees blew up bridges over the Wilhelmina Canal before US paratroopers could reach them. 30 miles northeast at Nijmegen, more bridges across the Maasvaal Canal were blown before the 82nd Airborne got to them. Back in Arnhem, British 1st Airborne was about to run into the SS Panzer units that Major Urquhart had tried to warn of. Fortunately, they were well below full strength.
One of the legends, shall we say, about Operation Market Garden was that 1st British Airborne Division, which dropped at Arnhem, was dropping on top of 2 SS Armoured Divisions, 2 SS Panzer Divisions. That is true in the sense that 9th and 10th SS Panzer Division were in the area, but they had been so badly destroyed in the Battle of Normandy and the subsequent retreat. They were really only as strong as what the Germans called Kampfgruppe, that is to say, something about the size of a weak division with not too many tanks. But even in those terms, the Allies were taking a risk which really only made sense if the Germans weren't going to fight. And they did.
Another surprise for British 1st Airborne was that they'd landed almost on top of German Army Group B headquarters, from where Field Marshal Model would orchestrate a rapid German response. Model was Germany's youngest field marshal and greatly admired by Hitler and other senior commanders for his performance on the Eastern Front. He had been nicknamed the Führer's fireman for his ability to salvage apparently disastrous situations, even when his forces were heavily outnumbered.
The fact that he is a completely driven, also committed soldier are summed up by many accounts that we see, that he was very tough and very hard against his own troops, because he really wanted to achieve things, but also very hard and tough against himself, and for that the people admired and respected him.
As German commanders planned their response to the landings, they were handed a gift. In the wreckage of a crashed Allied glider, German troops found a complete set of orders for Operation Market Garden. Model saw that if he could hold the Allies at Nijmegen, the British paratroopers at Arnhem would remain cut off, and the Allied operation would fail. He split 2nd SS Panzer Corps into Kampfgruppe, or battle groups. Kampfgruppe Hohenstaufen was to hold Arnhem and its bridge against the British, while Kampfgruppe Frundsberg raced south over Arnhem Bridge to prevent the Allies crossing at Nijmegen.
The concept of Battlegroup or Kampfgruppe in German is a very specific concept that you could find in the German army in the Second World War. The idea was that whenever the need arose, you would form ad hoc formations out of existing formations, quite often of broken up formations or formations that already received or taken a lot of casualties, and form a new fighting body out of these.
Improvised Kampfgruppen helped Germany make the most of its dwindling military strength and respond rapidly to new threats.
Ihr geht da runter, ihr müsst euch beeilen, kämpft alles nieder, was sich euch im Weg stellt, und ihr müsst dann alle zusammen mit den anderen, die dort ankommen, einen Kessel bilden.
The swift German response meant Allied airborne troops were soon engaged in heavy fighting. At 2:35 p.m., the Allied ground attack began. Tanks of British 30th Corps crossed the Dutch-Belgian border on the road to Arnhem. Working to a strict timetable, they needed to reach Eindhoven by the end of the day, but the single road through open country was highly exposed. Within 10 minutes, they were hit by a German ambush and lost several tanks.
We were being fired on from the flanks as we pushed up the road. I don't know if you know Holland, but it was then just a series of country roads. There was nowhere to go. The tank wouldn't go off the road, he'd sink, because Holland was built on water.
You travelled on dike roads most of the time. And travelling on dike roads in the dark and the wet is not very comfortable at times.
With air support from Typhoon fighter bombers, the British tanks pushed on, along what soon became known as Hell's Highway. 30th Corps only managed to advance 5 miles on the first day, failing to reach Eindhoven, which remained in German hands. Just 24 hours into the operation, and Market Garden was already behind schedule. Allied airborne units were now in heavy fighting for a series of bridges that 30th Corps would need for their advance through the Netherlands into Germany itself. The 101st Airborne Division had successfully captured the crossings at Eindhoven. The 82nd, tasked with capturing the bridges at Nijmegen, were just south of their objective, at Grave. But at Arnhem, British 1st Airborne was in trouble. About 5,000 men were scattered west of town, in heavy fighting with local German forces, as well as the Waffen-SS troops. Only around 300 men had managed to reach their objective, the Arnhem Road Bridge, and were now dug in at its northern end, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel John Frost. John Frost was an experienced officer and one of the first to join the newly formed Parachute Regiment in 1941. He'd led daring missions into German-held territory before, including the successful Bruneval raid on the coast of occupied France to steal top-secret German radar equipment. Now he was in command of the tiny force of British paratroopers who had got through to the objective. As night fell, John Frost radioed divisional headquarters that they had secured the northern end of the bridge. He was ordered to hold his position until 30th Corps reached him. Around 9 p.m, Frost was reinforced by a group led by Major Tony Hibbert.
We had been ordered in the brigade orders that our job was to capture Arnhem Bridge and hold it for 48 hours until we were relieved from the south. Well, we'd actually done the job. We'd captured the bridge. We held the north end of it, which was the only bit that was necessary.
On day 2 of the operation, Frost's small force remained dug in around the north end of Arnhem Bridge, cut off from the rest of their division.
There were about nearly 600 chaps at John Frost's disposal, and he disposed them into a tight perimeter, but he could only go so far as he had chaps.
Then the paratroopers heard the sound of vehicles approaching from the south. It must be 30th Corps come to relieve them.
We thought that the tanks were in fact our own tanks coming from the south, the ones that were actually going to relieve us. And they were quite extraordinary. We had, as I say, about 160 people on the bridge, and they all took off their helmets and put their berets on and came out to cheer them forward. And of course, it wasn't until they came up to the top of the bridge that we saw that they'd got the wrong insignia on.
The vehicles belonged to an SS reconnaissance unit. When they realized the bridge was in British hands, they tried to rush it. But the paratroopers were ready.
And you could see the fear on their face, what they were running into. We had 3 para under there, and they opened up and they killed all those people that charged over the bridge.
The German column was wiped out in a barrage of fire from small arms, anti-tank guns, and the British Army's unique anti-tank weapon, the Piat.
For the first 2 years of the Second World War, the British had a really ineffective anti-tank rifle. But in August 1942, the Projector Infantry Anti-Tank, or Piat, was introduced. It's an unusual-looking weapon and very cumbersome. It's very heavy. It's about 15 kilograms in weight. It was really important that you got very, very close to the target, Ideally, if you're trying to knock out a tank, you want to be to the side of it, on its flank, or even better, behind it. You'd then sight it using this very simple upright foresight. So you pull the trigger, the spring would shoot forward, hit the detonator at the back of the bomb flies forward, the detonator would then recock the spring, ready for the next round to be put in it. One of the problems with it was that the tail end of the bomb was hollow, so it acted like a rifle barrel. So as it exploded, it would then fire the remains of the detonator straight back towards the pier operator, so you'd have to duck out the way as soon as you'd fired. They were incredibly effective. There were some unit commanders that said that this was the most effective weapon that their section carried. It was also successful. There were more tanks knocked out with Piats than there were by rocket-firing Typhoons and Tempests.
On day 2, major British airborne reinforcements set off from England after a 4-hour delay due to morning mist. This second wave had no element of surprise, and as they approached the landing zone west of Arnhem, they came under heavy anti-aircraft fire. Bill Higgs was one of the glider pilots.
The Jerrys are already sized out where we're going to land them, because the landing ground was a big open space, you see, miles, and of course the Germans soon surrounded it with their guns, and they were knocking them out in the air, and as I was flying over, you could see a puff there, a puff there, a puff there.
Ich will nicht sagen, das war wie Tontaubenschießen, das wäre jetzt falsch ausgedrückt, aber zuerst konnten wir das gar nicht begreifen, dass die das noch vorhaben da.
Not only were the British under fire on the way in, but on the ground they found the Germans already attacking the landing zones themselves.
They were all around and they were really knocking us for 6. But I got down by these trees and I thought, I can get in by the trees. If I can get to the trees, I haven't got far to run, you see. So.
The surviving reinforcements gradually assembled, ready to move out. But there was another problem. The commander of British 1st Airborne Division, Major General Urquhart, had landed on day 1, but was now missing in Arnhem, which was swarming with German troops. To make matters worse, British radios weren't working. Frost's men at the bridge couldn't reach division headquarters just 3.5 miles away, or Corps HQ near Nijmegen.
When we got there, the signals didn't work, so that was a waste for a start.
I felt that because I couldn't even talk to my men, that I wasn't doing my job.
One of the things that caused Market Garden to go wrong almost immediately was the complete chaos and lack of communication in most of the drop zones. Especially around Arnhem, the paratroopers had been scattered so widely and so far away from their targets that they had little idea of where they were or what to do. In addition, their radios proved not to work all that effectively, and so they couldn't even talk to each other and figure out what was going on.
By the time of the Market Garden operation, the radio sets that were taken to Arnhem, there were 4 different types, and the set that was used between the companies and battalion was the wireless set 68. And that was very, very similar to this 18 set, which was the standard infantry radio set. It had links of copper aerial that slotted together. Wireless operators always used to say it was like having an enormous neon sign above you with this huge great aerial waving around telling the enemy where you were, which wasn't very popular. There were many problems with the radio communications at Arnhem, and a lot of those were known about before they set off. The whole thing was a gamble, and they gambled on the fact that radio equipment which really wasn't quite up to the job would just about do the job. They gambled on the fact that they'd got enough radio operators because inevitably, being an airborne operation, they'd cut down on the amount of people that they could take with them. And the problem with that, of course, is that once radio operators started becoming casualties and were killed and wounded, there were no trained operators to replace them. Some of the radios had batteries which were disposable, and obviously the problem with that is resupply in the middle of a combat zone. Other radios had rechargeable batteries, and again, in a combat zone, that was a very tricky thing to do, to gather radio batteries, get them back to a place where they could be recharged. But the big problem was procedure. In a lot of instances, they simply didn't follow the agreed procedure. the whole division changed their frequency for the radios. But by that stage, the divisional headquarters were already out of contact with the brigade that was trying to get through to Arnhem Bridge. So when they changed their frequency, there wasn't a hope of getting back in contact with them because they'd got no idea that the frequency had been changed.
Tony Hibbert set up 8 large wireless sets at his headquarters near the bridge.
But the problem was that they had been set up really for work in the open. And from the moment we reached Arnhem, we were out of touch.
While Frost and his men remained cut off at the north end of Arnhem Bridge, the rest of the 1st Airborne Division battled to reach them, in vain. The casualties were starting to mount.
You know, you was in for a fight. No two ways about it. And the Germans knew that they were reinforcing quicker than what we were. Our medics were filling up. Now and again, the general would say, Bloise, go and see what the check is, you know, and you go in. Sometimes you shout to them and they'd give you by signs, you know, numbers. And that sometimes you went in there and these chaps be laying all round the wall. You couldn't get any more in there.
Meanwhile, 40 miles southwest of Arnhem, 30th Corps had reached their first objective, the Dutch city of Eindhoven, and linked up with the US 101st Airborne. Jubilant Dutch civilians cheered the British tanks as they passed through, half a day behind schedule. Their next objective was Nijmegen, but the city and its bridge were still in German hands.
When we got to Nijmegen, the Grenadier Guards in Shermans were in the lead. But when they got there, the American paratroops had not captured the bridge, which meant they had to fight for the bridge.
An attack on the bridge would mean more crucial hours lost, but there was no other option. On day 3, a combined assault by British tanks, infantry, and US paratroopers attempted to seize Nijmegen and its bridge, but ran into fierce German resistance. The attack failed. Back in Arnhem, Lieutenant General Urquhart had managed to rejoin his division, but breaking through to John Frost's men at the north end of the bridge looked increasingly unlikely. The rest of the division was now surrounded in the western suburb of Oosterbeek, struggling to hold its own position. Colonel Frost's force, just a few hundred strong, clung on desperately at the bridge as German attacks intensified.
We'd doing very well for the first 3 or 4 hours. And then, of course, the Germans put their artillery units on the other side of the river. And from that moment onwards, we were under a continual artillery attack. And on the next day, they started to bring up their tanks.
As the battle at the bridge became increasingly one-sided, the Germans sent a captured British engineer back to Frost's men with a message.
This engineer has come back over the bridge waving a big piece of white, waving it away, and he said, oh, the Germans want to surrender, sir. So he said, well, tell them to do it properly. I want 2 officers with a white sheet to come over and with no arms. No, sir, he said, I didn't mean it that way. He said, I meant they want you to surrender. He said, tell them to sod off. So he said, do you want me to go back? He said, do you want to go back? He said, no, I don't.
For all Frost's determination to fight on at Arnhem, his fate and the fate of his men rested with Allied forces 10 miles to the south at Nijmegen, where the bridge remained in German hands. But the commander of the 82nd Airborne had come up with a plan. Brigadier General James Gavin had been decorated for his role in the invasion of Sicily in 1943, made the night jump into Normandy on D-Day, and just 6 weeks before Market Garden was given command of the elite 82nd Airborne. He was an admired and charismatic leader who insisted that his officers be the first out of the airplane door and the last in the chow line. Faced with stubborn German resistance, Gavin proposed to have the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment cross the Vaal, 2 miles downriver, so they could then launch an attack on the bridge from both ends. The crossing had to be made in collapsible wood and canvas boats, under heavy enemy fire. Half the soldiers in the first wave were either killed or wounded. But with men across the river, the Allies could launch their simultaneous attack on both ends of the bridge. The Germans tried to blow the bridge, but the explosives failed and the surviving defenders fled. The road to Arnhem was open, but the Allied advance along Hell's Highway had been long and arduous, and they were now 30 hours behind schedule. Operation Market Garden's all-important timetable was in tatters. Ray Cumley was driving one of the Welsh Guards' Cromwell tanks, frustrated by their slow advance.
As we crossed, it was almost dusk, and we knocked 2 German tanks out at that. But then we were at standstill overnight because we advanced the next day. And of course, when we advanced, we couldn't do it. And of course, the airborne were being closed in by the SS. There was no chance for them. And we were determined if only we could get there, but we couldn't.
At Arnhem, Lieutenant Colonel Frost and his dwindling band of paratroopers still clung on to the north end of the bridge. But as each hour passed, more German reinforcements arrived in Arnhem, and they were now under sustained attack from German artillery, infantry, and armour.
The Germans, having dealt with other pockets of resistance, are now able to regroup their forces and, together with tank support, including Tiger tanks, to launch the last and final attack onto the bridge, and quite quickly they then managed to overrun the British positions, merely because the British are running out of ammunition and supplies, and because a normal paratrooper unit is not equipped to deal with German Tiger tanks.
On the 20th of September, after holding the bridge for 4 days and 5 nights, Frost's men learned that there was no hope of them being relieved as planned. They requested a ceasefire to help with their enormous number of casualties. Brigade Major Tony Hibbert was an eyewitness to the grim scenes.
We had over 300 wounded in the hospital, and the building was on fire, and the flames were out of control. So we had to ask the Germans not only for the ceasefire, but for them to send us some of their men to help us get our wounded out. That took about 2 hours, and at the end of that time, the Germans had infiltrated the perimeter that we'd been defending.
With no ammunition left, Frost's men began to surrender. But some decided to try and rejoin the rest of the division, holed up in Oosterbeek, 2 miles west.
There was no point in trying to defend the bridge, so I split them up into parties of 10 to try and make their way back to the main perimeter in Oosterbeek. But there were too many Germans. Wherever we went, we ran into Germans, and we were all taken prisoner.
During the truce, the German commander sought out his British counterpart.
Colonel Frost. He'd been badly wounded on the second day, still able to talk. The German commander came up and said, Colonel Frost, I salute you. We've just come back from Russia, where they'd been fighting for 2 years. He said, I've never seen any people as brave as yours. I salute you. That was nice.
But the courage and tenacity with which Frost and his men had held their ground had not been enough. Arnhem had proved a bridge too far. The 21st of September, day 5. With Frost's command eliminated, Arnhem Bridge was back in German hands. The rest of the 1st Airborne Division were dug in around Oosterbeek, on the wrong side of the river from British and American forces pushing up from Nijmegen. But 30th Corps' progress along Hell's Highway remained painfully slow, and now British tanks were taking fire from one of Germany's most lethal weapons.
You were sitting ducks, as you might say, because the 88mm guns, these were the anti-tank the German had. I think it was the finest gun ever for tank warfare in particular.
Facing the British armour attack is a very strong German defence in depth. They've got weapons like the famous PaK-43 anti-tank gun. That's one of these ones here behind me. It's an 88mm gun, and it can fire a solid shot armour-piercing round that would penetrate one of the British Sherman tanks out to about 2.5 kilometres away. So you have the situation that British tanks are being knocked out and they can't even see the enemy that is firing at them.
Each time a German anti-tank gun picked off the lead British tank, the rest of the column was stuck behind it on the single road until the destroyed vehicle could be cleared. Corps Commander Lieutenant General Horrocks ordered his infantry forward, but they too ran into fierce German resistance.
We were desperate to relieve the airborne at Arnhem. The Germans were equally determined that we would not reach them, that they would surrender before we had a chance to cross the River Rhine and get back to them, get them out. And so it was a battle of attrition for 4 or 5 days.
30th Corps was running out of time. At Oosterbeek, the British airborne were critically low on ammunition and water. Attempts to resupply them by air were only partly successful, with most canisters falling behind German lines. And they remained under relentless attack from all sides.
We knew we were losing the battle because we get pulled into a perimeter, getting smaller and smaller, so we knew we weren't going to win it.
30th Corps began looking for alternative ways to reach the airborne troops at Oosterbeek. Their reconnaissance units, using small country lanes, found a route to the river that bypassed the main German defences, and at Driel made contact with the 1st Polish Parachute Brigade, who'd been dropped as reinforcements on day 3. Over the next few days, 30th Corps made several attempts to cross the river and link up with the Paras.
We sent a company of our 4th Dorsets across the river to form a bridgehead the other side, so then when the paratroopers were coming back, they knew where they'd get across.
But as airborne resistance north of the river began to collapse, any reinforcements who made it across risked sharing their fate.
I think they sent a whole company across, and not many of them came back. They didn't all get killed, but they got captured.
It was increasingly clear that Operation Market Garden had failed. The British priority became rescuing as many airborne troops as possible from the far shore of the Rhine.
The real issue on the ground at the time was, were the Germans about to overrun 1st Airborne Division's positions with perhaps a resulting massacre? The British knew there were SS troops involved. They were afraid there might be a massacre. In fact, there wasn't. The Waffen-SS troops were generally so impressed with the way that the paratroopers and glider troops had fought that they treated them rather well. But again, in the big picture, it wasn't just about getting across and into Arnhem. It was about getting much further north into Holland with substantial forces. And that clearly was not going to happen at this stage. So the decision is taken to withdraw those forces across the Rhine, rather perhaps sarcastically entitled Operation Berlin.
The way it came through, they were going to pull out at 11 o'clock at night. But don't tell these Dutch people, because we think they're pro-German, because they live near the border of Germany. And so don't tell them we're pulling out in case they tell the Germans, you know. So we were in this trench, and they were all across the river. The Royal Artillery were firing 2 guns on the extreme right and left. Each one was a tracer, so we were told keep within them tracers, you know, otherwise the shell outside there. And we got to the river, the church, across the river. And now, that was horrendous there. The Germans knew we were getting out. Apparently, they thought at first the Poles were coming in across the river, but then realised we were getting out. So they shelled this place. That was the worst night of my life. And I have nightmares about that. Many.
They managed to get about 2,400 Allied troops across the Rhine that particular night, which practically ends the fighting in the Arnhem area. And the Germans, of course, claimed this as their victory.
The Battle of Arnhem ended amid death and chaos, and a humiliating British retreat. The recriminations began almost immediately.
I felt ashamed that, being English, that we was losing the battle through incompetence.
The British performed poorly because they didn't listen. They were good soldiers. They were brave. But the command, they were crazy. Dropping those people over there, knowing the German armor was over there. Dutch people told them, and the British insisted that they were wrong.
Characteristically, Montgomery refused to accept any blame.
Montgomery was an extremely capable commander with a massive ego who had the habit, particularly after the war, of saying that he could pre-plan all his battles perfectly and the enemy never had any say in it. He just carried out his master plan. He also said he never lost a battle. When asked about Market Garden, it was claimed it was a 90% success. That was very typical of the man.
Monty's master plan had not got the Allies across the Rhine and into Germany as promised, and the war would not be over by Christmas. Instead, Eisenhower's broad front strategy would resume once the Allies had resolved their supply crisis, a crisis that had only been exacerbated by Operation Market Garden.
Market Garden drew substantial amount of supplies away from other areas of the Allied front. Most importantly, the Southern American armies, like Patton's Third Army, were starved of fuel and had to slow their advance as a result. Market Garden also distracted Montgomery from other important areas of his responsibility. Most importantly, although the port city of Antwerp was captured, Montgomery neglected to capture the areas leading into the port. The Germans controlled the estuary between Antwerp and the sea, and that meant that the Allies couldn't start using the Antwerp port to bring supplies in for much longer time than they should have.
Operation Market Garden was one of the war's great what-ifs. A chance to shorten the war and so save many thousands of lives, squandered through poor planning, and in spite of the heroism and skill of many who took part.
We jumped 17 September, and we were relieved by the Canadians on the 11th of November. We just sat there facing Germany. Just sat there, because it was as you British say, it was a cock-up. It was a cock-up. It was a mess, really.
In September 1944, along the Dutch-Belgian border, the Allies began a desperate battle to clear well-entrenched German troops from a key strategic waterway.
The Germans have been there for 4 years. They knew the areas only like the back of their hand. And regardless of what you hear, they were very formidable.
Possession of the Scheldt estuary was vital for the Allied advance into Germany. But German forces held both shores and would use every advantage offered by treacherous terrain.
Every time you made an advance, the Germans would blow the dikes and flood the land.
was strewn with mines. Everywhere there was minefield.
The month-long, grueling campaign for this estuary would be Canada's bloodiest battle of World War II. This is the story of the Battle of the Scheldt. By September 1944, Hitler's Germany was staring defeat in the face. That summer, Stalin's Red Army had smashed through German forces on the Eastern Front and advanced as far as Poland and Romania. In the west, the Allies had liberated France and were closing in on the River Rhine and the German frontier. But then an Allied supply crisis brought the advance to a grinding halt.
The Allied industries back home in the United States and Britain were producing enormous amounts of supplies. Tens of thousands of tanks, millions of rounds of ammunition, and millions of gallons of fuel. The challenge was getting all of those supplies to their frontline troops.
The Allies had 5 armies in the field, 2.5 million men advancing on a broad front towards the Rhine. But their supplies still came from their Normandy beachhead, 300 miles to the rear. Frontline troops were no longer getting the fuel and ammunition they needed to continue the advance.
Modern warfare needs lots of petrol. Tanks gobble up petrol more than our cars do.
This is where there was this great argument about how the Allied forces should make their next move, because they were running out of supplies.
Then, on the 4th of September, the British 11th Armoured Division captured the Belgian port of Antwerp. Crucially, with the help of the Belgian resistance, the British were able to capture the port intact before the Germans could sabotage it. At first glance, it seemed as if all the Allied supply issues would soon be at an end.
There are miles and miles and miles of docks there. Antwerp is the biggest, or was then the biggest harbour really in Europe. It was the biggest plum for the British Army.
We had Antwerp, and the harbour was intact. Still cranes and everything could be used. And most of the other places, like the other ports we took, the Germans had blown up the cranes and stuff, couldn't use the ports properly.
But there was one major problem. Antwerp is connected to the sea by a 45-mile-long estuary of the River Scheldt, which was still heavily mined and defended by the Germans. The Allies couldn't land supplies in Antwerp until the Scheldt had been cleared.
Once the Scheldt estuary was cleared, the Allies could turn that into their main supply port, which would be sufficient to supply pretty much their entire war effort for the remaining campaign as they drove into Germany. And of course, the Germans knew that as well.
The Germans had built heavy coastal gun batteries on Walcheren Island, dominating the West Scheldt estuary and making it impossible for Allied ships to reach Antwerp. The guns along the estuary were protected by thick concrete bunkers, almost impervious to air attack. They could only be taken by ground assault, across a landscape of rivers and open mudflats, with approaches covered by artillery and anti-tank guns, and beaches strewn with barbed wire and minefields. This hugely challenging assignment was given to the 1st Canadian Army, a multinational force made up of 2 Canadian and 2 British infantry divisions, with 1 Canadian and 1 Polish armoured division. The army included many Normandy veterans, but their hard-won combat experience was now being diluted by the arrival of raw recruits to replace casualties.
Some of them had been in the army less than 6 months. They brought them overseas, crossed the channel onto the trucks and up to the front and dumped them off. As we were trying to whip everybody into shape, they didn't know how to load a rifle, they didn't know how to prime a grenade, they knew nothing about infantry work.
In command of the army was Lieutenant General Guy Simonds. Simonds was a born soldier who'd won the Sword of Honour at Canada's Royal Military College. An expert in the evolving art of mechanised warfare, his rise to senior command had been meteoric, leading a division in Sicily and a corps in Normandy. When his boss, Lieutenant General Crerar, commanding 1st Canadian Army, fell ill, Simonds was the obvious replacement, and at 41 became the Western Allies' youngest army commander by 7 years.
Very British Canadian. He had been born in Britain. His father had been an officer in the British Army. His grandfather had been an officer in the army of the East India Company. Very highly regarded by Montgomery, by Eisenhower and by Bradley, perhaps in contrast to the actual commander of 1st Canadian Army, General Sahari Crerar, a Canadian who was found to be a little difficult to work with. The other way of looking at that is that they regarded Simonds as a good officer because he thought much the same way that they did, that Montgomery found Simonds easier to cooperate with, and so did many others.
Simonds' job was made more difficult by fierce disagreements about Allied strategy that autumn. The Supreme Allied Commander, General Eisenhower, favoured an advance against Germany on a broad front. But British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery believed that a single thrust across the Rhine River would get the Allies to Berlin and end the war by Christmas. Such a move, if successful, would make German defences along the Scheldt irrelevant. So that September, Simonds' advance on the Scheldt was put on pause, while Montgomery launched his ambitious airborne operation, codenamed Market Garden. But Market Garden ended in disaster.
The paratroopers took the bridges and held them until we got there. We took over from the American paratroopers at Nijmegen, and the next one after that was Arnhem, and that's the one they couldn't get. And that's where our paratroopers dropped in and got slaughtered.
And of course they had Market Garden, the airborne, bridge too far. They had that, and that failed. So they said, well, we've got to get Antwerp open.
The failure of Operation Market Garden not only cost lives and resources. By delaying the Canadian attack on the Scheldt, the task had been made significantly harder. The Germans made good use of their 4 weeks' breathing space, moving thousands of reinforcements into position along the estuary. By the time Montgomery accepted that clearing the Scheldt estuary must be the new priority, German defences were more formidable than ever. That October, the Western Allies were relying on 1st Canadian Army to get the job done. It was up to them to clear German defenders from the Scheldt estuary, so that urgently needed supplies and reinforcements could make it through to the port of Antwerp. Until now, 1st Canadian Army's efforts had been overshadowed by events elsewhere, but no longer. The Canadian plan involved 4 phases. Phase 1, 2nd Canadian Infantry Division, supported by 4th Canadian Armoured, would push north from Antwerp to secure Woensdrecht and Bergen op Zoom at the neck of the South Beveland Peninsula. Phase 2, 3rd Canadian Infantry Division and 1st Polish Armoured would eliminate German forces along the south bank of the Scheldt. Phase 3, Canadian troops would advance up the narrow South Beveland Peninsula, before Simonds launched Phase 4, an attack on Walcheren Island by land and sea. One of the biggest challenges facing the troops would be the treacherous landscape. The terrain was wet and boggy, with open country crossed by dikes and waterways.
The land around the Scheldt was polder territory. This meant that it had been reclaimed from the sea. The land was divided up by dikes, and between them It had been flooded by the Germans.
They had flooded the land and you're in water all the time. The only protection you get is if you try to get too high on the what do you call the dikes, then you're a target.
The dikes themselves were steep embankments, like ramparts, about 14 feet high, and made ideal defensive positions for the Germans. With hardly any usable roads for tanks, the struggle for the Scheldt would be overwhelmingly an infantry battle.
Why didn't the Air Force just go and flatten the place? Just flatten the place. They got all kinds of ammunition. No, send the infantry in there. It's terrible, terrible.
More than ever, Canadian soldiers would rely on the weapons and equipment they could haul forwards themselves over the flooded plains and steep embankments.
The Canadian Army in 1944 were equipped and armed almost identically to the British Army, and that went for the tactics and training too. Every platoon, most men were armed with the No. 4 Lee Enfield rifle. The section commanders were all armed with Sten submachine guns. But unlike the Germans, which was very, very beautifully made, high-precision engineering, these were cheap. The whole thing made for 15 shillings. There were only two pieces which were machined, the barrel and the breech block. The rest of it just made out of stamped steel, welded together. But actually, they weren't that reliable. The main infantry support weapon was the Bren light machine gun. The Bren was an incredibly accurate, beautifully designed weapon, completely reliable, and was quite capable of putting 2 bullets through the same hole with a well-trained gunner. These weapons and tactics, which had been honed in the fighting since Normandy, suddenly meant nothing in the fighting in the Scheldt because the land was flooded, there wasn't the opportunity for manoeuvre, and the troops were funneled through drainage ditches, through dikes, and across causeways. So they were having to advance on an incredibly narrow front. And on the other side, the Germans knew exactly where they would be coming from.
Those German defenders were being exhorted to ever greater levels of sacrifice by their Führer, who had implemented a new strategy, the Festung, or fortress city.
Hitler designated certain areas as fortress zones or fortress cities, and his goal was really to invigorate the defenders of those cities, to make them fight to the last man, to not surrender, to sell themselves as dearly as possible, and really to destroy the usefulness of those areas in the process. He did this with a number of port cities. He did this with the estuary outside of Antwerp. And the goal was really to slow the Allies down as much as possible.
But that summer, the German army had suffered disastrous losses in men and equipment, both in France and on the Eastern Front. It was now relying increasingly on teenagers and second-rate conscripts. The ragtag mix of divisions holding the Scheldt typified the Wehrmacht's diminished strength. 64th Division, defending the south bank of the Scheldt, was the strongest, with 11,000 men and a large number of heavy weapons. The 3 divisions of 67 Corps, holding the area north of Antwerp, were at half strength, and most were poorly trained. While 70th Division, holding Walcheren Island, was made up of men who, until recently, had been classed as medically unfit for service.
Previous fighting and the huge casualties had inflicted so many losses on the German army that they were simply not able to find enough recruits to refill their ranks. So what they did at that particular time is that they would go into hospitals, to military hospitals, and also draft people who up to that point had been medically unfit, and would draft them into specific units.
You see what are called stomach battalions of men who are otherwise fit but who need a special diet. Ear battalions of men who have ear damage or hearing damage and need special doctors. Or foot battalions. All of these are simply being put back into the line, not as first-class infantry, but as men who can still fight.
On the 2nd of October, the Canadian 2nd Infantry Division opened the Battle of the Scheldt with an attack north from Antwerp. Their objective was to secure access to the South Beveland Peninsula, isolating German forces from the Dutch mainland. but they would need to fight their way through the villages of Hürtgen and Wunstrecht. At first, the Canadians made steady progress, overcoming sporadic German resistance and liberating several small villages on the Dutch-Belgian border. But as they neared their objective, they ran into a strong defensive network of roadblocks, anti-tank ditches, and assault guns. It was typical of the well-planned German defenses the Allies encountered throughout the battle.
Germans had lots of time to prepare for us coming. I can remember they even had numbers on top of the roofs, 264 or something. And that was the infantry would see that number and call back for artillery fire. And they'd be able to very quickly be able to know exactly where that was. And so they used to shell us, but they had lots of time to prepare.
On the 7th of October, bitter fighting erupted around Hürtgen and Wunstrecht, with the Germans determined to keep control over the crucial access to South Beveland.
The town of Hürtgen, which overlooked Wunstrecht, and they had heavy artillery, mortars, at a very, very short distance. You could see the people operating the weapons on that hill.
The German 15th Army had clear orders from its commander. The people and Führer of Germany were watching, they were told. The Scheldt defenses must be held to the end. That commander was General Gustav Adolf von Sangen. An experienced officer who'd led a division on the Eastern Front, he'd been given command of 15th Army in the Calais region of France 6 weeks earlier. Despite heavy Allied attacks, he'd successfully withdrawn his units to Holland and established a formidable defensive line around the Scheldt.
He was a very driven commander, and he made clear to his troops that the fighting in the Scheldt estuary was of the utmost importance for the future conduct of war and the future of Germany.
Contrary to the impression given by newsreel propaganda, by autumn 1944, German tanks were in short supply. The very few armoured units at von Sangen's disposal would instead rely on simpler, but highly effective, mobile assault guns.
At the beginning of World War II, the Germans have developed a vehicle called an assault gun, or Sturmgeschütz. And the idea is really you get a tank chassis, you put a support howitzer in it with a superstructure on the top, and that helps the infantry to attack prepared positions. After the invasion of Russia in June of 1941, Hitler makes a suggestion that the 7.5 centimetre anti-tank gun is added to the Sturmgeschütz chassis, and that changes the vehicle into a great tank-killing weapon. One of the issues with the Sturmgeschütz is low in profile because it doesn't have that turret, and that means it's an effective weapon to be able to hide, and it's also, because it's smaller, a harder weapon to hit. As the war progresses, the Germans are trying to thicken the armour, but they're losing some of their production facilities. So if you actually look on this example of a Sturmgeschütz, this extra armour that's been placed on the front is actually concrete, just to thicken the levels of protection for the crew inside. The problem, of course, is this cannot be turned on like a 360 turret. So it's great in the defensive role, but less good in the attack.
The assault guns that stalled the Canadian advance at Hürtgen belonged to a German Kampfgruppe, or battle group.
The near complete destruction of the larger organization of the German army in the West meant that there were a lot of units that were not with who they had started out with, were not organized, had suffered heavy casualties. And the Germans found that the best way to use them were simply to put them together into an informal group, a Kampfgruppe, and send them back out to fight together.
This particular Kampfgruppe is a very good example of it. Kampfgruppe, or battle group Schill, were named after their commanding officer, Generalleutnant Lieutenant General Schill. The Canadian intelligence report classed him as a very skillful and very driven military commander. They assembled a battle group, a Kampfgruppe of about 3,000 men, consisting of remnants of 3 infantry divisions, in particular the 85th Infantry Division, together with a number of paratroopers. And these 3,000 men became, as the Germans call them, the fire brigade of the Scheldt estuary. They were one of the most powerful and experienced combat formations that the Germans had. And whenever there was heavy fighting, this particular unit would be sent.
Kampfgruppe Hill put up fierce resistance and launched fast-moving, hard-hitting counterattacks whenever possible. The Canadians suddenly found themselves in the hardest fighting they'd seen since Normandy. The intensity of combat threatened to overwhelm some units, and for one regiment would lead to complete disaster. The Canadian Black Watch had a reputation as an unlucky regiment. In Normandy, in one disastrous attack, its 2 senior officers had been killed, and the regiment cut to pieces. On Friday, the 13th of October, the same regiment was ordered to lead an attack on a railway embankment held by paratroopers of Kampfgruppe Hill. It would go down in Canadian military history as Black Friday.
They held the high ground on the right, and we were down on the flatlands with 2 or 3 polders as our protection. The Germans had the last polder. They had the very last polder. And as soon as you put your head up, there'd be a grenade come at you. And there was the railway tracks on the left with high ground there, which they also occupied. Our purpose was to advance past those polders, get to the railway station and cut off the enemy's movements on the road and the railway. We couldn't do it. We lost all those men. Black Friday the 13th.
The 4 attacking companies of the Black Watch lost 150 men killed, and the embankment remained in German hands.
One of the main problems that the Canadians are facing, which lead to these very high casualty rates, is the fact that communications are very poor. When C Company starts its attack, the preliminary artillery bombardment comes in too early, and so it comes in 30 minutes before the infantry actually starts its attack, which of course gives the Germans enough time to get back into their positions and prepare their weapons for the advancing Canadians.
The Canadians attacked again 3 days later. Finally, through tenacity and sheer weight of fire, they fought their way into what remained of the Dutch village of Woensdrecht. At high cost, the Canadians had cut off the South Beveland Peninsula and the 15,000 Germans defending it. Meanwhile, Simmons had launched the second phase of the battle on the southwest bank of the Scheldt, dubbed the Falaise Pocket. The Canadians' first obstacle was the Leopold Canal. General Simmons believed the attack to clear the Falaise Pocket, codenamed Operation Switchback, would take 4 days. It began on the 6th of October with an assault across the Leopold Canal. For some companies, the crossing was carried out in eerie silence.
We were under orders not to shoot unless we were attacked. And we suddenly realized Germans must be under the same order too, because they see us, but they're not shooting anything either. So it was a kind of a silence on the canal.
A few Canadian companies got across the canal without coming under fire. But others were not so lucky and ran into fierce opposition, taking heavy losses. Allied intelligence, it later emerged, had seriously underestimated the strength of German forces in the Falaise Pocket. Slowly, the Canadians carved out a bridgehead on the far bank of the canal. Walter Balfour, a machine gunner with the 4th Canadian Armoured Division, spotted a German artillery observer guiding fire onto his unit.
So I opened up on them with the Bren gun. I had rolled down off the top of the dike because they opened up with a machine gun right away on trying to cut the top of the dike. But later on, the other troops farther up said they saw two German stretcher bearers come out very cautiously, wondering whether they might, whether they were going to be shot or what, they could get. And they didn't bother, let them. They said they went up to where this brush pile was and loaded a guy on the stretcher and took him out. But that solved the problem for these guys who were on the bottom of at the canal bank, because he was creating a lot of havoc, a lot of rough times for them.
As the attack across the canal ran out of momentum, Simmons launched the Canadian Highland Brigade in a daring amphibious flanking attack on Hoofdplaat. The attack would be made with the help of an extraordinary new amphibious vehicle, originally designed for a somewhat sunnier climate.
This vehicle's what's called a Buffalo, and it was developed from a design to pick up people in the Florida Everglades. The idea being that it can float, but it's also got tracks. The tracks were developed in a way that they've got these scoops on, so as they turn, they can propel a vehicle through water. Now, the American military liked the idea, and the British and Canadian forces use them as well. So to clear the Scheldt estuary and the island of Walcheren at the end of it, a number of operations took place. And that's when the Buffalo, with its amphibious capability, its ability to take men across boggy ground, crossing rivers, dikes, even the open sea, it came into its own.
But the Canadians had had almost no time to train with the new amphibious vehicles, forcing the operation to be postponed by 24 hours. When the attack went ahead, it was a complete success. Canadian infantry landing behind the German lines, virtually unopposed. The Germans immediately concentrated every available gun against this dangerous new bridgehead. Doug Vidler was a mortarman with the Canadian Highland Brigade.
It was a bad night. We'd been up all night. We didn't get to bed till 8 o'clock or something in the morning, but around 11 o'clock, a shell hit the top of our barn, and the shrapnel and dust and everything all came down. And Bob was laying beside me, and we were laying under a manger kind of thing. The word went out, anybody hit? And Blackie said he was hit. He got hit in the knee. So with that, I shook Bob and said, Bob, Blackie's hit. And with that, Bob rolled over. He had one little piece of shrapnel on his head. Just one little piece, hardly bled at all. And he was gone.
For 3 days, Doug Vidler and his comrades held on to their fragile bridgehead. Finally, tank destroyers and infantry of 4th Canadian Armoured Division broke through to relieve them. The German position in the Falaise Pocket was now hopeless. But the German commander ordered his men to fight on, even though many frontline units had lost 2/3 of their men, and most of the survivors were ready to give up. Canadian 3rd Division began a relentless, methodical advance across the pocket, smashing any point of German resistance with concentrated artillery fire and airstrikes. Ochil Stewart, a D-Day veteran, entered what he took to be a recently liberated Dutch village.
Everything was deathly silence as I got into the town. Not a soul, not a sound. And just behind me, out of the windmill, came the Burgermeister with about 20 of his town people. And so I went over to them. They hugged me and kissed me, and I said, did you not get all this hugging and kissing out of your system when the infantry came through yesterday? Oh, you're the first one. The infantry were repulsed by the Germans. They're back a mile or so. You're the first one.
On the 3rd of November, the pocket finally fell, with the surrender of the German divisional commander and the rest of his troops. The Canadians were slowly tightening their grip on the estuary, though at a heavy price. Now it was time to launch their final assault on Walcheren Island. and the coastal guns that dominated the Scheldt. For both sides, autumn on the Dutch coast promised to be wet and freezing cold.
There wasn't a guy whose main objective was to find a warm, dry place where he could have a good sleep. Never mind the German. Where can we find a warm, dry place to have a good sleep? We were all half conscious.
It was cold. There was ice forming on the edge of the canal. The green grass had covered in white frost.
Soldiers fought a daily battle to get warm, stay dry, and find hot food.
The Scheldt was freezing cold. The Canadians find themselves having to fight in greatcoats, in the thick woolen greatcoats. They're wearing balaclavas. They have leather jerkins on, anything to keep warm and to try and keep the water out. The Canadian and British rations weren't very imaginative. In fact, nowhere near as exciting as the menus that the American Army often had. Amongst the things that they got in their 24-hour ration packs were 10 of these biscuits, which was basically a bread substitute, and these could be broken up and used for making breadcrumbs and other things. There would be meat extract, blocks of meat, oatmeal blocks, there were 2 bars of chocolate, boiled sweets, chewing gum, salt, so all sorts of things to make very, very simple food. And you would cook these on a little hexamen stove, which you carried in your pack, which opened out like this. You'd have a hexamen block, which is the fuel, which would sit in the space underneath. And once you'd lit it, you could then put your food into the mess tin, put it on top of the stove, and cook it off. Another innovation at the time was self-heating tins of food, like this tin of mock turtle soup. And the idea here was that you would take your army jackknife, you would punch 2 holes in the side of the lid, lever off the cap, and then light the fuse inside, leave it for 5 minutes, and when you cut it open, it would be steaming hot soup ready to eat.
Added to the general discomfort of Canadian troops was a growing crisis of combat fatigue. The Canadian 2nd and 3rd Infantry Divisions had been in almost constant combat since Normandy, and because of a Canadian law governing overseas service, they weren't getting enough replacements from home.
The Canadian Army was starting to experience substantial manpower issues late in 1944. In addition to the casualties they had experienced during the earlier fighting, the Canadian Army in Europe was built out of people who had actually volunteered to leave Canada and fight in Europe. Not everybody did that, and that meant that the Canadians were facing a shortage of people who were willing to fight in Western Europe. In addition to the shortage itself, the Canadian troops who were actually in Europe were beginning to get a little worn down, and there was no relief in sight. More and more Canadian soldiers began to break down under the strain, whether physically wounded, physically ill, or battlefield exhaustion.
In the First World War, they called the guy shell shock. We called it battle fatigue. Guys got battle fatigue a couple of weeks after we got into action. And they were no good anymore, most of them. They sent them back to what we called anyway, a sleep camp. And they'd give a guy a needle and put him to sleep for a day or 2 days and give him a chance to rest up. Keep him there for 3 or 4 days and send him back up. Well, the theory was 2 trips to the sleep camp and you went into a labor battalion. But we were so short of men, we had no labor battalions that I ever heard of, so they kept sending them back. And, you know, it was a damn disgrace. Some of the guys deserted. I had a guy who was a very close friend of mine and a tip-top soldier. But once the mortar shells started coming in, he'd get up and start running around in circles. And I'd have to jump on him and put him down and sometimes punch him out to keep him quiet.
Despite the growing crisis of manpower, 2nd Canadian Infantry were now given another vital role to play in the 3rd phase of the Battle of the Scheldt. General Simmons wanted them to attack west along the narrow peninsula as part of Operation Vitality, ahead of the final assault on the coastal batteries of Walcheren Island. So the weary Canadians prepared for another attack across the broken dikes and flooded fields. they would be facing soldiers of the German 6th Parachute Regiment. Many were as exhausted, physically and psychologically, as the Canadians. But even though the struggle to hold the Scheldt looked increasingly doomed, the Germans continued to fight doggedly. They had at least been safe from Allied air attacks for the last few weeks, thanks to heavy cloud and bad weather. But whenever the skies cleared, Hawker Typhoons and Supermarine Spitfires, armed with rockets and cannon, swarmed in to strafe German positions. John Thompson was the Canadian pilot of a rocket-firing Typhoon.
Anybody on the ground, it sounded like an express train coming, particularly a salvo. And the Germans, they were very leery about when they got attacked by typhoons. They didn't like the noise. That several of the German prisoners would say, well, the noise of those rockets is pretty terrifying.
In late October, the Allies used radio intercepts to pinpoint General von Sangen's headquarters and sent 4 squadrons of Typhoons to wipe it out. The attack killed 74 German officers and left 15th Army headquarters in chaos for days. The Canadians hoped to take advantage with a fresh attack along the peninsula. They had learned the lesson of Black Friday. This time, German defences were blasted by a massive artillery barrage before the infantry went in under cover of darkness.
We moved in there about 2 o'clock in the morning and laid in the ditch on one side of the road until about 6, when we were told to charge. The charge was across about 1,000 yards of beet fields, flat as a pancake, nothing there but beets, and to take a dike on the far side being held by the German. We hardly got across the road when we had to retreat back into the ditch because of the machine gun, and the fire was so heavy you couldn't move. Somehow or other, we worked our way across that beet field to the dike at the end. There was very few of us left when we got there. We couldn't do much, but we spent the rest of the day throwing grenades back and forth, the Germans on one side and us on the other side, and they were just murder. The wounded were laying out in the field, hollering and yelling.
The Canadian infantry struggled forward, and by the end of the first day, they'd breached the first line of German defences and taken 120 prisoners. But the next obstacle was even more formidable: the South Beveland Canal.
The German defense in the South Beveland sector is centered around this particular canal. The canal is a big obstacle to the Allied forces, and it's very difficult for them to cross this under fire. And the Germans therefore include this as an integral part into their defensive plan.
Rather than tackle the canal head-on, General Simmons ordered an outflanking attack by the 52nd Lowland Division, using buffaloes to land at Hürtgen. At a stroke, this bold amphibious operation bypassed the canal and made it worthless as a defensive position. The German troops hurriedly pulled back to Walcheren Island itself, where they would make their last stand, protected by concrete fortifications and coastal batteries. 4 weeks into the battle for the Scheldt, the Allies were closing in on their goal, the naval guns of Walcheren Island.
Blocking the end of the Scheldt estuary was the island of Walcheren. Walcheren was heavily defended by the Germans. It was basically very flat and low-lying and surrounded by a dike, and the Germans had built concrete pillboxes and guns emplaced around the top of that dike.
Until Walcheren Island was taken and its heavy guns neutralized, no Allied ships could sail up the Scheldt to Antwerp, and the advance on Germany remained stalled through lack of supplies. By now, General Dasser, commanding what Hitler optimistically termed Scheldt Fortress North, could call only on the remnants of 70th Infantry Division, the 89th Fortress Regiment, and 2 battalions of naval gunners. Their orders from the Führer remained clear: fight to the last man. Meanwhile, Canadian Commander Guy Simonds was devising another bold amphibious operation for the final assault on Walcheren Island. First, the RAF would bomb Westkapelle, destroying the island's outer dike and allowing the sea to rush in and flood the interior. Then he would launch 2 amphibious assaults by Scottish Infantry and Royal Marine Commandos, landing at Vlissingen and Westkapelle, while 2nd Canadian Infantry attacked from the east across the narrow channel separating Walcheren from the mainland.
Montgomery built up a massive assault force to take the Walcheren fortress. Lots of landing crafts, lots of Buffalo amphibious vehicles, and thousands of men, and the plan was essentially a replica of what had happened at Normandy on June 6, 1944. A massive initial bombardment followed by waves of landing craft and amphibious vehicles taking the soldiers ashore to capture the fortress and finally open up Antwerp to Allied supply ships.
The Canadians began their attack on the 31st of October. But reaching the channel, they soon found it was too deep to cross on foot and too muddy for assault boats. The only option was to advance up the Walcheren Causeway, a single narrow road a mile long, connecting the island to the mainland. Company after company was sent up the causeway, only to get pinned down by heavy German fire.
So they lined the guys up in rows and send them across this damn thing. And you couldn't move. The Jerry's were sitting at the far end, machine gun fire. They had old French 75mm cannons shooting them like machine guns down the middle. And they kept sending more and more guys, and we were given covering fire. I smoked a can of 100 cigarettes in about 3 hours, believe it or not. Just lighting one off the other. We were just changing barrels on the Bren gun. Between their guys and ours, they finally got a half a dozen guys or so to the far end. But that was it.
With the Canadians pinned down on the causeway, the success of the attack would depend on Simonds' amphibious landings. The RAF bombing raid had been a success, blowing giant gaps in the dikes and flooding the island. The way was clear for Allied amphibious vehicles to strike at the heart of the German defensive positions.
When the attack went in, amphibious vehicles like this Buffalo could go through those gaps and round the rear of the dikes and attack the German defences from behind. And the Buffaloes would be perfect for this because not only could they carry men ashore, they were armour-plated on the front on this LVT-4 model Buffalo, and they were given guns. So it's got a 20mm Polston cannon and Browning machine guns on it that would help put suppressing fire down on the German positions as they come ashore and release the infantry to finish the attack.
Royal Marine Jim Kelly was part of the Buffalo assault wave, but things didn't go quite to plan.
They were put into tank landing craft, and we got into the Buffaloes inside the tank landing craft, so that we were loaded into the Buffalo, but the Buffalo was an amphibious box. We came out the landing craft in this thing, and right away it was bogged down in the water. Never got any further. We had to get out and wade ashore. It's just the same old wet landing. A freezing cold day, 1st of November.
At Vlissingen, the island's main port, the Germans were caught off guard, and British troops landed almost unscathed. But resistance intensified as they moved inland. They were soon engaged in fierce street fighting that would last several days. Meanwhile, off Westkapelle, a covering force of landing craft took on the heavy German shore batteries with rockets and cannon.
They were taking on the batteries, but they were a bit of a one-sided fight. That was it, and they lost quite a few. But at least they did the job. They took the fire away from us, so we were able to get in and get on top of the batteries.
Under the cover of this barrage, the Marines got ashore with only light casualties. On the beaches and dikes, they faced no more than sporadic resistance from the Germans. But occasional mortar shells and mines claimed a steady toll. German S-mines, known as bouncing Bettys, were lethal.
We actually go over the top, just come over the top of the dunes and then start trotting towards and take a chance on the mines. But what we used to do really on the minefields was up skirts and at them. Because the faster you ran, if you stood on a mine, the better the chance you had of getting away with it. Because it took about 4 seconds to pop up out of the ground to about 6 foot high before it exploded in shrapnel balls. So if you ran fast enough, you could get away with it, which you did. It worked.
The fighting on Walcheren Island lasted 8 days. Then, on the 8th of November, the Germans began to surrender.
The next morning, they would come out with all their gear packed, the little haversacks and whatnot, and they'd come out and just surrender.
With the German coastal batteries neutralized, Royal Navy minesweepers went to work, making the Scheldt estuary safe for Allied supply ships. On the 28th of November, the first Allied convoy sailed up the Scheldt to unload its precious supplies at Antwerp docks. The first ship to unload was from Canada. The opening of Antwerp was a serious blow to the Third Reich.
The significance of the Scheldt and Antwerp is really underlined by the enemy reaction. More V-2 rockets were aimed at Antwerp than any other place during that part of the war. Antwerp was also highly significant in the terms of Hitler's final offensive in the war, the Ardennes offensive, because the objective there was to retake Antwerp, cut off the supplies, and undermine the whole of the Allied war effort on the Western Front.
The battle for the Scheldt was a hard-fought, 5-week campaign led by Canadian troops, who paid a heavy price for their success. Around 7,000 of the 12,000 Allied casualties were Canadians. The battle cost the Germans between 10 and 12,000 men and more than 40,000 prisoners. Victory transformed the situation for the Western Allies and ensured their forces would have the fuel and ammunition they needed for the final push into Germany. But it was a victory for which many Canadians believed, then and now, that their country never received proper recognition.
First ship up the Scheldt was a Canadian destroyer. A lot of dignitaries from the different regiments. Somebody said, "Where are the Canadians?" Nobody invited us. Even though we did a lot in the Battle of the Scheldt estuary.
In September 1944, as American troops reached the German frontier, they faced a bitter struggle to break through a massive network of defenses that stretched from the Netherlands in the north to Switzerland in the south, known to the Allies as the Siegfried Line.
Und wir sagten uns, wir verteidigen hier, weil die Amerikaner praktisch in unser Heimatland eingedrungen sind.
It would be the longest continuous battle fought by the US Army in World War II, with a devastating physical and psychological toll on its troops. This is the story of the battle for the Siegfried Line. By the autumn of 1944, Hitler's Germany was under direct attack on 2 fronts. On the Eastern Front, Stalin's Red Army had advanced as far as Poland and Romania. In the West, British and American-led forces were nearing the German border and preparing to attack along a broad front to break through into the German homeland. In the Allies' path lay the Siegfried Line, known to Germans as the Westphal, a belt of fortifications stretching nearly 400 miles from the Netherlands to the Swiss border.
The Westwall, or as the Allies called it, the Siegfried Line, was a German defensive structure erected in the interwar period, mainly in the 1930s, on the German-French border as a defensive measure to protect German territory against the French. It was only in 1944 that the Germans realized or remembered that they had this defensive structure. The problem was that the defenses were inadequate, and they also hadn't been maintained, and so the Westwall offered a little bit of support to the Germans, but it was not the threatening defensive line that the Allies thought it was.
Very much as with the Atlantic Wall, areas were stronger or weaker, but it did at least provide the Germans with fortifications on which they could rest for the winter of 1944-45.
As the Allies drew near, the Germans worked hurriedly to reinforce the Siegfried Line defences. They had the potential to pose a formidable obstacle. A fortified zone of concrete bunkers and pillboxes, minefields, barbed wire, and concrete obstacles known as dragon's teeth that were impassable to tanks.
I remember the Siegfried Line very easily as we were coming up to it. It was a lot of concrete emplacements already there, waiting for somebody to attack. And there were underground passages connecting these to them, and they had a lot of artillery firing at us.
The Allies needed to bust through these defences to advance into Germany's industrial heartland, the Ruhr. But to everyone's surprise, on the 11th of September 1944, a US patrol approached a section of the Siegfried Line near the German-Luxembourg border and found it deserted. Within hours, they'd become the first US troops into Germany, without a shot fired. The commander of US 7th Corps saw an opportunity too good to miss and drew up a plan to break through the Siegfried Line before the Germans could reinforce it. That commander was General Lightning Joe Collins. Joseph Lawton Collins was one of the few generals to see action in both the European and Pacific theatres of war, having commanded an infantry division during the Battle of Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands in 1943. His division's nickname in the Pacific, Tropic Lightning, led to his own nickname, Lightning Joe. Just before the D-Day landings, General Eisenhower gave the 47-year-old Collins command of 7th Corps, making him the youngest Corps commander in the US Army.
He was a very aggressive, very smart guy who modeled himself to a certain extent on George Patton, and was one of the new wave of much less cautious, much less methodical American general officers who were beginning to appear at that point in the war.
Collins' 7th Corps was one of three that made up General Courtney Hodges' US First Army. 7th Corps had two highly experienced infantry divisions, the 1st and 9th, which had both seen action in North Africa, Sicily, and Normandy, while the 3rd Armoured Division had been in combat since June and was boldly and aggressively led by General Maurice Rose. Collins turned to General Rose's 3rd Armoured to lead the attack through the Siegfried Line, with the division operating as two combat commands, A and B.
The American Combat Command System started up in the 1930s and into the 1940s, and it was at least in part a reaction to the new requirements of industrialized warfare. The Americans discovered that they didn't always need full-size divisions to do everything that they were thinking about, or that full-size divisions didn't have everything they needed within them. And so what they started to do was put together combat commands, which might draw from an armored division, draw from an infantry division, an artillery, an engineer division, and put together units as one big fighting force, commanded by someone who could use them in whatever way was best.
The initial American penetration of the Siegfried Line had been made just south of Aachen. Now, 3rd Armoured's 2 combat commands would attack northeast near the German town of Hürtgen. Once the tanks had broken through, they'd continue the advance to Stolberg, while 1st Infantry Division swung left to capture the high ground east of Aachen, and 9th Infantry pushed into the Hürtgen forest to secure 7th Corps' right flank. On the 12th of September, Combat Command A and B began their advance against the Siegfried Line. With tanks providing fire support, infantry working their way forward to outflank pillboxes and bunkers, and engineers clearing obstacles, the Americans began fighting their way through the fortified zone. Over 4 days of combat, the 3rd Armoured advanced an average of 2 miles a day, fighting its way methodically through the belt of defences. But as US troops neared Stolberg, they ran into a second chain of Siegfried Line defences, at the same time as they were hit by a series of German counterattacks. There was even a rare appearance by the German Luftwaffe.
That's where I was bombed. At 250-pound or 500-pound, there's not much difference in them when they get that big. Hit the front yard of the building, only 20 to 30 feet from the building itself. I had only made it about halfway down the stairway when the bombs hit. And the concussion from it and so forth blew me the rest of the way down against the wall, and I turned around a couple of times because it blew me down. And I came out on the floor on my hands and knees sliding across the floor, and the German woman that lived there in that building, after it's over and the plane is gone, of course, by this time, and she looks at me and she sort of grins or laughs like and points at me, because she thought it was so funny the way I came down that stair and on my knees, hands and knees on the floor.
General Lightning Joe Collins believed his men had a golden opportunity to charge through the Siegfried Line while its defences were still only half occupied. But instead, he was informed that the vital supplies his men needed to continue their offensive were to be diverted elsewhere. After 4 days of combat, General Collins was forced to suspend his attack on the Siegfried Line. The cause was a severe Allied supply shortage that even ingenious logistical improvisation couldn't solve.
Because they don't have enough rail capacity, the Americans at the end of August established what's called the Red Ball Express, which is they treat French roads as if they're a railway. They make them one way only and establish a circuit for trucks travelling at their height, apparently one every 15 to 30 seconds, down the road to drop off its load, come back again as rapidly as possible. And that lasts through into October. But ultimately, the Allies just can't sustain the number of men with the fuel, and with the equipment, and with the ammunition they need to maintain the broad front without slowing down.
The Allies only had enough supplies for one major attack at a time, and priority was now switched to British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery's Operation Market Garden. This was a plan to outflank the Siegfried Line to the north, advancing through the Netherlands, over the Rhine and into Germany in a single bold operation. The plan relied on airborne troops seizing and holding several key river bridges, but Monty believed if it succeeded, it could win the war that year. The fallout was that Lightning Joe's 7th Corps and other units in the area would no longer get the fuel and ammo they needed to continue their own attack. The Allies had handed exhausted German forces a crucial breathing space, one their new commander would use to completely overhaul German defences. That new commander was Field Marshal Walter Model, a man so adept at fixing a crisis that he'd been nicknamed the Führer's fireman. Widely regarded as Germany's best defensive general, he was also known for his loyal support for Adolf Hitler and unsympathetic, no-nonsense attitude to those under his command.
He did an awful lot in a short space of time, reorganising units and preparing the defence. And in this, his experience was an ideal background, because he had fought so many defensive battles on the Eastern Front.
The fact that he is a completely driven, also committed soldier are summed up by many accounts that we see, that he was very tough and very hard against his own troops, because he really wanted to achieve things, but also very hard and tough against himself, and for that the people admired and respected him.
Model's Army Group B was responsible for defending the Belgian and Luxembourg frontier with Germany. The area around Aachen was held by the 81st Corps of General Brandenberger's 7th Army. Many of its divisions had been almost completely destroyed during the fighting in France and remained severely under strength. The Corps' 2 panzer divisions could muster barely 20 tanks between them. But through September, reinforcements continued to arrive, including replacement tanks and new Volksgrenadier divisions.
In the autumn of 1944, the Germans built a new type of force, and these forces were the Volksgrenadier divisions. The problem was, for the Germans, the manpower shortage of 1944. So the Volksgrenadier divisions had a lower number of infantry battalions, so the manpower was quite low, and they tried to, at least in theory, overcome that by equipping them with more machines, in particular infantry weapons. What they also tried to achieve was that you would have a very experienced cadre of officers and NCOs, around which you would then form a body of men, maybe recruited from people back from the Reich who hadn't been drafted before, and also, in particular, from surplus numbers from the Air Force and from the Navy that were not being used anymore. This was the theory. In reality, it didn't really work that way. And so even though on paper these are very formidable formations, in reality they were not as formidable, not as strong, not as good as perhaps the standard units that you would find in the army.
Zusammengewürfelt. Man sah ja auch die verschiedensten Uniformen. Nicht wahr? Dort hatte einer eine Luftwaffenmontur an und es gab auch Leute mit Marinekleidung.
While US forces paused their attack on the Siegfried line, Nazi officials began to evacuate civilians from the city of Aachen, now threatened by the Allied advance. For Germany, Aachen had limited military value, but great symbolic importance.
Aachen was a deeply historic German city. It had been in existence for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It was Charlemagne's capital during the Frankish Empire, and so the Germans really treasured the city as a historic monument to their nation, to their history. In addition, it was the first major German city that was being attacked by the Allies, and so there was this sense that Germany herself was now under threat.
But Gerhard von Schwerin, commander of 116th Panzer, had already drafted a letter surrendering the city to the Americans.
But he never sent that letter because German reinforcements are rushed into the area and a counterattack is ordered, which stabilizes the front for some time, which then leads to rather heavy fighting in that particular area. This letter, say, was never sent, but it did make its way towards, or through the channels, you might say, towards Hitler, who basically wanted Schwerin persecuted and probably shot, but he very narrowly escaped that particular fate, so he was very lucky.
Meanwhile, to the north, after a week of intense fighting, Montgomery's Operation Market Garden ended in failure, as British troops were unable to break through to airborne units holding Arnhem Bridge. Lightning Joe's 7th Corps would now get the supplies it needed to resume its attack on the Siegfried line around Aachen. They'd be joined in the battle for the city by the US 19th Corps. September's advance by Collins' 7th Corps had left it holding the Stolberg Corridor, southeast of Aachen. North of the city, 19th Corps launched its attack across the Wurm River near Urbach, with the intention of swinging south to link up with US 1st Infantry east of Aachen, cutting off the city. 19th Corps' attack was preceded by major airstrikes, but fighter bombers failed to register a direct hit on a single pillbox, while the artillery's high explosive shells weren't powerful enough to penetrate the concrete bunkers. They would have to be taken by infantry assault. US combat engineers trained infantry units for challenges like this.
We'd take an infantry platoon and have them get a sheep and take the sheep and put it inside the pillbox, and then go out and then have a sample assault where we'd assault the back door, flamethrower into it, fire a bazooka into it, then put the 26-pound charge down instead of the end. And as soon as that charge went off, then we had the infantry run inside and told them to get that sheep. When they brought it out, they found the sheep was bleeding from its ears and eyes from the shock and concussion. And the infantrymen all decided they didn't want to be inside of a pillbox.
Using tactics like these, 30th Infantry Division captured 50 German pillboxes on the first day. But it was slow attritional fighting, and by the third day, 19th Corps had taken 1,800 casualties. On the 8th of October, 7th Corps' 1st Infantry Division joined the attack, taking Crucifix Hill, east of Aachen. But as the noose tightened around the city, there were fewer signs than ever that the Germans were about to give up.
Aachen was the first German city under attack, and the population of the city itself was German. German troops were defending not only their homeland, but German civilians themselves. Both of those things made the German soldiers very motivated to fight hard and fight for a long time.
By the 11th of October, US forces had surrounded the city. An ultimatum from the commander of the US 1st Infantry Division for the city to surrender or face destruction was rejected. And so American aircraft and artillery began to pulverize German positions in and around Aachen. Most civilians had been evacuated, but around 20,000 remained in the city, now trapped by fierce fighting. American infantry evolved new tactics for advancing through the streets. They made use of their overwhelming firepower to demolish entire houses if need be, to silence German resistance points. The cut-off German defenders, 5,000 men from a mix of units, fought stubbornly. But without outside help, their situation was hopeless. And so, east of Aachen, German forces launched a counterattack to try to break the American grip on the city. A regiment of the US 1st Infantry found itself facing the latest German heavy tanks, more powerful than even the legendary Tiger.
Despite the impressive nature of the Tiger I, the German military stops making them in the summer of 1944, and they move on to an even more impressive beast, the King Tiger or Royal Tiger, Tiger II. And that's built because Hitler insists that the newer 88mm gun, which is even longer, even more powerful, is put on a tank chassis. Hitler's idea is that every year the German military must have a superior vehicle than whatever the enemy are going to be fielding.
When Frank Cam arrived at the front, he met comrades who had been there when the dreaded Tigers came rolling in.
I visited the engineers up there, and they told me about a Tiger tank that could just run right over their tanks, friendly mines, and roll down the street and stopped at each building and fired around into the basement of the building and kept rolling along, and then turned around at the end of the road and came back firing in the building on the other side of the road. And they were so tough that they couldn't stop them. So those things were scary.
But the Germans only had a handful of these powerful tanks, not enough to turn the tide of the battle. 11 days after the US ultimatum, with much of the city in ruins, Aachen's last German defenders surrendered. It was the Western Allies' longest battle for a city in World War II. Both sides suffered about 5,000 casualties, with 3,500 German soldiers taken prisoner. But the battle to break the Siegfried Line was not over yet, and the next phase would prove an even more challenging environment. 10 miles southeast of Aachen, the Siegfried Line wound through the dense pines and steep ravines of the Hürtgen forest. Efforts to break the line here would lead to some of the most grueling and costly fighting on the Western Front. While 7th Corps' 1st Infantry Division had been fighting in Aachen, the 9th had plunged into the Hürtgen forest, an area covering around 50 square miles south of Aachen. Corps Commander Major General Lightning Joe Collins had decided that if the forest remained in German hands, it would give the enemy an ideal base from which to threaten his southern flank as his men advanced east from Aachen. But the American decision to fight through this almost impassable terrain puzzled the Germans.
Wir auf deutscher Seite haben uns eigentlich immer gewundert, weshalb die Amerikaner versuchten, durch den Hürtgenwald zu kommen. Die hatten eine Überlegenheit mit Panzern von, sagen wir mal, 20:1 oder noch mehr. Die wären von Aachen aus mit ihren Panzern in wenigen Tagen über die Ebene am Rhein gewesen. Nein, die wollten unbedingt durch den dichten Hürtgenwald.
Hidden amongst the thick pine woods were concrete pillboxes, supported by minefields, trenches and wooden bunkers. The few routes through the forest wide enough for tanks were littered with mines. One American unit counted a German anti-tank mine every 8 paces for 3 miles. In the face of such formidable defences, it took the 9th Infantry 10 days to advance just 3,000 yards, at the cost of 4,500 casualties. It set the pattern for weeks of grueling combat, as more and more units were committed in an effort to bludgeon their way through the forest. In late October, the worn-out 9th Division was relieved by fresh troops of the Pennsylvanian 28th Infantry, in preparation for a new phase of the American battle to break through the Siegfried Line. The 28th Division had arrived in France a few weeks after D-Day. Its 3 infantry regiments had seen heavy fighting in Normandy, before marching down the Champs-Élysées in the parade to celebrate the liberation of Paris. But Hürtgen Forest would be unlike anything the division had seen or trained for. The 28th Division was to play a key role in the Allied advance towards the next objective, the Ruhr River. It would make a preliminary attack through the Hürtgen Forest to capture the important crossroads town of Schmidt and secure the flank of the main advance. This would be followed by the main attack, codenamed Operation Queen, which would see 7th Corps and 19th Corps push east towards their objective, the main town of Düren on the Ruhr. But a US advance through the Hürtgen forest would threaten secret German preparations for a major winter offensive in the Ardennes forest.
Unbeknownst to the Americans, their advance on Schmidt presented a serious strategic threat to the Germans. If the Americans captured Schmidt, they would actually be able to threaten the German buildup areas for the Ardennes counteroffensive. And so the Germans realized that they had to defend both the Hürtgen forest and Schmidt itself against the American assault, because otherwise the entire counteroffensive would become difficult, if not impossible.
The US 28th Division would face heavier resistance than expected, and its commander already had serious concerns about his orders. The division was led by General Norman Dutch Cotter, a career soldier and West Point graduate who'd become a D-Day legend after coming ashore at Omaha Beach with the second wave and personally leading a charge through the enemy wire. He'd won the Distinguished Service Cross for his actions that day, and 2 months later was given command of the 28th Infantry Division, after its previous commander was killed by a German sniper. Cotter didn't believe his division was experienced or strong enough to clear the Germans from the forest. But his complaints fell on deaf ears, and on the 2nd of November, the 28th Division began its attack. Many GIs advanced through the forest with a sense of dread.
We didn't, of course, know where we were. We had no idea what we were in. Each of us was wanting the same thing. Which one of us is going to get killed first? Is one of us going to get that $1 million wound to go home? Is one of us going to get an arm blown off? We're going into combat, and they're shooting real bullets up there.
One regiment immediately walked into a large, unmarked minefield. Another was ambushed by expertly camouflaged German pillboxes in the forest and pinned down.
Die Amerikaner griffen an, die sahen uns nicht, wir waren ja bestens getarnt. Und greifen Sie mal in der Dunkelheit und im Nebel und bei diesem Witterungsverhältnis Infanterie an, die in eingegrabenen Stellungen sitzen. Das ist die Hölle.
On the 3rd of November, American infantry took the town of Schmidt. Model, alarmed at the threat to preparations for the German winter offensive through the Ardennes, immediately ordered powerful counterattacks. At dawn the following day, German infantry attacked, supported by tanks of the 116th Panzer Division. The single American battalion holding Schmidt had no tanks or anti-tank guns to take on the panzers, just bazookas. It was clear that the 28th Division was going to lose all its gains without immediate tank support. But getting 35-ton tanks up the forest trails had so far proved impossible. Army engineers were now given just a few hours to make the forest trail to Schmidt passable, using hand tools and a single bulldozer. 3 Shermans finally made it up the track, just in time to help fight off the German panzers' counterattack. But the lead US regiment was under sustained assault by the best part of 2 German divisions. The Germans retook Schmidt, while the Americans desperately held out in the neighboring village of Kommerscheid. The forest was so dense it was impossible to maintain a front line, so infiltration and flanking attacks by small squads of infantry were a constant threat. General Cotter, for all his famed courage, was struggling to hold his division together, issuing orders for counterattacks that were so unrealistic, some junior commanders simply ignored them.
We had been let down by the senior officers. They simply didn't understand what was going on. They'd wipe out a company, and then they'd send another company in to do exactly the same attack that had failed before. They didn't seem to be learning from it.
Bad decisions led to thousands of casualties. Up to a third were classed as non-battle and included trench foot, frostbite, and dysentery. But combat took its toll in many ways, and prolonged exposure to battle resulted in psychological disorders. 26% of all US troops who served in combat units between June and November 1944 reported sick with combat fatigue at some time or another.
As more and more men broke down because of combat fatigue, rather than being punished, they were taken off the line, they were treated, some of them were sent back home for good, a lot of them were given a chance to recover. But the Army handled them pretty effectively over the long term because they knew that this was just something that happened to every soldier eventually. The other thing about combat fatigue was that the other soldiers recognized it and weren't dismissive or contemptuous of the men who experienced it. To a certain extent, there was a sense that, oh, this could be me. And so they tended to treat those folks who broke down mentally in combat with a kind of rough kindness.
In extreme cases, the misery and dread of frontline service drove some soldiers to go absent without leave.
Desertion was also a serious problem, and the only US soldier to actually be shot for desertion during the course of the war was Private Eddie Slovik. And that was a result of this campaign.
The decision to execute Eddie Slovik was approved by Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander, deeply concerned by low morale among US units that winter. Slovik had been part of the ill-fated 28th Division, which continued to struggle forward through the Hürtgen forest. General Lightning Joe Collins had planned for the 7th Corps to reinforce the division as part of a major attack codenamed Operation Queen on the 5th of November. But bad weather delayed the preliminary air bombardment for day after day. The 28th Division were left in the forest to bear the brunt of the German counterattacks on their own. Then, in the midst of the fighting, along a fiercely contested supply route through the forest known as the Cowl Trail, there was a moment of rare and courageous mercy.
Sind wir zu den Amerikanern mit einer weißen Fahne hingegangen, rübergegangen. Sie waren auf der anderen Seite des Flusses, der Kall.
3 times a day for 5 days, both sides paused the fighting and came together to help evacuate wounded soldiers. Dr. Gunther Hürtgen was a medic for the German 89th Infantry Division.
Ich hatte in meinem Bunker immer amerikanische Sanitätssoldaten, die mir halfen bei der Versorgung von amerikanischen Verwundeten, die antransportiert wurden. Und dann machte ich ihnen klar, dass sie keine Gefangenen wären und sie könnten wieder zurückgehen.
They even devised a way of sharing the water of the Cowl River without the fear of being attacked.
Ich hatte den Vorschlag gemacht, bin zu den entsprechenden Offizieren gegangen und habe denen gesagt, also lass uns doch, die Deutschen, ihr waschen sich von 8 bis 9 und ihr von ab 9 bis 10. Ja? Und das war eine Abmachung, die eben auch eingehalten wurde. Das erinnerte jetzt nachblickend in der Analyse, es war fast kriegsspielartig.
But the respite was short-lived. On the 16th of November, with no end to the bad weather in sight, General Hodges ordered Operation Queen to go ahead, with or without the bombers. Miraculously, after 13 days of constant rain, the weather cleared at the last moment. More than 1,500 heavy bombers poured high explosive onto Siegfried Line defences and towns along the Ruhr River Valley.
The effects were devastating. The towns that were hit by the bombers were basically obliterated. The communication lines were cut, and the effects on the morale, particularly of the inexperienced soldiers, was quite severe. Having said that, in the combat zone itself, where you had more of the experienced German soldiers, the effects were far less. There are a number of reasons for this. First of all, the bombing wasn't all that accurate in that particular area, and also a lot of the more experienced soldiers and their morale were not hit that badly. And it's interesting that after the bombing raid, even the Allied commanders said that the bombing had not lived up to their expectations.
In the aftermath of the bombing raid, Collins' 7th Corps launched its attack through and north of the Hürtgen forest. They'd have to fight their way through a series of well-defended villages with the aim of securing new priority objectives, the Ruhr River dams, the significance of which had only just been grasped.
During the fighting, the Germans were thinking of blowing the dams off the River Ruhr. The idea behind that was that by blowing the dams, well, first of all, they would create a water wall which would move towards the Allies and hopefully sweep away some of the troops. But even more importantly, it would create a bit of, you might say, a swamp area and would widen the River Ruhr to about 1.5 kilometers, which made it very, very difficult for the Allies to cross. So creating a rather severe water obstacles to the advancing Allies.
The Americans knew that the Ruhr dams were there, but they had sort of lost focus on them in an attempt to secure their flank by taking the Hürtgen forest. General Hodges of the American Army wasn't the most intelligent, most aggressive commander, and he was having trouble tracking everything that was going on. In the process, the dams sort of got lost in the mess.
US commanders finally understood that they could not safely cross the Ruhr River while the dams remained intact in German hands. But the shattered 28th Division would take no part in this attack. Cota's men were finally being pulled out of the line.
I felt, oh my God, we're getting out of this meat grinder. And the next day we got on the trucks and away we went. Down the mountains, over the rivers, through the woods. It was like luxury.
But for the veteran US 1st Infantry Division, it was the start of their Hürtgen Forest ordeal. On the first day of Operation Queen, they attacked the village of Hamish, where Harley Reynolds and his unit encountered a lethal new German infantry weapon.
The Germans had developed a pistol that shot a grenade, and they had developed this pistol. The idea was there all the time, but we'd never run up against them until this night. And they had developed it was a flare gun. Shoots a flare, just like you carry on your boat, for an example, if you're out on the water. But instead of a flare, it shot a grenade. Now, this is close quarters. You're talking about 20 to 30 yards, but that was one wicked thing, and it's our first time to ever run up against it. And they just slaughtered us. And it was 23 people that was left from the company.
It took 4 days for the 1st Division to take Hamish, at the cost of 1,000 casualties. Fighting the terrain, as well as a well-entrenched and skillful enemy, American infantry advanced at a snail's pace, about 1.5 miles in 5 days. American armor struggled in the muddy, heavily mined tracks of the forest. What's more, they were stalked by German infantry, equipped with handheld anti-tank weapons.
So the Panzerfaust can be used by units like the Volksgrenadiers in the Hürtgen forest. They can creep up on tanks through the woods, and this very simple weapon can penetrate the armor on the front or the sides of a Sherman tank. So literally pennies are being used to knock out thousands of pounds worth of equipment.
All units in the Hürtgen forest suffered a horrifying rate of attrition. For those on the front line, the nightmare seemed unending. Americans had given the forest a grisly nickname, the Death Factory. And with winter closing in, conditions were only getting more miserable.
I'd have to describe it in this way. In the beginning of winter, back in Virginia, where I grew up, it starts with a very cold blowing wind and just snow flakes, just here and there. But the flakes aren't actually flakes. They're in little balls like pellets. And that was all I saw of snow in the Hürtgen forest while I was there. We knew the winter was coming.
November 1944. The US 1st and 9th Armies were waging a grim winter offensive along a 15-mile front in an attempt to push through the Siegfried line to the Ruhr River and then on to the Rhine itself. On the southern flank of the advance, US infantry were pinned down in the Hürtgen forest, unable to make any headway through the wooded maze of ravines, minefields and bunkers.
Dadurch alles das, was jetzt am Boden lag, konnten sich eigentlich in keiner Hinsicht still bewegen. Sie machten immer Krach, irgendwo knackte immer irgendwas. Und das hat natürlich die eine wie die andere Seite bemerkt und da wurde dann Feuer eröffnet.
One US regiment lost 200 men in a single day, and all 3 of its battalion commanders. Losses were so bad that some companies got through 3 or 4 commanding officers in a month. Many were below half their normal strength of 190 men. The need for replacements was more urgent than ever. But when new recruits were sent to frontline units to replace the casualties, they often struggled to fit in amongst the veterans.
The American manpower system was one of the great failings of American organization during World War II. The Americans, rather than pulling units off the line when they experienced heavy casualties and rebuilding them, would simply send out individual soldiers as replacements. And this IRR, individual ready replacement system, turned out to not work very well at all. Among other things, it meant that they were sending new soldiers to veteran units who didn't know them, who had no connection to them, who had no chance to train with them ahead of time. And those units weren't terribly welcoming.
But the veterans weren't simply trying to be cruel. They were protecting themselves.
So these new replacements would come out and they would be incredibly vulnerable the first couple of weeks with the new unit, because they just didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what the sound of a German machine gun was like compared to the sound of an American. They didn't know how to move through forests quietly. And so not only would they get themselves killed, but they'd get the other soldiers killed. One of the results of this, in a kind of horrifying way, is that a lot of the veteran soldiers refused to even learn the names of the replacements until they'd been with the unit long enough that those veteran soldiers had some sense that they would survive. It wasn't worth getting to know the new guy if he was just going to be dead the next day.
You know, big boys don't cry, you know, and you're not supposed to get so attached. And that's the thing we tried not to do, because we get new replacements, get to know them by their first name. 2 days later, they're dead. You were talking about 70% turnover all the time. If we had an 8-man squad, which is supposed to be 12, we thought that was a big deal. Hardly ever remember being full strength. They just killed us all the time.
In the last week of November, fresh attacks were made by Vith Corps towards Grosshau at the eastern edge of the forest and the town of Hürtgen. American infantry faced all the usual problems of fighting through the Hürtgen forest. At Grosshau, just 2 Sherman tanks made it up the trails to support the attack. Both were immediately knocked out by German assault guns. At Hürtgen, American tanks coming up the road encountered craters and anti-tank mines. The lead tanks were soon immobilized, blocking the road for those behind. But thanks to a sudden break in the weather, Allied fighter-bombers were able to strafe and bomb German positions, and US infantry eventually took both villages. The American advance was inching forward at the cost of enormous casualties. And still, the Ruhr River dams were not in sight. And so Allied commanders turned to air power to destroy them. In early December, RAF bombers attacked the dams 3 times, but there was no repeat of the spectacular Dam Busters' success. The dams were made of packed earth and almost impossible to hit amid constant winter cloud cover. They would have to be taken by ground troops after all. Frank Cam's unit arrived at the front on the 13th of December and quickly got a taste of the fog of war in the freezing forest.
We had several different infantry platoons attack that first night on the 13th of December, and some of our soldiers got caught behind German lines. While it was dark, they had to try to get out, and they came across a German trench and were walking through the German trench when they ran into German soldiers. And the Germans would say something to them, and they just grunted back and kept on going. And they walked through the German lines and then came on out. So sometimes you engage them, and if they don't know who you are, you're all right.
German soldiers were also under immense pressure and faced the terrifying might of Allied firepower.
Und nachts war ich alleine. Nur Krachen, keine Verbindung mehr. Ich kann nur sagen, um es kurz zu sagen, in dieser Nacht habe ich beten gelernt.
US troops, with the advantage in numbers and firepower, made steady progress towards the Ruhr River, while Hill 400, a crucial vantage point, was taken by an elite US Ranger battalion in a head-on charge. After months of bitter fighting, US 1st and 9th Armies finally reached the Ruhr River. Siegfried Line defences, the horrors of Hürtgen Forest, and a skillful German defence meant they'd been forced to pay an exceptionally heavy price, and still hadn't made the breakthrough they'd hoped for. But as American commanders prepared for yet another assault towards the Ruhr dams, on the 16th of December, 25 miles to the south, Hitler launched a surprise midwinter offensive through the Ardennes forest. It was the beginning of the Battle of the Bulge, Germany's last great offensive in the West, and meant troops in the Hürtgen forest would be left holding their positions for the rest of a harsh winter.
At that point, the Battle of the Bulge was triggered, which went from December of 1944 into January of 45. They had pulled away all of our artillery support, all of our air support, and we had to dig in at the Ruhr River. It was cold and miserable, and fighting through the elements was a war in itself for us.
It was an indecisive end to a deeply flawed Allied campaign.
Hürtgen Forest was probably one of the bigger setbacks for the Allies on the Western Front. It was intended to really break through the Siegfried Line in that area, and it didn't do that. And in addition, the Allies took massive casualties fighting their way through the terrain of the forest itself. And so the final result is they didn't really achieve what they were aiming for, and they lost more than 30,000 casualties doing it.
The defense of the Hürtgen forest can be seen as a German victory. The Germans inflicted higher casualties on the Allies, the Americans, than they sustained themselves. The Germans lose somewhere in the region of about 28,000 casualties, whereas the Americans lose about 33,000 casualties, plus about 9,000 non-combat casualties. So some of the units have a 25% casualty rate, which is extremely high for American units. So at that particular level, yes, you might say it was a victory. It also slowed down the Allied advance, and the Germans were able to hold on to more of their territory. From an operational and strategic point of view, the answer is probably different. You might say, well, operationally it didn't really achieve all that much, whereas strategically it didn't have any effect at all, and Germany still lost the war.
The duration and intensity of fighting in the Hürtgen forest would traumatize survivors on all sides.
Ich sehe dort heute noch die ganzen Toten liegen. Die amerikanischen Soldaten und deutschen Soldaten, alles gemischt, die ganzen Felder voll.
General Dutch Coter's battered 28th Division, who'd been left out on a limb in Hürtgen Forest, were moved south to a quiet sector to recover. But in a grim irony, they found themselves in the path of Hitler's surprise winter offensive through the Ardennes. Not until the Battle of the Bulge had been won could Allied forces along the Siegfried line resume their offensive and begin the final advance into the heart of Nazi Germany. In 1944, World War II was reaching its dramatic climax.
Rocket ships firing, aircraft flying overhead.
As the Allies waged total war to liberate occupied Europe.
This was a war in which all sides were learning as they went.
From the beaches of Normandy,
the water was full of blood. The water was bright red.
To the forests of Germany.
Ich sehe dort heute noch die ganzen Toten liegen.
Both sides deployed weapons of ever greater power and sophistication.
And this tank suddenly gives the American a real big advantage. It's a very effective beast.
This is the story of the Western Allies' final campaign, told by the men on both sides who were there.
You did what you did. You fire and you maneuver.
He was my brother.
The 16th of December 1944, Hitler unleashed his final gamble in the West, a surprise counterattack in the dense forest of the Ardennes. He hoped it would change the course of the war and force the Allies to the negotiating table.
Der letzte Hitlerbefehl lautete, es kommt nicht darauf an, Geländegewinne zu machen, sondern es kommt darauf an, den Feind zu vernichten.
This is the story of America's deadliest battle of World War II, the Battle of the Bulge. By early December 1944, German soldiers were fighting a desperate battle to halt the Red Army's advance on the Eastern Front, as the Russians closed in on Germany. But in the West, recent German successes against Montgomery's airborne operation, Market Garden, and on the Ruhr River against the Americans, had brought a brief period of respite. They had now assembled a formidable strike force to carry out the Führer's plan for a counter-offensive through the Ardennes forest of Belgium and Luxembourg to take out a critical Allied supply port.
The plan that was proposed by Hitler was that the German troops would advance through the Ardennes and reach the port of Antwerp, the big logistical hub of the Allied forces, and cut off the Allied supply of the troops fighting in and around the German border. The second objective was a political one, and by launching this offensive, Hitler wanted to show the Western Allies that there was still a lot fight left in the Germans, and he was trying to convince them it would be a good idea to make peace with the Germans and form an alliance with the Germans and fight together with the Germans against the Soviets.
The German army would attack through the same region where it had won its brilliant blitzkrieg victory against France in 1940, the Ardennes, a rugged landscape of forest and hills spanning Belgium, France, and Luxembourg.
If you got into the Ardennes, you would go back to the 15th and 16th century. It had castles with moats and wooden drawbridges and things like that. And it was just absolutely beautiful.
Allied forces were thinly spread in this area. A quiet sector where units battered and exhausted after spending weeks in the bloody fighting along the Siegfried line could recover.
We came to relieve the 4th Infantry Division that was in Hürtgen Forest. They had lost 6,000 men. The 2nd Infantry had lost 2,000 men. They were all sent there to recuperate, get replacements, get back up to force.
But this quiet sector was about to bear the brunt of the most ferocious German offensive since D-Day. Unknown to the Allies, more than 200,000 men, 1,400 armoured vehicles, 1,000 aircraft, and 2,600 guns and rocket launchers had been assembled for the task ahead. Adolf Hitler personally selected the best troops available and officers he trusted. 6th Panzer Army under SS Oberstgruppenführer Sepp Dietrich included two of the most powerful formations at Germany's disposal, the 1st SS and 2nd SS Panzer Corps. General von Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army also contained several experienced panzer formations. They were supported by the 7th Army under General Brandenberger and 15th Army under General von Zangen. The lead role in the attack was given to 6th Panzer Army, assigned the shortest route to the primary objective, the critical Allied supply port of Antwerp. They had priority for supply and equipment. The 5th Panzer Army was assigned to the middle sector with the objective of capturing Brussels. In the southernmost sector, the 7th Army's task was to defend the flank of the main assault. The 15th Army, located on the far north of the Ardennes battlefield, was tasked with holding US forces in place, with the possibility of launching its own attack if things went well. But Field Marshals Walter Model and Gerd von Rundstedt, who were in charge of the operation, had serious concerns. Hitler wouldn't hear of them.
There were a number of problems they saw with the plan for the Ardennes offensive. The first one was that they thought the German troops were simply not strong enough. Germany had assembled pretty much the last reserves, you might say, for this big offensive, but they were still being outnumbered by the Allies. Second thing was that logistics was not really on the German side. The Germans actually, in their plans, made sure and pointed out that they would have to capture Allied petrol depots in order to keep the German tanks rolling.
Fuel was a major part of the German supply problem in the latter part of the Second World War. The major issue was that the Russians had now overrun the Romanian oil fields. Germany had barely enough fuel to keep her tanks running and her planes in the air.
If the Germans were to achieve any success, the High Command knew they would need complete surprise and hoped the winter weather would be on their side, negating the Allies' overwhelming air superiority. But above all, they needed to reach objectives quickly before the enemy could organize their response and bring in enough reinforcements to halt the advance. The main thrust would be under the command of one of Hitler's most trusted officers, Sepp Dietrich. Josef Sepp Dietrich was a staunch Hitler loyalist who held the most senior military rank in the SS. In the early days, this decorated World War I veteran had been Hitler's chauffeur and bodyguard and participated in the purge of the Nazi Party, known as the Night of the Long Knives, in 1934. He enjoyed the Führer's complete trust. For his exploits as a corps commander in Normandy, Hitler awarded diamonds to Dietrich's Knight's Cross, Nazi Germany's highest decoration. But his lack of education or training created problems at higher command. It was said he was unable to read a military map. German morale was high. Recent successes against the Allied advance had been dubbed the miracle in the West. Some even believed the tide of the war might be about to turn.
Da hat man wirklich das Gefühl, ja, haben wir den Glauben, jetzt geht's noch mal nach vorn, jetzt gewinnen wir, können wir doch noch mal den Krieg gewinnen.
Planning and preparation was meticulous, and the build-up went ahead with every precaution for maintaining secrecy. The Germans minimized the use of telephone landlines and forbade the use of wireless transmissions that might be intercepted. Freezing fog prevented the Allies carrying out air reconnaissance. As a result, the Allies were virtually blind to the German build-up. The ground froze hard, making it excellent going for heavy German tanks on the move. It was the moment they had been waiting for. On the 16th of December 1944, at 5:30 a.m., 1,600 German artillery guns opened fire.
Das war ein unablässiges Dröhnen, Heulen, Orgeln von Granaten, von Raketenwerfern. Es war eine Qualmwand, die da aufstieg, und darin zuckten die Detonationsblitze auf in verschiedenen Farben. Also es war ein schaurig schönes Inferno.
90 minutes later, the Germans attacked US positions along a 40-mile front.
Also sowas hatte ich vorher noch nie erlebt. Da war ja noch mal alles an Panzern und was wir hatten, die neuesten Panzer, Artillerie zusammengezogen. Die Amerikaner waren ja völlig überrascht. Die haben zum Teil, stand der heiße Kaffee noch in Kannen am Tisch und der Frühstücksspeck und Rühreier. So sind die gelaufen, die waren ja völlig überrascht.
US 2nd and 99th Infantry Divisions suddenly found themselves in the path of the German spearhead, Kampfgruppe Piper, commanded by an officer who represented everything the SS stood for. Only 29 years old, Joachim Piper was a dedicated Nazi who turned 18 the day Hitler came to power and secured a place in Sepp Dietrich's elite Leibstandarte SS division in 1936. He was close to many of the Nazi hierarchy and had served on the personal staff of Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, second only to Hitler himself. But Piper was no desk jockey. His combat record earned him a reputation as a bold and aggressive leader, the admiration of his men, and Germany's highest military decoration, the Knight's Cross. He was also linked to many atrocities committed by the division against civilians and prisoners of war. Piper's unit became known as the Blowtorch Battalion, a nickname that was said to come from the slaughter and burning of Soviet villages. The coming days would only add to Piper's savage reputation. Piper's battle group was 600 vehicles and 5,000 men strong, including a detachment of formidable King Tiger tanks.
Despite the impressive nature of the Tiger I, the German military stops making them in the summer of 1944, and they move on to an even more impressive beast, the King Tiger, or Royal Tiger, Tiger II. And that's built because Hitler insists that the newer 88mm gun, which is even longer, even more powerful, is put on a tank chassis. For the Ardennes attack, one of the biggest problems the Germans faced was logistics. Keeping tanks like this King Tiger on the road was a real problem. The supplies, keeping them moving forward, despite the fact that the Germans had stockpiled fuel, Albert Speer, the armaments minister, sees these stockpiles are still at some of the railheads. They haven't moved forward to the frontline troops.
To protect such valuable vehicles in the opening stages of the battle, infantry were pushed forward to clear the way for the tanks. The first place enemy resistance was expected was the tiny Belgian village of Lanzarat on the edge of the Ardennes forest. Piper held his tanks back, while German infantry secured the area. Lanzarat's tiny American garrison was hopelessly outnumbered, but opened fire on the approaching German troops.
The German troops withdraw, and they start basically digging in, and they stay in their positions for several hours.
12 hours later, and behind schedule, Piper and his tank column arrived on the scene.
So at that point, Piper gets very angry, and he pushes forward with his battle group to find that the Americans have withdrawn several hours earlier, and that the wood had been empty, and no Americans have been there for quite some time. So this episode throws into turmoil the German plan for the advance.
After the costly delay at Lanzarat, Piper's armored column made rapid progress, and a few kilometers further on at Hunsfeld, they ran into one of the 99th Division's rest centers, full of bewildered American troops, many of whom were soon taken prisoner. Then he made a detour north, to Bullingen.
At Bullingen, Kampfgruppe Piper, under the command of Joachim Piper, captured a large Allied fuel depot, which made it possible for this particular unit and subsequent units to continue their advance.
Here, Piper's column also found use for the captured American soldiers.
They suddenly realized that they have Allied fighter planes overhead. And what would normally happen is that these would now engage and start strafing the German tank column. So the Germans take a number of the American prisoners that they have and basically use them as human shields and put them in front of their vehicles to prevent the Americans from attacking. And this is exactly what happens. So the account that we have is that the American pilots, in frustration, are circling over the German formation, but do not engage. And Kampfgruppe Piper manages to get away.
Piper continued his advance west, unaware that if he had turned north, he had an opportunity to flank and trap the entire US 2nd and 99th Divisions. Later that day, his force ran into a US artillery unit at Bastogne. The American column of 26 vehicles was hopelessly outgunned and had no choice but to surrender. The men were taken into a nearby field, along with other POWs that had been captured earlier.
Everybody was lined up in the field then. And the German soldiers were coming by, you know, half-tracks and vehicles, and after that, the foot soldiers were coming by too.
The prisoners suddenly found their captors were covering them with machine guns, which then opened fire.
I got hit in both legs then with the machine gun fire. And they started coming through, and anybody would holler or say something, they shoot them, laying there. I said, good God, I hope they miss me. And they did.
While some, like Albert Valenci, had a lucky escape in the chaos, at least 84 out of 125 prisoners were killed. Many later found to have been finished off by a shot to the head or a rifle butt. The Malmedy massacre was the largest single massacre of prisoners by Piper's men in the Ardennes campaign, but not the last.
The way I think that they were on a timetable, that's the only thing I could think. They didn't have time to be fooling around with prisoners or anybody. That's the only thing I can think, is they were in a big hurry.
The Waffen-SS, who in some cases regarded what other people saw as war crimes as part of their style of warfare, and this shows up very clearly in the Battle of the Bulge. The actual orders given are that prisoners should not be allowed to delay the advance. And German army units largely interpret this to mean disarm prisoners and tell them to march east, possibly under an escort, but don't spend any time trying to do too much with them. The Waffen-SS interpretation is that prisoners are to be shot.
Word of the massacre quickly spread among Allied forces. Some American troops took matters into their own hands, carrying out reprisals against German SS prisoners. Many decided that now they'd rather fight on to the end than risk being taken prisoner. The very next day, Piper's column would commit an even greater atrocity, this time upon unarmed civilians at the village of Stavelot. At dawn on the 18th of December, Piper's armored column attacked a US anti-tank unit, driving them out of Stavelot. They rolled into a village that was now undefended, leaving only the villagers.
Toute la colonne de Piper est passée devant ma maison. Il y avait des gros chars, des des half-track, comme on dit en anglais, et les panzergrenadiers suivaient, mais on n'osait pas se montrer. On avait réellement peur.
Piper's column opened fire on the villagers.
Maman crie en allemand, elle dit « Écoutez, nous sommes des civils. » Mais malgré tout, ils ont tiré. Donc ils sont revenus une deuxième fois, ils ont encore retiré parce que ça bougeait encore un peu. Donc maman a été tuée, mes deux sœurs.
A few days later, US forces entered the town and found horrific scenes.
In the first house I went into, an elderly couple, a man and a woman, they were real old, and they were lying in the floor in a pool of blood. And the blood was frozen, and I looked at them and examined them. They had been shot through the head, and their throats were cut. So they were, it was frozen blood, and I was very shocked to see this. There was a woman in there who didn't have any clothes on, and her left arm was hacked off. And there was a baby in there that was dead. And every house that I went to was just like that over and over.
Piper's SS added to their grim record, murdering more than 100 Belgian civilians in and around Stavelot. The Allies had worked out that the Germans were relying on captured fuel to keep their vehicles moving. So they hurriedly began to destroy all the fuel dumps that lay in the path of the German advance. While Piper, moving west out of Stavelot, completely missed the main American fuel dump just north of the village. Piper's progress depended on events on the Elsenborn Ridge, a line on the north shoulder of the battle.
The key for Piper and his advance is if he can make sure that not only is he pushing forward, but that his lines of supply and reinforcement are protected. And the problem is that those lines are dominated by a geographic feature called the Elsenborn Ridge, which is held by American units. There's a German force that is tasked with knocking the Americans off of that, the 12th SS Panzer Division. And this is really the key to whether Piper can keep going. If the 12th can knock the Americans off of there, Piper's got a much better chance of making a deep penetration. If they can't, then his advance is going to stall out even before it started.
But the 12th SS Panzer, supported by the 506th Heavy Tank Battalion, were in difficulty, held up at the twin villages of Krinkelt and Rocherath. It was an intense battle that was costing them dearly in blood, tanks, and time. All that day and into the night, the battle raged, with SS tank and assault guns hitting the villages from the east, supported by a barrage of Nebelwerfer rockets. While from the west came a hailstorm of American artillery shells, fitted with special fuses.
One thing that we had that was superior to Germany, we had a proximity fuse on our artillery pieces. Proximity fuse was a device. If you wanted the artillery to explode 100 feet above ground, 200 feet or whatever distance above ground, you could set it and it would explode without ground contact. Germans had nothing like that.
American artillery threw back repeated German infantry assaults, while howitzers and anti-tank teams took out German panzers. US forces withdrew to positions on the Elsenborn Ridge and dug in along a new defensive line. They had no intention of yielding more ground to the German advance. But US troops found their entrenching tools hardly made an impression on the frozen ground, leading to a drastic new approach.
They gave us quarter-pound blocks of TNT. The engineers had little blocks of TNT, and they finally wised up that there was no way we could dig through this frozen tundra. So they issued us these blocks of TNT, and we'd put them in the ground, and they would slowly blow the hole open and get the top part off. Then you could sort of dig a little bit. But that's the only way we got the foxhole dug.
Piper's spearhead, meanwhile, had run into fierce resistance. as US engineers blew up bridges in front of and behind him. Not only threatened with being cut off from supply and reinforcement, German troops knew they'd be sitting ducks for Allied aircraft as soon as the clouds cleared. One American spotter plane managed to fly under the cloud cover and locate his column, directing fighter bombers to the attack. Piper's battle group could advance no further and was forced onto the defensive. Just 3 days into Hitler's offensive, the stubborn resistance of a mixed bag of US units had frustrated Hitler's main hope for the battle.
We had a lot of casualties from artillery and everything, but we didn't go out on combat patrols. We had none of this going out beyond the line. We just sat where we were, you know, held the line.
With Piper bottled in, all hopes of achieving a breakthrough now hinged on Hitler's other major strike force, the 5th Panzer Army. Attacking simultaneously with Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army in the north, the offensive here offered a real chance of German success. Their objectives included the towns of Vith and Bastogne, and ultimately the Belgian capital, Brussels. On the night of the attack, the Germans bounced searchlight beams off the clouds to create artificial moonlight for the advance. A brief artillery barrage further warned the Allies that an attack was on its way. In command was one of Germany's best panzer generals. Nicknamed Kleiner, Little One, because of his short stature, General Hasse von Manteuffel was a highly decorated and skillful commander, arguably the best of the German generals involved in the Ardennes offensive. As an early exponent of armored warfare, he had his own ideas on how best to achieve a breakthrough, and was skeptical of Sepp Dietrich's plan to attack along a narrow corridor. He had decided that his 5th Panzer Army would instead attack on a broad front, on the basis that, as he put it, if we knock on 10 doors, we will find several open. Standing in the path of the 5th Panzer Army's advance were 2 thinly spread US infantry divisions, the 28th and the inexperienced 106th.
The initial response of the American commanders in the area, people like Bradley and Eisenhower, was that this was just a minor counterattack, straightening of the lines, or something local that the Germans were doing. They didn't think that the Germans were capable of or wanted to mount a counteroffensive in the Ardennes. And so, among other things, they had actually put second-line troops in that sector, troops in need of rest, inexperienced divisions.
US 28th Division were veterans of the battle for Hürtgen Forest, where they'd suffered heavy losses. They'd been sent to the Ardennes to rest and rebuild, but their respite would be short-lived. One 10-mile stretch of front was held by just 2 battalions, 2,000 men, about to face 31,000 Germans, along the main road to the strategically vital town of Bastogne. Whole regiments found themselves isolated by the advancing German forces. And to sow further confusion among US troops, the Germans had launched a clandestine operation codenamed Greif. It was headed by legendary German commando Otto Skorzeny, seen here being interrogated by his American captors after the war. Operation Greif involved disguising English-speaking Germans in American uniforms, even riding in captured Allied vehicles. Dubbed Panzer Brigade 150, their objective was to cause as much havoc as possible, cutting cables, moving road signs and minefield warnings, and gathering intelligence.
Wir saßen im Schiff, Kaugummi essen, jetzt amerikanische Zigaretten. Ich habe mit einem gesprochen, hat auch englische Zeitungen oder amerikanische. Was macht ihr? Ja, die waren auch ziemlich verschwiegen. Ich habe sich nur gegrenzt.
So there was a lot of infiltration going on. And as that word got around that we were being infiltrated,
any little sound that you heard, you just automatically assumed it was somebody sneaking up on you. So the nervousness increased quite a bit.
Very, very few of them actually could stand a check. And of course, Americans had a terrible time asking each other trick questions about who's Betty Grayble's husband, or what's a Texas Leaguer. It's a baseball term, by the way.
They knew about Lou Gehrig, and they knew about the Yankees and the Giants, and many of them had lived in the United States at one time. So they were able to get by, and then the troops behind them were accepted. If they had similar kind of equipment, even though they didn't speak English, they could get by.
One way you could spot these men was that they were so short of equipment that they would drive with 4 people in a Jeep. The Americans had so many Jeeps, if they had 4 men, they used 2 Jeeps, 3 was the maximum. Probably the most important effect was that General Eisenhower was in effect imprisoned by his own staff in his headquarters, because they were afraid that these men were going to drive all the way to Paris and Versailles, perhaps, and try and assassinate him. And Eisenhower eventually got fed up with this and announced that somebody could shoot him if they wanted to, but he was going to get out and find out about the battle.
This paranoia caused by Skorzeni's men translated into a hard attitude towards some German prisoners.
We wanted to know where more of the Germans in American uniforms were, because that was necessary to save our skins, if you know what I mean. We said we will give him 5 seconds to answer the question. And if he didn't, we was gonna blow his brains out. And in some cases, we blew his brains out. I said, you know, after that, we had no problem at all getting all the answers we wanted.
Most of the German infiltrators were soon caught and faced only one possible sentence.
Ich möchte sagen, es war ja für die Jungs ein Himmelfahrtskommando. Wäre wahrscheinlich auch nicht anders gewesen, wenn wir Amerikaner in deutschen Uniformen erwischt hätten, die da so allerhand angestellt haben.
I needed that information to save the people in my platoon, as well as my battalion. And I had no hesitation. And I'd seen what they've done to us and what they did to our people in Normandy, especially. I had no sympathy for any of them.
Events were moving quickly, but not quickly enough for the Germans. Saint-Vith was a key crossroads on the boundary between Sepp Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army and Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army. The Germans had planned to take it on the 2nd day, but it held out for 5. With so many armoured vehicles, horse-drawn artillery and troops moving along the forest roads, traffic jams also began to slow down the German advance and prevent much-needed supplies reaching forward units. To ease congestion on the roads, the Germans needed to take control of the crossroads at Bastogne, and Manteuffel's forces were heading straight for it. Allied commanders scrambled for any means to slow down the German advance on Bastogne. Reserves were rushed forward, among them the famous 82nd and 101st US Airborne Divisions, hard-bitten veterans of D-Day and Operation Market Garden.
A runner came down to where I was in one of the barracks there, and he says, the colonel wants to see you right away. Well, he didn't have to tell me which colonel. I knew which colonel is my battalion commander. So I took off up the road. I knew something was serious. And he says, we are moving out as soon as we can load the trucks, which are coming in now, and going to a town called Bastogne, because we got to get there before the Germans do and stop the railroad, stop the highways.
Some paratroopers were on their way to Paris for some R&R after 72 days on the line in Holland.
The military police picked us up 12 miles outside of Rheims while we were heading to Paris, said we had to come back to get on trucks to go somewhere. where we didn't know. Nobody knew where we were gonna go.
So sure enough, we got on these trucks, rode for 2 or 3 days, and dismounted just south of the town of Bastogne. And nobody knew what the situation was. If there was, they weren't gonna tell. And we double-timed about 10 or 12 miles through the town of Bastogne and took up a perimeter position.
This hurried deployment would have a crucial impact on the outcome of the battle.
Once the Allied High Command realized that this was a substantial German attack, Eisenhower gathered his main commanders, Montgomery and Bradley and Patton, among others, at a meeting to start strategizing about how to react.
The American forces standing in the path of the German offensive belonged to the US First Army, commanded by General Courtney Hodges. To the north was British 21st Army Group, commanded by Field Marshal Montgomery. To their south was the US Third Army, under General Patton.
The decision was that Montgomery would turn his forces southward to attack the northern edge of the German salient, and that Patton would turn his forces northward against the southern edge of the salient and both relieve American defenders but also pinch off the bulge that the Germans had created. And when Eisenhower asked Montgomery how long it would take him to get moving, Montgomery, who was normally obviously a very cautious guy, said about 2 weeks to turn his forces and head southward. When Eisenhower turned to Patton and asked the same question, Patton said 48 hours. And Montgomery chided him. George, you can't do that. You know you can't do that. And Patton said 48 hours. And so Eisenhower said, okay, I don't believe you, but okay. And Patton confessed to Bradley that he had actually started the Third Army moving northward, turning towards the attack even before the meeting with Eisenhower, because he was pretty sure what Eisenhower was going to ask him to do. And that's one of the aggressive, self-confident things that really made the legend of George Patton.
A week before Christmas 1944, the US 101st Airborne arrived in Bastogne to shore up the line. Not a moment too soon.
Refugees were coming in to Bastogne from the way I was going, and I knew what that meant. The Germans weren't very far behind.
As the 101st arrived in Bastogne, rumors spread among the troops that they were already cut off. The Germans had surrounded the town.
We were cut off, and our whole medical company that was on the tail end of our command was cut off. They were captured, the whole command.
Oh, it went from bad to worse. When we arrived at Bastogne, there was no snow on the ground at all. The next night, it started snowing. It snowed before it stopped about knee-deep.
In these freezing conditions, the 101st Airborne would have to hold out with dwindling supplies and buy the Allies desperately needed time. US paratroopers were sent to Bastogne in such a rush, little thought was given to winter clothing or the freezing conditions they'd encounter.
17 degrees below zero. We had no shelter whatsoever, except foxholes. We had almost nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. We had no overcoats. We had no overshoes. We had no gloves. That's where we got into Bastogne.
In the winter of 1944-45, the American Army find themselves fighting the Battle of Bulge, hopelessly unprepared for weather, which was well below zero. Most of the men were still wearing their 1943 pattern combat jackets, which had been excellent for fighting throughout the summer months, but were just not up to the job for the winter. The men were issued with greatcoats, but again, once these were soaking wet, sitting in foxholes and having to sleep in them at night, and you're freezing cold, all of this just helped add to the misery. And despite being issued with scarves and gloves and woolen jumpers, it just wasn't enough in conditions which were almost minus 18 degrees. The entrenching tools that they were issued were worse than useless. Even picks and shovels were making no impression on ground which was just like concrete at this time of year. Whenever possible, American soldiers would take clothing items from dead or wounded German soldiers or prisoners of war, because the Germans had been fighting on the Russian front in the east for the last few years, and the Germans by then knew a thing or two about winter clothing.
In the worst winter weather in living memory, Bastogne's defenders, without hope of resupply or tactical support from the air, were on their own. They were outnumbered approximately 5 to 1, and lacking not only cold weather gear, but also food and medical supplies. They had some artillery, but very little ammunition. Among the defenders were the 333rd Field Artillery Regiment, an African-American combat unit. 11 of its soldiers had been cut off during the retreat to Bastogne, captured, tortured, and murdered by the SS. The commander of the 47th Panzer Corps, Heinrich von Ludwitz, ordered his infantry to attack Bastogne with half the tanks of the Panzer Lehr division, while the rest bypassed the town and continued the advance westwards. In a further sign of Ludwitz's confidence, on the 22nd of December, he sent a message to the US commander in Bastogne, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, demanding his surrender. He wrote, "There is only one possibility to save the encircled USA troops from total annihilation. That is the honorable surrender of the encircled town. In order to think it over, a term of 2 hours will be granted, beginning with the presentation of this note. If this proposal should be rejected, 1 German artillery corps and 6 heavy AA battalions are ready to annihilate the USA troops in and near Bastogne. The order for firing will be given immediately after this 2 hours term." In a Battle of the Bulge legend, McAuliffe simply replied, "Nuts." The airborne units around the perimeter were subject to repeated and determined attacks by German infantry and armor. But despite the cold, lack of supplies and shortage of ammunition, the defenders of Bastogne continued to hold out. In a few cases, the extreme cold could be a lifesaver.
All of a sudden, out of a clear blue sky, apparently a mortar shell had a tree burst on this tree we were under. A few seconds after the tree burst, Stein said to me, "Are you hit?" And I said to him, "No, I don't think so." I said, "Are you hit?" He said, "I don't feel I was hit, but I feel this stuff. Give me your hand." And he gave me my hand, and I felt this blood on his leg. And sure as hell, he was hit, and it was gushing. A piece of shrapnel had severed his artery in his leg. And it was so cold that the blood was very slow oozing out of him. Saved his life.
Frank Gregg was also hit.
I was standing in the window with my field glasses looking out to try to see where this firing was coming from. And while I was standing there, a shell hit the windowsill. Blew me about halfway across the room. And my right eye was, the medics bandaged it up as quickly as they could because they thought I was going to lose the eye. We held on, and then the Germans attacked again and again, but not at my position. If the Germans had attacked in 2 places at one time, they would have run all over us. But they attacked in a single place each time, and we managed to stop them. Since it was only one place, we'd take troops from over here and put them over there.
For the first week of the German offensive, Heavy winter cloud cover had denied the Allies use of one of their greatest assets, air support. Finally, on the 23rd of December, the skies over Bastogne cleared. Allied air forces were able to drop ammunition, medical supplies and food to the besieged defenders.
We got a break in the weather, and some C-47s came in and threw out some bundles of ammo, and we got the ammunition in and distributed, and then there was a little food, and they had about, I guess there must have been 5 medical officers came in and parachuted in and sent them to the aid station, and they started working on the aid, on the people who had been wounded, our people. And I was glad I did, because 2 days later, I was back there myself.
By the 23rd, the Germans had seized the crucial crossroads at Saint-Vith, and some units had managed to advance as far as the River Meuse. But the battle was now starting to turn against them.
While units of the German army had made it to the Meuse, they hadn't made it in any kind of strength. And there was no ability for them to actually get over the river, either in terms of numbers or in terms of the supplies and fuel that they had. And while St. Vith had fallen, the American forces had only dropped back as far as the nearest geographic feature behind it, a ridge behind St. Vith itself, making the town much less useful as a way of getting forces forward.
Meanwhile, Kampfgruppe Piper had been cut off for 4 days and had had to abandon their tanks. The survivors were now trying to make their way back through the forests to the German lines. Patton's Third Army was now fighting its way towards Bastogne from the south, making a deep inroad into the bulge, or salient, created in the Allied lines by the German advance, the bulge that later gave its name to the battle.
The classic way to deal with the kind of salient, the kind of bulge that ended up after the German offensive had taken place, is actually not to push it back from its farthest reach, it's to pinch off the shoulders. That is, to try to cut the neck of the salient and force the German forces within that to surrender.
On the 26th of December 1944, Patton's armies broke through to the villages around Bastogne. The following day, a corridor was opened to get supplies and reinforcements in and casualties out of the town itself. The week-long siege of Bastogne was over.
You understand, the 101st, we were glad to be relieved at Bastogne. I was down to my last box of ammunition. We had no food, and we were hurting. But we were a cohesive unit. We were relieved and not rescued, because as soon as we were refitted with ammunition, food, and got new weapons and so forth, we moved out into to cut off the German salient. And that's where we had our killing time so much, in the Beaujolais Wood, where we cut them off.
Despite mounting evidence that the battle was lost, Hitler ordered German soldiers to continue their attacks. He had one last wild gamble to make before he was prepared to call off the offensive. On New Year's Day 1945, in a desperate effort to regain the initiative, Germany's depleted Luftwaffe launched a large-scale surprise attack on Allied airfields in Belgium and Holland. The Allies, caught off guard, lost 276 aircraft damaged or destroyed, but 304 German aircraft were destroyed, effectively wiping out the Luftwaffe. A few days later, Hitler called off the offensive, ordering the withdrawal of German forces from the Ardennes, including the few remaining SS Panzer divisions. But fighting continued for another 3 weeks. Throughout January, Allied counterattacks from the north and south pushed the Germans back and vital crossroads were recaptured. By January the 25th, the Battle of the Bulge was over. Allied victory came at a high cost. The number of American casualties has been estimated at 75,000, with 29,000 killed or missing, making it the deadliest battle fought by the US Army in World War II.
A lot of the people who were wounded because of the cold died before they could be attended to. In other words, you go into shock and you freeze to death.
Sub-zero temperatures added to the suffering on all sides, with numerous cases of frostbite and trench foot.
Hospitals were filled with GIs with frozen feet, and when you get trench foot, they just amputate.
German casualties numbered between 67,000 and 98,000, with at least 34,000 killed or missing. They lost more than 600 tanks and assault guns, and the Luftwaffe was now a spent force. In contrast to the Allies, these were losses that Germany could not replace.
With the failure of the Ardennes forest, even any kind of negotiated peace was clearly off the table. And the German government began to think about how the war was going to end and whether unconditional surrender was the best possible way to go. It's at this point that Hitler really begins to descend more into fantasy. He doesn't want to concede that the war is lost, and so he begins to really become delusional about what's going on.
Hitler's last desperate throw of the dice in the war in the West had failed. Now, with the Russians moving into central Germany, the Nazis were getting ready to make their last stand. March 1945. 9 months on from D-Day, the Western Allies had reached the last great natural barrier between them and the German heartland, the Rhine River.
Psychologically, it was very important. The die is really cast. We're getting into the heartland of the Third Reich.
This was where the Wehrmacht planned to make its last great stand in the West.
Das kommt alles zusammen. Das ist dann eine Mischung aus Vaterland, aus Eid, aus Pflichtbewusstsein, aus Beharrungsvermögen, wie sie es vernehmen wollen.
While Allied soldiers lived in desperate fear of being killed, with the end in sight.
You knew you had to still be prepared to lay down your life, but you weren't quite so keen to do it as you had been earlier on because the war wasn't going to be over.
This is the story of the battle for the Rhine. In January 1945, Hitler's last offensive in the West, known as the Battle of the Bulge, had ended in catastrophic defeat. In its wake, the Allies were able to fight their way through the Siegfried line fortifications that defended Germany's frontier from invasion. In the east, Stalin's Red Army was just 50 miles from Berlin. To most, Nazi Germany's defeat seemed inevitable, merely a matter of time. But not all Germans were ready to give up.
They're now fighting on German soil. So they're defending their own homes, their families, their own territory against the invader. Another reason is fanaticism, particularly amongst the younger ones that are now getting drafted into the army, so the 16, 17-year-olds, because these are people, or young people, who've only known the Nazi state, who've only known Nazi propaganda. So to them, slogans like, Germany must live even if we die, you are nothing, you people is everything, actually do mean something. So they're quite willing to sacrifice themselves.
Adolf Hitler hoped that the River Rhine, the last great natural barrier between the Western Allies and the German heartland, could be used to inflict a crushing defeat on British and American forces, transforming the strategic situation.
Hitler's still fighting on out of a mixture of calculation and delusion. The calculation is that if the Germans can hold the Western Allies at the Rhine, they can potentially split apart this kind of awkward alliance between the Western democracies and the Soviet communists. But there's also a strong sense of delusion in what Hitler's thinking. He's fantasizing about units that got destroyed months ago. He's trying to organize things that simply aren't going to work. He's refusing any kind of thought about surrender or about peace.
The Allied Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, knew full well that the Germans would mount fierce resistance along the Rhine. Not just a formidable natural barrier, but a hugely important symbolic frontier for the German people.
Die Rheinromantik spielte eine große Rolle. Es war eine nationale Katastrophe im Bewusstsein vieler, wenn es dem Feind gelang, den Rhein zu überschreiten. Denn dann fragte man sich, wo sollte denn dann wohl noch die Möglichkeit bestehen, sich zu widersetzen, wenn nicht hier.
In the spring of 1945, Eisenhower commanded one of the most powerful armies ever assembled. By March, its 3 army groups had entered Germany and reached the banks of the Rhine. All were now vying with each other to be the first across. In the north was 21st Army Group under British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, comprising 1st Canadian Army, British 2nd Army, and US 9th Army. In the center, US General Omar Bradley's 12th Army Group, with US 1st and 3rd Armies. And further south, General Devers' 6th Army Group, with US 7th and French 1st Army. Since the breakout from Normandy, Eisenhower had wrestled with 2 competing strategic options.
One of them was what was called the narrow front or knife thrust approach, which was to pour all the resources he had into a very narrow assault towards Germany and towards the Rhine River. The other was what was called the broad front strategy, which was to parcel out his resources and men among all of his armies and all of his units and advance in an extremely broad front across the whole of Western Europe towards Germany. Eisenhower ended up choosing the broad front and having everybody advance at the same time. Sometimes not to the liking of his best generals. Both Patton and Montgomery were very strongly in favor of a knife thrust, although they differed, unsurprisingly, about who should be the one to carry that out.
Each army group was given the freedom to organize and pursue its own approach to crossing the Rhine, and did so according to form. Montgomery began planning a giant set-piece operation to get 21st Army Group across the river, involving airborne drops and huge amounts of artillery and engineering support. Further south, Patton would rely on speed and initiative to get 3rd Army across wherever an opportunity arose. The Allied dream was to capture a major bridge over the Rhine intact. But it was thought to be a huge long shot. The Germans could be relied on to blow every bridge as soon as they'd retreated across the river.
The Germans were desperate to destroy the bridges over the Rhine because once the Allies crossed the Rhine, it would be very, very hard to stop them because the Allies would be able to use the still existent and still usable infrastructure that the Germans had, including, for example, the motorways, the autobahns. So this really was the last line of defense that the Germans could expect, perhaps, to hold against the Allies in the West.
But a bit of luck and American improvisation was about to hand Bradley's 12th Army Group one of the greatest opportunities of the war, at a town called Remagen. On the 7th of March, scouts of the US 9th Armored Division arrived on a hill overlooking Remagen. They were stunned to see the 350-meter-long Ludendorff Bridge still intact. Here was a chance for the Allies to leap the Rhine in a single bound. But the town of Remagen and the bridge itself was crowded with retreating German soldiers, refugees, and vehicles.
And I can remember seeing people running, soldiers and civilians, going across the bridge, German soldiers and German civilians crossing the bridge, and at the other side of it, it went
It was a high hill, and the railroad track went through a tunnel. And so it was a good view of that from where we were over there.
General William Hogue, commander of Combat Command B of the 9th Armoured Division, arrived on the scene. An experienced engineer officer, veteran of D-Day and the Battle of the Bulge, he quickly took charge of the operation to seize Remagen and rush the Ludendorff Bridge before the Germans could destroy it. Fortunately, his division could call on the newest model of American tank, a much-needed replacement for the iconic but vulnerable M4 Sherman.
The M26 Pershing tank is one of those what might have been stories of World War II. As soon as the Sherman tank went into production, the American military starts designing a replacement vehicle. But the Americans fighting in Europe have a major set of issues. If they start importing different tanks to Europe, bigger tanks, there's going to be transport and logistics issues. So the Pershing actually only gets into production later in 1944. 20 of them are rushed across to Europe as something called the Zebra mission. They're almost being tested out in combat. And this tank suddenly gives the American a real big advantage. It's got this massive 90mm gun on it. The firepower of this is better even than that on the King Tiger. It's got a powerful new engine. It's got wider tracks and thicker armour at the front, so the crews feel safer when they're going into combat.
With Pershing tanks quickly silencing enemy opposition, Remagen was soon taken, and the Americans turned their attention to the bridge. Unknown to the Americans, the Germans had already tried to blow the bridge once, but the explosives had failed to detonate. A second attempt had only damaged it due to a lack of the right explosives.
They ask for 600 kilograms of explosives, but they're only given 300. And they do find out that these 300 are actually of a lower quality than the normal explosives they would have expected. These were from mines, so we're used to blow mines rather than blow up bridges. That's the only bit that explodes, and it leaves the bridge intact.
In the aftermath of the explosion, an American infantry company was ordered forward to take the bridge.
Auf einmal kam ein amerikanischer Soldat von der letzten Straße, die heute noch ist, in Remagen, in Richtung Brücke und ging allein mit seinem Gewehr im halben Anschlag an einer Mauer vorbei, Schritt für Schritt, sichernd, wenn so sein, so 200, 250 Meter und nichts passierte. Das habe ich mir alles angeguckt. Und dann stand ein erster amerikanischer Panzer direkt neben der Brücke auf der Remagener Seite. Da wusste ich, jetzt Heinrich, wird's Zeit, jetzt musst du abhauen.
A Pershing tank helped to clear a path for the infantry.
The infantry come under fire from machine gun nests that are positioned in the towers either side of the bridge. The Pershing tanks fired back at those towers, knocking out the machine gun positions.
US soldiers venturing onto the bridge knew the Germans might try to blow it again at any minute, and this time succeed. They were joined by 3 Army engineers, led by Lieutenant Hugh Mott. He was later interviewed for Allied newsreels.
After the infantry had taken the town of Remagen, the task force commander, Lieutenant Colonel Engelman, called me up and ordered me out on the bridge to do some reconnaissance. I was to find out what demolitions were on the bridge and if the bridge would take traffic, and if not, how long it would take to repair the bridge for traffic.
Later in life, Mott recalled his feelings, walking onto a bridge that might be blown sky high at any minute.
There wasn't a whole lot of firefighting, really, that first afternoon there. And in fact, the firing was a little firing here and there, and you was asking about a feeling you had. When you went out on that bridge, it just felt like they just leaned back in the shadows saying, come on, baby. Come on across here, and we'll get you and the bridge both at the same time. You know, that's the kind of feeling that you had.
Under nothing more than sporadic sniper fire, the first American squad reached the end of the bridge without a single casualty. Along the way, they and the engineers disabled as many charges as possible.
Some of our friendly engineers from the 9th Armored Division running along the bridge, and when they'd see a wire, they'd reach down and pull it out.
9th Armored Division had crossed the Rhine. Reinforcements were soon on their way.
I received orders to cross the bridge as rapidly as possible. We had some of our infantry across before us, but I was the first complete Allied or friendly company across because I had my cooks with me. The infantry who were with us had their cooks back with the battalion trained behind us, so my company cooked the first hot meal on the far side of the Rhine.
Just 24 hours after the capture of the bridge, local commanders, with Eisenhower's support, had got 8,000 troops across the river. But engineer Frank Cam had concerns about how long the bridge would stay up.
The bridge was obviously damaged. As we went across, there were holes in the bridge, and we dodged around them driving across. And also, as we crossed, I looked up on the right and I saw on the truss there was a big break in the truss that the Germans had exploded. And I could tell that if that truss were to go all the way, the bridge would collapse. So as soon as we got across the river, I went up to the colonel of the regiment I was supporting. I said, "Sir, that bridge needs engineer work on it. Do you want me to have my company stay back and work on that bridge? Or do you want me to support our infantry that are forward up here?" He said, "Stay with us." And I said, I felt safer that way.
While American troops fought to enlarge their bridgehead across the Rhine, behind them, engineers worked round the clock to shore up the damaged Ludendorff Bridge. They also set up more crossing points, using landing craft, boats and pontoon bridges to get more troops across the Rhine as quickly as possible. Hitler was furious when he heard that the Allies had captured a Rhine bridge intact. He immediately ordered reinforcements be sent to wipe out the American bridgehead, and the bridge be destroyed at all costs. He also demanded that the officer responsible for it falling into Allied hands was shot.
Man muss sich so vorstellen, dass der Hitler schon jemanden ausgesucht hat, der in seinem Sinne ein Urteil fällen wird. Also man konnte von vornherein davon ausgehen, irgendein Schuldiger, wenn nicht 2, 3, 4, 5 Schuldige, werden gefunden werden.
The man held responsible for the loss of the bridge was Major Hans Scheller. His wife remembers the moment she learned of his fate.
Mittags um 2 bei den Nachrichten, den Militärnachrichten. Da wurde es gesagt, dass wegen Feigheit vor dem Feind und Dienstverweigerung hingerichtet worden wäre, verurteilt und hingerichtet worden. Das Urteil wäre bereits vollstreckt.
The Germans were much more aggressive about punishing their own soldiers very harshly. They shot tens of thousands of their own men during the course of World War II. The majority on the Eastern Front, but thousands on the Western Front as well, for offenses ranging from desertion to stealing to rape to cowardice, for all sorts of things. But in comparison to the Allied armies, where only a few, if any, soldiers were executed for crimes of any sort, the Germans were quite willing to shoot their own men and did it tens of thousands of times.
One officer who was not shot, but only sacked, was the German commander in the West, Field Marshal von Rundstedt, a convenient scapegoat for the blunder at Remagen. He was replaced by a defensive specialist with a brilliant record in Italy. Albert Kesselring was a Luftwaffe general who'd won a reputation as a skilled commander of both air and ground troops. His masterful defense of Italy against 2 Allied armies prompted Hitler to bring him back to Germany to organize its defense against the Western Allies. Able though he was, Kesselring now faced an impossible strategic situation. To try to hold the Allies at the Rhine, Kesselring had at his disposal Army Group H in the Netherlands under General Blaskowitz, Field Marshal Model's Army Group B, and Army Group G in the southwest under General Hausser.
There was a fundamental issue because a lot of the troops that were fighting now on the Western Front were either very old men who hadn't been drafted into the army beforehand, or extremely young people who had now just been drafted out of the Hitler Youth. The core of the German army, the very experienced non-commissioned officers and also officers, most of them had by that stage disappeared. So the army as a fighting organization is actually is not performing particularly well because they don't have the right manpower, they don't have the right training, and also they don't have enough of the needed material and the equipment.
Kesselring's first priority was to eradicate the American toehold across the Rhine at Remagen. The Americans had moved thousands of reinforcements into the bridgehead, using the Ludendorff Bridge itself, as well as pontoon bridges their engineers had built alongside it. The Germans now mounted a series of increasingly daring attempts to destroy them.
Everything they had, they threw at it, trying to bring the bridge down. To use air power, and they used some of the very latest planes that they have.
These included the world's first operational jet bomber, the Arado 234 Blitz. With a top speed around 460 miles per hour, the Blitz could outrun Allied fighters and ground fire to deliver its 1.5-ton payload. The jets flew 9 sorties over 6 days, but never hit their target. To protect their prized crossings, US First Army assembled the greatest concentration of anti-aircraft guns seen in the entire war. Nearly 700, as well as fighter cover. US forces claimed to shoot down more than 200 of the 367 aircraft sent to attack the bridge. With the Luftwaffe unable to get through, the Germans brought up a Karl Gereit 540mm mortar, of a type seen here, to shell the bridge. It missed its target 14 times before breaking down. So it was time to unleash one of Hitler's terrifying new wonder weapons.
Hitler then orders the rocket V2 to be launched and fired at the bridge, which really concerns and surprises a lot of the German military because they know that the accuracy is quite low. So they fire 11 of them in total. They all miss. The only thing they do hit is a number of German towns, killing German civilians. But again, the bridge remains intact.
Finally, Otto Skorzeny, the legendary head of a shadowy SS Special Forces unit, dispatched 7 Waffen-SS frogmen downriver with explosives to blow up one of the pontoon bridges. But the Allies had a secret weapon of their own.
This is the Canal Defence Light. It was given that name because it was a secret project. The idea was that in a barbette, or like a turret on the top there would be a carbon arc light in there, which puts out about 13 million candle power. And they could actually set off a shutter that would flash across the light once or twice every second, and that would lead to almost blinding the person who was looking back at it.
The Canal Defence Light on the American side did play a very important role in preventing the bridge from being blown up, because they spotted the frogmen as they were approaching. Having said that, it's a combination of factors really that resulted in the frogmen not being successful. And in addition to the searchlights, it's also the simple fact that these frogmen were exhausted and extremely cold, so not really able to react particularly rapidly to new situations and to being caught in the searchlight.
The SS frogmen never stood a chance in the freezing river. All were either killed or captured. 10 days after its capture, in the middle of the afternoon on the 17th of March, Ludendorff Bridge collapsed. The German demolition charges the strain of constant use by heavy vehicles and near misses from German bombs and shells had finally taken their toll. 28 US Army engineers were killed in the collapse. Men who had been working on the bridge to make it safe until the last minute. Dozens more had to be pulled from the river, many with serious injuries. By the time the bridge collapsed, the Americans had got 25,000 men over the Rhine at Remagen, using the Ludendorff Bridge, pontoon bridges, ferries and landing craft. And on the far shore, they'd carved out a bridgehead 25 miles wide and 8 miles deep. But to bring their full might to bear on Germany's defences, the Allies would have to find more places to cross the Rhine.
It was one bridge, and the Allies couldn't get all of their forces across a single span over the Rhine. With the broad front strategy that Eisenhower was following, the Allies didn't need just one bridge, they needed lots of bridges and lots of ways across the Rhine to get all of their forces over.
About 80 miles north of Remagen, the British 21st Army Group under Field Marshal Montgomery was preparing its own Rhine crossing near Wiesel. But here, the Germans had successfully blown up rail and road bridges in time. So Monty had come up with Operation Plunder, the largest British-led operation since D-Day, involving more than 1.2 million men. While Monty didn't have a bridge, he did have a very powerful and experienced force. The Rhine crossing would be led by the British Second Army, the strongest army Britain had ever put in the field, alongside 1st Canadian Army, US 9th Army, and the US 18th Airborne Corps.
This was very much a Montgomery-style battle in that he provided as much firepower to cover the assault as possible, and in addition, a further airborne drop. The lesson of Market Garden, which perhaps hadn't needed to be learned, was that airborne forces functioned best when they could link up with ground forces as rapidly as possible.
Operation Plunder and its airborne element, Operation Varsity, was a vast undertaking, requiring 60,000 tons of ammunition, 59,000 engineers, and 30,000 tons of engineering supplies, as well as the transport of hundreds of landing craft and amphibious vehicles to get the assault troops across the Rhine. To Monty's great irritation, a few hours before Plunder was launched, he got news that his arch-rival, General Patton, had beaten him across the Rhine. In the south, near Mainz, his 5th Infantry Division had made an improvised crossing in a mix of assault boats, landing craft and amphibious vehicles. They'd required no assistance from artillery, bombers or airborne troops, all of which Patton's boss, General Bradley, was keen to point out in his communique. But Monty was not to be distracted. Not even by a visit from British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, who was determined to witness the historic crossing of the Rhine in person. At dusk on the 23rd of March, 3,500 Allied guns began blasting German positions on the far bank of the Rhine. 3 hours later, Operation Plunder got underway, as troops of the 51st Highland Division plunged into the river aboard their Buffalo amphibious armoured transports.
The idea is that this Buffalo would be capable of carrying, as I say, 36 infantry or a load of supplies. With a 3-man crew, we were able to use these quite effectively. The idea being that if you're on a river with a fast-flowing current, you have to aim for the opposite bank at an angle of about 45 degrees, so that when the current catches you, it takes the rear end down with the flow of water, and you are then at right angles to the bank.
One of these pioneering amphibious vehicles is today housed at the UK's Tank Museum.
The Buffalo could take 30 soldiers under some form of protection down the steep banks of the Rhine into that fast-flowing river that's sweeping off towards the sea. It powers them across, and on the far side of the bank, it can release its ramp at the rear and let those soldiers off into the attack. So the attack went in first thing in the morning. 600 buffaloes were used to take about 30 soldiers per trip across the Rhine, up the other side, and some of them sat there and gave covering fire with their Polston cannons.
As we approached the river in these buffaloes, we were all very cheerful. And as we got near to the river, the buffalo was bumping us about a little bit, but it was all prepared and everything was organized, everything was under control. We got to the river and then the buffalo reared up in the air, nosedived down into the river and deep into the river with a small draft separating us. And all of a sudden, everything went quiet. And then David Reed started to play his mouth organ. And then the next thing, the boys in the buffalo started to sing. And the cheerful atmosphere, feeling returned, and we went across the Rhine to the accompaniment of the mouth organ and everybody singing in good heart, in good spirits.
As British and American infantry crossed the Rhine in the early morning of the 24th of March, Allied tracer fire and shells streamed overhead to keep German heads down and to mark out landing spots. Trooper Peter Davis was driving one of the buffaloes across the Rhine.
Monty had put down such a tremendous barrage with artillery, as he did with most major attacks, and the barrage over the Rhine was tremendous. And then, of course, the smoke screen was put down and we were given the order to go. And we were loaded up with infantry. We got to the other side. We took the first load straight in and got them out of the bank.
German defenders were outnumbered and outgunned and put up only sporadic resistance in the face of the Allied onslaught. The man responsible for coordinating German defences along this stretch of the Rhine was General Johannes Blaskowitz, commander of Army Group H. He initially had a promising career, but after speaking out against SS atrocities in Poland, he was sidelined for 4 years, finally being given command of German forces in southern France in 1944. An experienced and capable commander, he knew full well that he faced a nearly hopeless task in defending the Rhine frontier. Blaskowitz's Army Group H looked impressive on paper, but most of its divisions were only 3,000 to 4,000 strong, compared to a typical Allied divisional strength of 16,000 men. What's more, his troops were desperately short of artillery and tank support. The entire Army Group could muster barely 200 tanks and assault guns, against the might of 5 Allied armoured divisions with more than 1,000 tanks.
Most of them had very little in the way of equipment or tanks or vehicles left. German industry had been destroyed for the large part either by occupation or by the strategic bombing. And so the German army in 1945 is really a shadow of its former self, fighting more out of habit, more out of loyalty, more out of a lack of anything else useful to do, and in the desperate hope that maybe Hitler would come up with a wonder weapon that would transform the war, that maybe they could preserve their families and their home societies, but with no real strong hope for the future.
Few German soldiers wanted to die when the end of the war was clearly in sight.
Wir haben gekämpft, aber keine Hoffnung mehr gehabt. Sagen wir so. Nicht mehr gehofft, dass jeder hat gehofft, dass wieder nach Hause kommt, dass mir nichts mehr passiert. Und so haben wir uns auch verhalten. Also wir waren keine Kämpfer mehr.
With German industry in ruins, priority was given to a cheap, easy-to-produce weapon for taking on Allied tanks.
At the same time as Germany was developing massive tanks like this Jagdtiger, they also developed and produced a number of much simpler weapons. one of which is this Panzerfaust. The idea of the Panzerfaust is it's a hollow charge weapon that they could mass produce. And the idea of a hollow charge weapon, there is a cone of explosive in this head lined with copper. By having a blast charge inside this tube, you aim at an enemy tank about maybe 60 meters away, you press down the ignition charge, that forces this projectile towards the enemy tank. It's a very simple principle. When it hits armor, it explodes and it melts a copper lining that will jet through metal. Tends to leave on armor plate about a 2¼ inch hole, and that copper jet goes inside the vehicle and quite often ignites a fire inside. So as a simple weapon, they could mass produce this. By late in 1944, they were making 300,000 of these a month. And the simplicity of it meant they could issue it to Home Guard units, Hitler Youth, all sorts of people could use something as simple as a Panzerfaust.
But despite its crude effectiveness, the Panzerfaust wasn't enough to halt the overwhelming might of the Allied attack.
Wenn Sie die Amerikaner gesehen hätten, mit was für Material die ankamen. Also das war wie, wenn ein reicher Mann gegen einen in 8 Jahre im Gefängnis oder 6 Jahre im Gefängnis sitzenden Halbkranken kämpft.
Against scattered, demoralized defenses, 21st Army Group's crossings went like clockwork. Casualties were light. Some units lost more men to friendly fire than to the enemy. As the morning progressed, the Allies launched more amphibious vehicles and landing craft across the Rhine. By 10 a.m., it was clear to Monty that the landings were going better than anyone could have dared to hope. But the next stage of his plan was the most risky, the massive airborne drop behind German lines, codenamed Operation Varsity. It would be the last and largest airborne operation of the war, bigger than D-Day or Market Garden. The aerial armada would consist of nearly 4,000 transports and gliders, escorted by nearly 900 fighters, and carrying almost 22,000 airborne infantry. At 9:45, Allied artillery fell silent to avoid hitting their own aircraft, and all eyes strained skyward.
It was daytime, 10 o'clock in the morning. That was the H hour. I was the company commander by that time. I had been given command of B Company in the 1st Battalion. And the ride was, again, pretty much like the Normandy ride. People were probably even more confident than they were on the Normandy show.
At first, ground fire from the Germans was light. But as they realized what was happening, more and more guns opened fire. The approaching Allied aircraft were easy targets, slow-moving, flying low, unable to take evasive action during their drop run. The Americans were also about to discover a deadly flaw in the design of their new transport aircraft.
During the actual drop, not in my regiment, but the sister regiment, Jump Regiment 513th, lost quite a few flamers, and they were jumping the C-46 that had 2 doors, one on each side. They were jumping both doors out of it. It had fuel systems in it that were much more vulnerable than the C-47.
When punctured, the fuel tanks of the C-46 leaked back into the fuselage, turning some into fireballs. After the paratroopers came the gliders, slower, lower, and even more vulnerable on their approach. In all, nearly 100 Allied transport and glider aircraft were destroyed. airborne soldiers who made it to the ground scrambled to untangle themselves from parachutes or wrecked gliders, often under fire. The elite airborne units quickly got organised and started to fight back. Within hours, they had seized most of their objectives and were linking up with ground forces who'd crossed the river that morning.
The 6th Airborne Division, they landed deep on the gun lines, and I remember joining up with them at about 10 in the morning. But their glider-borne people had terrible casualties. I mean, I don't know how many gliders were shot down in that operation, and an enormous number of men killed. But the rest of the operation went pretty well.
For all its horrors, the airborne drop had been less costly than anticipated, while the river crossings had proved a stunning success. Monty had parts of 4 infantry divisions, as well as amphibious tanks, and 2 airborne divisions across the Rhine. General Blaskowitz, now alert to the scale of the Allied operation, committed his only reserves in a desperate battle to save the Reich. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division counterattacked at Ries, while the 116th Panzer Division was ordered to seize back control of the Issel River crossings from Allied paratroopers. But with roving Allied fighter-bombers hitting the German build-up at Issel, as well as fire support from Allied guns on the west bank of the Rhine, the German counterattacks were over almost as soon as they'd begun. Blaskowitz had played his last hand, and all it had achieved was to hold up the Allies for a few hours. Meanwhile, Allied engineers got to work building bridges over the Rhine.
The engineers would build first a bridge that could take individual infantrymen across it, and then they would slowly build it out from there using pontoons, using steel segments, using all sorts of different equipment to put the bridge together. And so this quite remarkable engineering achievement has kind of been left in the historical shadow, but it was just as critical as the capture at Remagen to how the Allies got across the Rhine River.
When Churchill met Eisenhower on the 25th of March, there was plenty of cause for optimism. The British Prime Minister even crossed the Rhine himself at a quiet sector, spending 30 minutes on the far shore before returning. By the following day, 21st Army Group had 12 bridges in place over the Rhine, and Allied units were beginning to make serious inroads into German territory. German divisions facing the Allied crossing had either been destroyed or were now abandoning their positions to escape the Allied onslaught.
We just went through Germany. That was going like on a coach trip, really, because there wasn't no one there. They would just go, and they knew they'd lost the war, and they just retreated.
Their fighting spirit broken at last, German soldiers began to surrender in ever-increasing numbers.
And we started advancing about 8 to 10 miles a day, capturing hundreds of Germans every day. In fact, there were so many of them that our soldiers would just wave them on the roads and have them go back to the roads without guards sometimes.
I remember one time when we were over the Rhine, and I saw this group of prisoners here, same as everybody else did. There was about 200 of them coming down. And they were running like hell. And I thought, cool, that's good. Now, when they got past us, we realised the person driving them on was our little Sergeant Major. And he was going, come on, you buggers, come on, you buggers.
But there were also still many diehards willing to fight to the end for Hitler's Germany. Some were only boys.
There was one young boy, 14-year-old. He held us up, and when they found him, well, they couldn't do nothing to him. He's only 14, but he held a whole battalion up, that boy. He got some machine gun or something. He was firing all over the place. We daren't go through. In the end, they found him, and he'd got this machine gun, and he was just firing it anyway.
In just 3 weeks, a mix of American improvisation and Monty's cautious, methodical approach had allowed the Allies to break through Germany's last great natural barrier on a 200-mile front. More crossings of the Rhine quickly followed, from Strasbourg to the Netherlands. Soon, some Allied units were advancing 50 miles a day, infantry catching rides on tanks, German towns decked out in white linen to signify surrender. Eisenhower, to Monty's fury, decided to leave Berlin to the Soviets. But the Nazi Empire was fast crumbling. As Allied units made massive inroads into the German heartland, they uncovered the horrifying crimes committed by the Nazi regime. British troops liberating the concentration camp of Bergen-Belsen found scenes of unimaginable suffering.
We didn't know anything about concentration camps. Never heard of them. Nobody had ever heard of them. What we didn't realize that on one side was the male concentration camp, on the left was the female, that there were a total of 60,000 there, that what we could smell and see were rags all over the place. Rags, they wet rags, they were dead bodies, or dying bodies. And the smell was appalling. And if you concentrated on anything, you see that tree there at the bottom of it, or something, occasionally be a little twitch. That person might not actually be dead.
As Allied soldiers fanned out across Germany, they sometimes came across the palatial homes of Nazi leaders.
Mönchengladbach turned out to house the home of Paul Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister under Adolf Hitler. We captured this area and didn't really know whose it was, or except there was a lot of wine and cameras. Goebbels was apparently a big camera and wine collector.
For Jewish soldiers of the 29th Division, an opportunity to celebrate Passover at Goebbels' mansion with survivors of the camps became an act of defiance.
They wanted to go back to that service because that Passover service in the Jewish faith is a story of the Israelites' freedom from Egyptian slavery 3,000 years ago. They were just liberated from their own slavery in modern times, under Nazi Germany. During the Passover service, the chaplain Plyakov was moved by the presence of what he saw in his congregation there, not just American soldiers, but the folks who were in concentration camps who had survived and who were there in pitiful condition. Many of whom actually, when we were trying to take them back afterwards, several died on the way. We didn't have a chance to do anything except let them do what they begged to have done, to be there at the Passover service.
6 weeks after the Rhine crossings, the Soviets were masters of Berlin, and Hitler was dead. 8 days later, on the 8th of May 1945, the war in Europe ended, following the unconditional surrender of Germany.
Ich bin besiegt worden. Ich bin besiegt worden und das hat vielleicht so ein Jahr bis 1,5 Jahre gedauert, bis das eben auch alle Sachen rauskamen, die passiert sind, Holocaust und so weiter. Und dann kam dann der totale Umbruch, also auch in der Meinung, wie verkehrt das alles war und wie schlimm das alles war. Ne? Aber habe ich mich nicht befreit gefühlt. Ich nicht. Viele mit Sicherheit, aber ich nicht.
It was a great anticlimax. It was like a drug. You were on a high of fairly controlled excitement. And my God, it was exciting. And then suddenly it stopped. Germans all quit.
For the young men who'd risked life and limb, it would soon be time to leave their comrades and return home, taking memories and experiences that would stay with them forever.
When it was over, well, what now? Kind of a flat feeling. I'm going to miss the comradeship of all those guys, and how they got the job done, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm very proud. To have served with those guys.
We knew each other better than most people know their own family, because we went through hardships together and we helped each other survive.
Der Krieg ist zu Ende. Wir haben es überlebt. Das war die Grundstimmung. Also, wenn ich überlege, dann kamen am 11. März die Amerikaner hier nach Leubsdorf. Das war die Grundstimmung. Der Krieg ist zu Ende, Gott sei Dank. Die ganze Debatte, sind wir besiegt worden? Sind wir befreit worden? Für diese Gedanken hatte man erst Zeit, als alles vorbei war.
I opened the front door because my mother always left the front door open. And I walked in and I said, "Hi, Mom." And she blew up. She just, I was home. That's my story.
There was one of my sisters that was on the front porch, and she saw me top that rise and recognized me immediately. And she let out a scream, and I can hear all the way back in Virginia even now, that Harley's home.
Getting off that train, and all these people were cheering and hollering and clapping and so glad to see me. I didn't know half, I knew a lot of them, but and my mother was crying, and I think I was crying.
I knew how short life was, and to live through something like that shows you that life is important.
Now that I've been in it and through it for 5 years and 3 months, I'm happy that the Lord let me live through this.